Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under here at Levels Raceway. I'm here with Andy Knight, who's racing this beautiful car here. We'll have a quick chat to him about the day and how things went from yesterday. So Andy, you're happy with the results from yesterday?
Yeah, no, really happy. We had a win in the morning and then we had a handicap race in the afternoon, which we got up to third and beat Angus. So that's definitely a good thing around here because he's pretty, he's normally pretty special around here and is probably the toughest place to beat him.
And so tell me, obviously Central Muscle Cars is not from around here. What is it that brings you guys down to this?
Normally Central Muscle Car come down to the South Island every second year. We didn't come last year, so they didn't have enough numbers. So we come down this year and we've got Timaru, then we've got Scope next weekend. And Scope we're actually running with Mainland, so there should be 35, 36 cars. So we're pretty busy out there in the handicap races, but it should put on a good show for everyone.
And we've got something really special today to look forward to at the end of the day for you guys with the Mainland Muscle Cars. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we've got, this afternoon we've got a North vs South challenge, so everyone will be allocated they'll have an S or an N on the windscreen. So even though I run Central, we'll be running for the South Island since it's where you're born. So, and then the combined points give us to win the trophy go from this weekend, and we'll have another one at the end of next weekend. So that should give us the winner of the North vs South trophy, and hopefully they can do it again next year and keep this running.
A state of origin, and of course today we've got massive fields of all sorts of cars running, and the trucks will be out again, so we're really looking forward to a big day, and we'll cover everything all day and bring you interviews from the pits all day as well. So enjoy it, and we'll talk to you over the day.
Tell you where you need to go. It's not a hot lap as such, it's speed produced control of lap, so you won't get scared too much, so go and put your entry in. Well, first I guess 200 by 11 o'clock before lunch, so you should be eligible for that. Good luck to everyone's entry.
Down under, and just coming out onto the track there now for a 10-minute scrub session. And it's not really a scrub session, it's something really more of a check over systems and brake pads and stuff more than tyres.
There's already been plenty of work going on overnight just to make sure everything's all good, spanner checks and whatnot. We were lucky enough to have incident-free races yesterday, so all in all I would say things are pretty good.
Well, incident-free in the super trucks, put it that way.
Yes, in the super trucks
Plenty
themselves,
of other action going on the track. Lots of safety cars early on, and the guys on the rakes had plenty of work to do in the gravel traps. That's for sure. Andrew Gibson, one of the luckiest guys of yesterday, going into the wall down the front straight in his wee Lotus Elise, and yet to see if he's got that car fixed or not. A lot of fiberglass damage on the back of that.
Sorry, Paul, we did catch up with Gibby this morning. The car's not going to be back out today. Unfortunately, there was too much damage to the rear subframe, so that car is parked. Gibby is here. He's a bit sore, but he has been given the all clear.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah. But not about the subframe, though. That sounds expensive to me.
Yeah, well, being Lotus, I think unless you can find a wrecked one somewhere, which probably isn't all that easy to do, most of it will have to come out of the UK.
That's right. So there's a few of the trucks there just following each other around. Troy Wheeler there in truck 28. There's one of the wee Bedfords coming out of the hairpin. George Jones driving the truck for the next generation of Joneses in the Bedford. Just 25 years of age, George, and son of Brent, who raced that truck. It's good to see both Bedfords back. We've been down to one Bedford for the last couple, 3 years, but the Battle of the Bedfords is back. And yesterday, George Jones took out the Battle of the Bedfords over Tony Brandon, truck number 8.
They have a sound all of their own, don't they, Paul? Those V8
twin turbos on them, so they've got plenty to go. So a new driver there in the trucks this year, the truck number 24. And normally you'll see Mark King driving that one.
Saying that, we have got Mark King come up on our screen.
So maybe he had a day off yesterday. So he'll probably have to start off the back of the grid, no doubt. Truck 24, Ash Hayes going to drive that later on in the development series. And like we were saying yesterday, he's a real loose cannon, likes sliding this thing around, putting a good show on for the crowd.
Yeah, likes to rip a skid at the end of the day, which is good. And always, as we said yesterday, plenty of black smoke coming out of those stacks. You can see it coming down the front straight there now, hammer down.
That's right. Troy Eating just tucked it behind him in one of the Easy Moves trucks. There's only one of them here this year. We have seen 2 Easy Move entries the last couple of seasons. Just the one Easy Move entry this year. There he is there with Ron Salter tucked in behind him. And that very famous ex-Denny Holm truck. See the plumes of the diesel. They hit the 100 mile an hour limit halfway down the back straight. Get there quicker than most race cars. Imagine what the torque would be like in these things.
Yeah, sort of around the 1500, 1600 horsepower, but capable of a lot more.
So Brent Collins, he had not a bad race yesterday, finished 3rd, but he still wasn't happy with the setup of the truck, so they were going to go away and try a few things last night, and just see he's getting a lot of movement in the rear, a lot of chattering going on. They're trying to engineer out of the truck. So Alex Little taking the race win yesterday. Took it quite convincingly. Troy Wheeler was 2nd. So Mark King there in the 24 truck. Been campaigning this one for probably the last 5 years. Odd Mark King. Pulled it off Ash Hay, who's still always been involved with the truck after it. He's been on the tools, and of course a bit of payback for being on the tools is to throw him in the truck and to let him have a shot at the development series.
And it is one of the older trucks in the field. It's been around a long time. It hasn't changed a lot to look at either, but I'm sure underneath it's been going through development over the years.
Well, probably more reliability than anything. It's key with any truck. Under a lot of stress, axles and diffs and things like that. Just looking at the development leaderboard, Tim Wheeler's currently leading that. Of course, he's the most experienced that's on that list. Ricky West too, he's done a bit of truck racing, filling in for his old man. Peter Bartlett, Kurt Clement, and Rachel Little, of course, will slide in later on as well for a shot at the development, which pretty much just opens up another truck race for up-and-comers, I guess, or others that want to get into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. Like you say, there's some experienced people in there, but I guess maybe it's driving a different truck or something like that that makes them eligible. It's good to see. It's a good way to initiate them without throwing them in the deep end.
You can only imagine what it's like driving one of these things up around the top part of the track up there with it's nice and tight in a car, let alone a truck.
As you said yesterday, you're perched up so high, you know, everything would move around an awful lot. You know, you look at your average race car and you try and get the things as low to the ground as you can, or your centre of gravity and everything. And These things here, you perch 6 foot up in the air.
Just looking at those two Freightliner Centuries there, heading down the back straight. You can Malcolm Riddle in the front in that 25 truck. It does sit a lot shorter, doesn't it, than the other two Freightliners?
Yeah, it's got that rake back windscreen and the lower roof on it. It's like Brendan said yesterday, it's almost like a hot rod has taken to it and given it a roof chop.
Dave West tucked him behind in that Freightliner Argosy up through the McKissick. And I remember back when he first started truck racing, he had a real bad accident down there at Tiratonga down the front straight and tore the cab off the chassis. So he was a lucky man. I guess, you know, there's only so many bolts holding it on.
Yeah.
Getting busy down the front straight at the moment. Troy Wheeler just easing off. So a couple of minutes still left in the scrub session. Just be getting things up to temperature, keep an eye on the gauges, make sure everything's marked where it's supposed to. Ron Salter's just doing a drive through the ASAP car transport pit lane.
Yes, some new naming sponsors for this season, Paul. It's another one to try and get our heads around there, the ASAP car transport pit lane, and of course the ProWear front straight as well. So thank you to those guys and all the other naming right sponsors.
Yeah, all around the track, you know, you've got the guys that have been there for years, like John Jones Steele down the end of the back straight. Carter's Valuation hairpin. That was always a real mouthful when that first got taken over. But they've been stalwarts down at the hairpin there for quite a while. McKissick Curve, obviously that won't change up the top end. The series of left-handers. And that actually, a funny story behind that, which I've said over the years about Gerald McKissick moving some of the markers up there the day before they came in to form the track. So it wasn't as it was originally planned up there through that McKissick Curve. Then you've got Parr & Co down there at the end of the front straight. They've been there for a long time as well. And Marshall Transport Sweeper down there, which was formerly known as Castrol for decades and decades. And is now the Marshall Transport Sweeper. And then the back straight, the draft line, we've got them sponsoring the back straight, the draft line back straight. So yeah, good to have a few names on. Also a big thanks to Premier Insulation for sponsoring the live stream here today. And I know there was about 6,000 hits yesterday on YouTube, so plenty of people out there watching. Hopefully we get more than that once again today. The sun's just starting to break through, so it'll slip the track up a little bit for the guys coming up next, the 2K Cup guys, especially after the trucks have been out there for 10 minutes. Get pretty slippery. I was talking to Corbin Sprague this morning. He was saying that their race after the trucks was very slippery, so takes a race or two to clean it back up after the trucks have been out there.
Well, there'll be an awful lot of marbles there from the trucks, I would imagine. So you want to be steering clear of those if you can, but I know talking to Tim Dossett yesterday, his car was actually covered in rubber, all the roof and the windscreen and everything like that, so awful lot of rubber on the track. So it takes a bit of getting around and cleaning off your car, but I would say a good portion of that will come off the tyres of the trucks. So Paul's just jumped off the mic for a bit. Alongside me, we'll welcome along Brendan Nichols.
How you going, B2?
Oh, not bad. Not too dusty this morning, sir?
No, not too dusty. Had a quiet night last night, camping next to Chopper Stevenson, running the high-vis Honda number 900 in the 2K Cup field. You know, he was...
Isn't that an oxymoron? Like a quiet night camp next to Chopper Stevenson?
Well,
sounds like an impossibility.
About 10:30 last night, he put the billy on. We had a cuppa. I must say, we did sleep in separate beds, just in case anyone's wondering. But no, just was a bit damp last night, so we weren't partying under the stars as we may have been earlier on. Hopefully, had a nice evening this evening after the motor racing finishes, and we can. Have a debrief over a few liquid refreshments. Alrighty, we're just popping down to Adam in the pits for an interview.
Just here with Jacob Begg, who's racing in Formula Ford this year, and I thought we'd have a quick catch up with him and find out all the details on what it takes to race these little cars and how competitive it is. So how long have you actually been racing for now?
So this will be my third season. So we done a Class 2 year back in 2023-24, and then last year was my first year in Class 1. And yeah, we won the rookie championship last year, so hopefully this year we can go and win the overall one.
So how competitive is it? I mean, it looks like it's pretty full on out there.
I would go as far to say this is probably the most competitive year in the sport. You know, you're going into each race with 11 guys that are achieving near enough the same lap time and are capable of winning races. You know, I mean, we've seen in the past, you know, over the last few years, going into the last couple of rounds, you've got 2 or 3 guys that can win a championship. This year, there's a train of 11 cars, so you know you're disappointed when you're 2 tenths off pole, but you could be ninth, and that's the thing. And so you know last weekend at Teretonga, you know it was the same story, and we were on the right end of the 10th of a second, and we were 4th in qualifying, and then you know this weekend we were again that 2 tenths, but unfortunately we were ninth. So it's yeah, it's super competitive, which is awesome for the sport and awesome for the class. But it makes it super tough on the engineering and the driver's point of view to make sure everything's right. You've got to get all those 1%ers right, you know. Like unfortunately yesterday in race 1 where the rear entry roll bar snapped, and that ultimately cost us, and then you don't, you know, and so yeah, so it's one of those things. But yeah.
So how hard is it for a guy like yourself to put together a season like this? Like your car's looking amazing, you've got all these brands and all these logos that and supporters. How hard is that?
It's extremely difficult. You know, obviously I don't come from a family of money, so you know we've got to do it through sponsorship support, and we're so lucky in South, and obviously being the only driver this year south of Christchurch, I do have an advantage. But you know we've got 42 sponsors on board this year. Not all of them are on the car. Some want to stay anonymous, but it's just so good to see the support, and you know it means so much when you have these good results to be able to, last weekend we were on the podium and seeing all the sponsors there, obviously a home round, and it just makes it all worthwhile. Unfortunately this weekend it's not quite gone our way, but the support's still the same, and it takes a lot to be able to raise the funds to be able to go and do a season of this, because obviously in Formula Ford it really is a case of we have a controlled tyre and that's it, and the rest you can go and buy new parts and everything else. So you really need a budget to be able to go and race and be competitive, and that's the point, in which can be hard. But
so what's your dream?
Well, I think every young kid's dreams Formula 1 or IndyCar, right? And I would be, and that's absolutely mine too. But I think you get to a point in your career where you've got to be realistic about the situation you're in, and I mean, I would love my ultimate dreams to end up in a full-time seat in supercars. But I think looking realistically at the picture, I would love to go and do sports cars over in Europe and Asia, and co-driver roles, because ultimately that's realistically the way I can afford to make a living out of being a racing driver.
And so how important is it to you, the big name is a Southland name that's so involved with motor racing? So how important is it for you to be taking that name forward in the world today?
Yeah, absolutely. It means so much to me that I'm able to fly the banner for obviously we know George Begg is obviously a great engineer and car builder back in the 60s and 70s and done a fabulous job over in Europe, but and that was on obviously the engineering side. For me, I'm looking to go down the driving side, so it's slightly different, but I take have a huge level of respect for George and what he done, and to be the next generation coming through the big household, it means so much to be able to go and put the name back out there in the world of motorsport.
Awesome. And you speak very well. I mean, one of the really important things to try and get these sponsorship deals and all these things together is the other side of being out of the car and being able to talk to people and put your ideas forward and all of that stuff. That's it's great for a young guy to be out there doing that.
Well, that's the thing. I think I think that's probably where I have an advantage as well, is because this is how I've had to do it my entire career. But obviously not coming from a family of money, I've had to do it through sponsorship support from right from when I was go-karting. So you sort of pick up ways and means about it, and it's all about how you hold yourself. Ultimately, the sponsors have the value of on the car and the promotional stuff, but for them, they you know, a lot of them aren't too worried if you finish first or last. It's all this sort of stuff, and that's, I think, having the ability to do that, and obviously, you know, still being very young as well. Like, I've only just turned 18, so still have a long way to go. But absolutely, like, it's all part of it, and you know, more and more we're seeing that now in the world of motorsport, that you need to be good at the other side of the job, not just driving the car. So driving the car is still really important, and making sure you're doing a good job with that. But it's just as important to make sure you're promoting your sponsors well and promoting yourself well as well. Because if you don't, you know, look professional and try and be as professional as you can, then ultimately it doesn't, you know, sponsors sort of lower, you know. So, but yeah, it's obviously very important nowadays. Yeah.
All right, well, we better get back to the racing. It's a really great story, and we could talk for hours about all the ins and outs of motor racing and get into the Ford and what chassis it is, but we better get back out there. So back up to you, Paul, and next race.
Thanks, Adam, and also thanks, Jacob. Very well spoken young man. And I was talking to a couple of the drivers in the pits yesterday, particularly that are focused on a professional career. It is so important to be a brand ambassador for your sponsors. Someone that stands out to me, I realise she's not a circuit racer, but Emma Gilmore, you know, Vantage. She has been the ultimate brand ambassador for Vantage. They've supported her for many years. She even did their TV ad.
Yeah, now tied up with McLaren and everything as well. You know, and it has certainly helped her. And yeah, I agree with you, Jacob. Yeah, like, he actually speaks like someone that's much older.
Hard to believe he's 18.
Oh, I know. I actually genuinely thought he was a bit older, so yeah. Thanks, Jacob, for that.
Anyway, coming out onto the track, first race for Sunday. It's those characters in the Digital Fusion 2K Cup, the South Island Register. Having a chat to the chaps I was camping with last evening, you know, talking up young Alex Sprague, doing a wonderful job in the number 50 Honda Integra. They hope he does go a long way in his career, and he moves out of their class as soon as possible, because he's just a diabolical menace with his brilliance behind the wheel, isn't he?
Yeah, and I guess you take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Get out, but you know.
in good, you know,
yeah.
Said in good spirit.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Just a very young lad doing a brilliant job yesterday in the number 50 Integra. But plenty of other peddlers in the field. Carl Beardsley doing a very good job in the 325 BMW. Of course, 2K Cup started in the North Island. The original premise for the class was to be able to purchase your vehicle for $2,000 or less. You could then spend money on it for safety items like your seat belts, roll cage, race seats, very limited modifications to any other parts of the vehicle.
Brake pads, I think, one that you were allowed to upgrade slightly, and again in the interest of safety, but essentially they are a standard car. And back in the day, they didn't have to have a roll cage either. You could, a lot of them were just a registered warranted road car with stickers on it, pretty much. So often you'd see them driving around town or parked outside workplaces. But as time's gone on, they've said that now, you know, they have to have the proper safety gear, roll cages and whatnot, because as Paul was saying yesterday, they're certainly not slow.
No, we've seen the booths get into the 116s when they were able to run at ultimate pace, but 118 is the breakout time for the 2K Cup South Island Field Round Levels Raceway. They can qualify faster than a 118, but can't go outside that. Oh, just had Paul mention in the background, what's the record?
Well,
as luck would have it, it's a 118.00, and because Paul Lancaster was the first person to get a bang on 118.00, he'll be the lap record holder for 2K Cup South Island
forever, until they change the rules.
Until they change the breakout time, which they haven't done for, what are they, we must be 12 seasons or so now for 2K Cup. But it's been a great class to either get new people into motorsport. A lot of go-karters have popped up into 2K Cup for their first taste of circuit racing. We've had a number of people that may have been racing in the past and, you know, gone off and had careers and families and mortgages and things, and then they've come back to racing through the 2K Cup genre.
So it looks like we're all gridded up. We've got one car missing out there. I'm not sure who that is. Lights are on.
Away we go. Good launch off the line from number 27. The MR2 hooked up and it's gone. Greg Barclay. He takes the lead as they go through the Power & Co S's, head off down to the Marshall Transport Sweeper for the first time this morning. Leading the car of Mr. Prince, Jonathan Prince, in the 995 Toyota Corolla, and they head off down the draft line back straight. Side by side. Wow, that Corolla's got some boogie in a straight line.
Isn't it? I was just saying, look at Johnny Prince. Straight round the inside there of the MR2.
So he should just be able to move nicely to the right-hand side of the circuit to get the racing line through John Jones Steel. Then they'll head off into the McKissick curve.
So we were saying yesterday about the different characteristics of the cars between the, say, the Integras and the Corollas, and you know the Corollas are better in the tight stuff, and the Integras are better in a straight line. But woof, Johnny Prince is just walked away.
And of course then you've got the NR2 that's got the motor in the middle.
That's right.
Sport car, they still run for the, I think they had the hairdressers cup for 2-seaters and 2K cup. They've got the taxi cup for the 4-door saloons.
That's right. Beta car seat.
Yeah.
So Johnny Prince has just opened up a 30 or 40 metre lead there, heading back into turn 1 as they cross the stripe for the first time.
Yep, through the ProWare front straight, Power & Co S's once again, and Marshall Transport.
So marble draw this time around, that's why you'll see the fields being mixed up. Poor old Chopper Stevenson in the high-vis Honda, right down near the rear of the field. Not used to being there.
Yeah, Greg Mitchell, he's the mover and shaker at the moment. He's up to P2. We were talking about Greg yesterday in the Dean Frew car. Had a moment's silence for Dean Frew, was a fierce and enthusiastic competitor in 2K Cup that passed on last year, went to the big racetrack in the sky.
Just a bit of dirt being kicked up there, managed to drag it back on again.
So fastest lap from the standing start was Greg Mitchell, a 1:22.5. Marshall Transport they go. Good lead for the car of Jonathan Prince, 995. Slowly easing away from the field. Of course, we have to watch. Ben Coolmack yesterday broke out a couple of times in the race for 2K Cup. Not supposed to go under 118. He put in a couple of 117s.
Yeah, Ben was on fire yesterday, young fella. A couple of real good drives, but as you said, a bit too fast, unfortunately. 2 laps in a row.
Once again, Marshall Transport sweeper. Very important to get a good line out of there to build up car speed, to carry it all the way down the back straight. If you're chasing someone, it can set you up for a passing manoeuvre into John Jones Steel. There's young Alex.
Sprague just making a move there. Ben Coolmack, yeah.
24 Red Racing.
A couple of young guys.
Ronda the Honda. Takes the left-hander through John Jones.
So that is the car that holds the lap record here under the driving skills of Paul Lancaster, Ronda the Honda. You see it there on screen.
This race leader, Jonathan Prince, 995. Once again. Easy at the moment, just going to watch his lap speed. Watch out for Greg Mitchell. Half a second slower that pass.
Still only 7 laps to go once they cross the stripe this time around.
Alex Sprague down the inside. Pulls it off, nice clean pass. And the ProWare front straight into the Power & Co S's. So his next target is car 27, Greg Barclay in the MR2 that started on the front row. Puff of smoke out of the back of Ronda. Yep, he's one of the Haas ambassadors. Alex Sprague, rather handy in a sim as well as behind the wheel of his Honda Integra. He's pulling up. Pulls out to the right-hand side, but just not close enough to pull off a manoeuvre going into John Jones Steel.
Of course, in most classes, that right-hand side of John Jones is the faster line around the outside.
Unless you're in a Mini.
Unless you're in a Mini, then it doesn't count. They just keep it tapped.
So Alex Sprague will over the mirrors of Greg Barclay's MR2. Prince, race leader.
The gap's closed up now, back to Greg Mitchell. Greg Mitchell, fastest man on the track right now. 1:18.3 his last lap, so slowly closing that gap up. It's probably 50 odd metres at the moment, a little more. Here comes Alex Sprague. Picks up another position as he crosses the start-finish line.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell might have gone just a little bit fast that lap, Mr. Cooney.
Oh, there's a
1:17.4, so he broke out as he's hunting down the 995 car of Jonathan Prince. Once again up the draft line back straight.
So Jonathan Prince right on the money, putting in a 1:18.2.
So Alex Sprague now has a clear third place. He's going to need to watch his speed as he hunts down the front two cars. And two, McKissick curve, Jonathan Prince, Greg Mitchell. Putting on a good display for those at the north end of the circuit. And we've got the wee right-hand kink before they break into the cloud evaluation hairpin.
Mitchell now right up within the car with Jonathan Prince. Close that gap right up, but you see when he broke out the last lap, so that'll hurt him.
17.6.
Let's just see what happens this time as far as lap times go. Across the start finish line once again.
So
1:17.7, so he's broken out again.
as has
There's
Alex Sprague, Big Gormack. But Greg Mitchell now right on the bumper of the 995 car, Jonathan Prince. You have to get a good toe going down the draft line back straight. So where's Jonathan going to position his car?
He's going to be trying to make that car as wide as he possibly can. He gets one defensive move. He's managed to keep it there.
So still Greg Mitchell tries to take the inside. He's going to outbrake him into the McKissick curve. Not this time, says Mr. Prince. You're going to have to try harder than that.
Still sticking on the inside, but it's going to be the wrong side when they go around the card evaluations hairpin. So to do the switch and tuck around the other side, but can't quite get in there.
Nice good line, get a good drive out of the hairpin, bring that speed away down the front straight. Pull off the lever into the Oasis. It's quite a popular parking spot for plenty of the competitors.
Prince this time sticks to the left-hand side of the track. Mitchell's going to take a dive down the inside, backs out of it.
They're giving Prince something to think about though. Prince takes a tight line going through the Marshall Transport sweeper.
So,
Third and fourth, Alex Sprague. Someone got past him, he won't like that.
no, it's a bit of a rare occurrence.
Yeah, off down the draft line back straight they head once again. Yeah, Rhonda's just got a bit more boogie in a straight low, but Ben Gormack keeping Alex Sprague very honest. Here we go, coming out of John Jones Steel once again into the McKissick curve. Greg Mitchell still trying to find a way around the 995 car of Jonathan Prince.
Keeping Prince's mirrors full of his own car, weaving side to side, all the way through.
Jonathan Prince so far driving a smart race. Gets it on faster than a 1:18. He can do that. Won't get any penalties and he'll take maximum points. Just dipping well in the grass there as he's trying to give Alex a bit of a hustle.
Greg Barclay and Gabby Thompson in the background there. Good battle going. Here goes Mitchell.
Takes the position. Going through the Power and Co-S's outbreaks. Jonathan Prince takes the lead, but he has gone under the 1:18 time a couple of times. Off down the draft line back straight they head once again. 3 laps to go for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup South Island field. So Jonathan Prince just closing up a little bit. He's in the draft. Greg Mitchell, can he do anything at the end of the straight going into John Jones? Alex Sprague once again in front of Ben Gormack. Alex is also pulling the leaders in. He's got 2.5 laps to get further up the podium. Jonathan Prince just sitting on Greg Mitchell's bumper now. McKissick curve. Take the card evaluation hairpin. 3k lengths in it. So get a good drive out of the hairpin, carry that speed all the way down the Pro front straight.
2 laps to go once they cross the stripe this time. Also keeping Alex Sprague honest, as you said before. Just sticking together, the 2 pair of them. In fact, the first 5 lots are all stuck together in pairs. Battles within battles.
Indeed they are. Alex and Ben slowly catching up to the front too as they battle away. Jonathan Prince still on the bumper of Greg Mitchell, trying to get a toe going down the draft line back straight. Slowly closing him in. Where's Greg going to position the 787 car?
See that straight line speed there of Ronda the Honda. Just gap Ben Gormack slightly, catching up to the 2 front runners.
Well, the DC Integras just have a little bit more on a straight line, but as you've mentioned, the Toyotas probably stop and turn a bit better. DC Integras are very hard on their brakes because they've only got the Civic size brakes in them.
So we've now got a quartet at the front rather than 2 pair.
It's going to be 1 lap to go, and they cross the start-finish line on the Pro-Wear front straight. And sweep it coming out of that evaluation, and we've got the right-hand Kinkley bump on it that they come onto the front straight that unsettles some cars when you have a wet meeting.
Yeah, that bump's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Back in the day it was horrendous.
All right, braking into Par and Co-S as they go. It's now a battle of 4 rather than 2 pair.
Last lap caught out, so
Ben Gormack just having a look down the inside of Alex Little as they turn into Marshall Transport. Got to get a good run down the straight. Yeah, Alex Sprague's got some boogie in a straight line in Ronda.
he goes.
He takes the inside line. Oh, Jonathan Prince goes, no, that's my line.
That's his one defensive move. He's going to try and go around the outside, but I'm not sure if he's going to be up far enough. He's not.
So, position's unchanged. Jonathan Prince goes to the inside early for the McKissick curve. Ben Gormack's just got a nose in front.
Yeah, it may have hurt Alex Sprague, just getting the tail out a little bit there. Gormack looks like he's going up the inside. He's got the job done, so that pushes Alex Sprague back to 4th.
Two-card evaluation hairpin. Greg Mitchell's got a couple of car lengths. He's gone under the breakout time a couple of times in this race. There we go, down the front straight they go. Anyone got a late run on? Too far apart. So race 1 of the day is going to go to Greg Mitchell, Jonathan Prince. Alex Sprague gets up to 3rd. Ben Gormack.
I think that was the wrong way around. Our screens backwards. So it was Ben Gormack.
Ben Gormack, then Alex Sprague.
And Alex Sprague. We'll have to wait for the official results to come through. So great racing once again from the 2K Cup South Island thanks to Digital Fusion.
There we go, there's the high-vis Honda. Chopper Stevenson, number 900. So Chopper got to pick that colour. That is a new build, the car number 900.
Oh, it reflects Chopper's personality, I think.
He's such a shrinking violet, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, apparently might have been a few liquid refreshments in November consumed, and Graham Reynolds said he had a spare shell. And then Gav Thompson's like, oh, we could do something with that.
Good to see him back out there in the 2K Cup, where he started it all.
Yeah, he raced a DC Integra back in the day. He bought the Starion Turbo, but there we go. There's our top 10. Greg Mitchell, Jonathan Prince, Ben Gormack, Alex Sprague, Gav Thompson, Greg Barclay, Graham Reynolds. Carl Beardsley was doing very well yesterday in the 325. Chaz Frew, Farron Poulter. And Warren Reynolds, Scotty James, Peter Thompson, Andy Watson, Carl Storm, Jeremy Todd, Jeff Poulter, Steve Hill, Cody Harford, Anthony Kay, Mark Van Asperen, Chopper Stevenson, Georgia Hill, Quinton Stanger, Phil Joyce, Sam Joyce, and returnee to 2K Cup. Didn't start, number 7, Michael Gunston. He had a pretty good run yesterday. But as we expect from the Digital Fusion 2K Cup field, lots of entertainment. So Oscar up next, race 18 for the weekend, Kumo Tyres Oscar Field. Gee, we had some good racing yesterday. Must say the big Trans Am Jag did all right. Steve Ross, Gary Duncan's new Pontiac.
Yeah, pretty impressed with Gary.
Alrighty, down to Adam with the place getters from 2K Cup.
So we're just down here, nice win. I like that braking that you got to get the lead.
Yeah, you got to be brave now and again. You got to have a go.
How did that feel?
Good. Yeah, good race. Great fun. Yeah, good fun. Great.
So now tell us, there's one thing with this class, is like a breakout time. How does that work?
Yeah, I think it's under 1:18 here. We get a 2-second penalty for half a second under and a 5-second penalty for going to second under.
So bad news, you did a 1:17.6, I think.
Oh, it's only 2. That's not too bad.
All right, awesome. Well done.
And I could dedicate this win to the late Dean Frew.
Awesome. Well, awesome.
Cheers.
Cool, man. Thank you. All right, let's just get down to our P2. Morning.
Morning.
Nice start to the day. Just spin around this way so we can have a chat to you.
Yeah.
So P2.
Oh, yeah, a little bit gutted. Greg beat me to the punch, but there you go. I was happy to hold out the young guys in the end. So, and a great race. I was stoked. So.
And the good news for you is you are still in the 18s.
Oh, nice. How many were breaking out?
I can't tell. Oh, well, a couple of them.
Yeah. I've been in the 18s all day, so I thought if I go flat out, I'll still be good. So that was great.
Awesome. And that late braking he did to take that spot was pretty impressive.
Yeah. No, it was a bit of fun. Of fun.
Well done. And so P2, what does that mean for you in the championship, or where you sit?
So I think I'm 4th at the moment, or 5th. I can't, something like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. I had a good. I was 5th yesterday and had 2 today. So yeah, 1 would have been nice. I still need a yellow hat, and I haven't got one. So yeah, missed out on that. But no, really good for the championship. And Ben's my partner. So 2-3 finish, really good for our championship.
Awesome. Well, we'll go have a chat to him as well. Thank you. Well done. Coming down to P3 here. How was that? Pretty tight at the end there to keep that P3.
Pretty tight. No, good racing all throughout. Made a couple of positions, came up to P3 on the last lap, which I'm pretty chuffed with actually. And no, it was good. Good racing. You and Alex were having a real good ding-dong battle there. yeah. Very close battle towards the end. Yeah. Couple of tyre marks were exchanged, but no, it was good. And tell us, so next door to you, he says you're teammates. How does that work? Yeah, we've got a little teams sort of event going on inside the 2K Cup. We've got different, you can be part of a team if you like. So me and JP are teammates, so it's quite good to get, P2 and P3 on the board, which is, bloody stoked. Awesome. Yeah. Cool, man. All right, thank you very much. The cars are out, so we better get back to the track. Over to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks very much, Adam. Ben Gormack just on the mic there, finishing 3rd, and then Greg Mitchell taking out the race win. So looking forward to race 2 of the weekend for the Oscar cars. And Steve Ross is the man to beat. He qualified on pole, won the race yesterday. They had 2 races yesterday, didn't they?
They did have a couple of races yesterday. We were having a chat to Tim Dossett as we rolled through the pits this morning. He had a very good day yesterday. He's just a wee bit concerned with his four-wheel drive car because they've got standing starts for both races today. So while the four-wheel drive obviously does have total traction off the line, he's got an awful lot of horsepower in that machine.
That's right.
Very hard on the drivetrain. So his wife, Anika, said she always looks away when they do a standing start and then looks back to make sure there's no gearbox parts or half shafts sitting on the circuit.
So there is Tim down there in the Haltech Rapid Performance Evo 5. And I think at the last meeting he was here, he did do an axle off the start line. He did something anyway in the drivetrain. But
having a look under the bonnet, the fabrication in that car is it's a work of art. So Rapid team and those that are helping out develop the car. They've done an awesome job. Also, big shout out Gary Duncan, first time out in the Pontiac. He's had a good result, second yesterday.
Well, he'll start in the second row beside Cam Davies, who had a nice consistent day with a couple of seconds, I think, yesterday, or second and third. Go back a wee bit further, car 363 back there. Another one of the RX-8s. That's Callum Stocker from Rolleston. Jim Lindbergh just coming up in the Nissan. Car number 595. That's a very quick wee thing off the line too. Look to see him try and thread the needle, take advantage of that slow starting Jaguar perhaps.
Yes, so we did discuss that yesterday. Steve Ross does take a couple of laps to build up temperature, I guess, into his tyres, and once that happens, he's like a bull at a gate.
He's away then, isn't he?
He's away then.
So 8-lap race for the Oscars. Grid start.
Grid start. There's Terence Phillips in the awesome looking FDRX7 with a little bit of LS sitting under the bonnet.
Chris Brown down there on the fourth row.
So Chris Brown was the series leader coming into this weekend for the Oscar field.
He's had a pretty quiet weekend so far, but been up there consistent though in the top 5, but haven't seen him anywhere near the front with these fast cars with like Steve Ross there in the Jag. So just waiting on the lights there. First race of the Sunday for the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under. We have the 5 lights just about on, and away we go. And actually a slow start from Jimmy Lindbergh. He's managed to hold up Gary Duncan a bit. Chris Brown sneaks through and goes through on Gary Duncan, but it's going to be Tim Dossett. Leads him into Marshall Transport sweep for the first time from Steve Ross. Cam Davies sitting here in third place. Terence Phillips. Then it's Jimmy Lindbergh as I head down the back straight. It's Tim Dossett. Leads the way first up down the draft line back straight. And already starting to stretch it out. Dean Cook there. Also, that's Matty Cronin in the 86 car with that huge rear wing. A little bit further back, but up through the McKissick curve they go. Timmy Dossett. It's just the start he wanted. Steve Ross won't be panicking too much at this stage though, Brendan. He'll save it for the back straight.
Save it for the back straight, yeah. So total traction, four-wheel drive. Tim got a good launch. Away he went. And yes, for those that were listening yesterday, Tim did have his gumboots on this morning.
Time penalty for car number 122 just coming up on the board, which is Mark Neville in the Subaru Impreza. So must have jumped the start there, Mark, as the leaders come through. There's Terry Phillips. He's got Jim Lindbergh tucked in behind him in that Nissan. Down through Power & Co they go. Back to Chris Brown, then Gary Duncan. Then back to Callum Stocker in the RX-8. Starting to stretch themselves out a little bit now as the leaders head down the back straight. And the rest of them just coming through. McKissick, good to see Jared Hanson's got the wee Datsun 1600 back out there again. He had a bit of a moment, him and Jared Carnegie yesterday.
Yeah, he was stitching that front mudguard back together this morning when we walked through the pits.
Oh, problems for Jeff Gray slowing down the back straight. It's a real shame for him. Our leaders up round the top though.
So Timmy Dossett, he did a 106.1 from a standing start. He had a 6/10 of a second lead over Steve Ross, first time across the stripe.
Jared Hanson's got Paul Brooks tucked in the back of him, trying to get through as the leaders come down the front straight once again. Dossett's holding not a bad wee gap there at present, but it's about lap 2, and this is where Steve will probably give it a wee bit more down through the back straight and through the tight stuff. Cam Davies sitting back there in third place in the RX-8. V8 from down Waimate, the White Horse Motors entry. And there's Dossie winding that Evo 5 up down the back straight. She can fly, and nowhere near close enough at the moment, Steve Ross.
Yeah, so it was a 103.1 for Tim on that pass. Steve Ross, a 103.0, 5/10 between them.
Lap record here at Levels of 59.99, done here last year by Cameron Jones.
So Cameron Davies sitting in P3 in car 47, trying to get over the back of Steve Ross, as Steve Ross is still bringing those big tyres on that Trans Am Jag up to temperature. Sitting right on his hammer going into the card evaluation hairpin. Just looking at car 95, one of the NZ6 machines, head on up the back straight.
Yeah, that was Mick Ross. So leaders coming down the front straight as the battles continue at the back of the pack there.
So Timmy's been able to stretch out a half a second over that lap. He's got a 2-second clear over Steve Ross, a 102.5 for Timmy, 104.0 for Steve in the big Jag.
Mick Ross just getting all out of shape there in the NZ6 car. Here's Jimmy Lindberg still tucked in behind that car of Terence Phillips with the V8 in it, and sitting back there in fifth place at the moment, Jimmy Lindberg, Terence Phillips. Chris Brown chasing hard in 7th. It's all Tim Dossett at the moment out in front. Going to catch up on some lap traffic shortly, are they? Still Jeff Gray's continuing, but slowly.
Yeah, Jimmy Lindberg all over the back of Terence Phillips going through the McKissick curve. There's race leader Tim Dossett as he exits the card evaluation hairpin, takes the left-hand sweeper, right-hand kink. Steve Ross has now managed to ease away a little from car 47, Cameron Davies. Across down the ProWare front straight they go into the Power & Co S's once again. 102.9 for Timmy, 102.6 for Steve Ross.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether Steve's playing with him or what, but doesn't seem to be gaining at all. In fact, he lost a half a second that last lap to Dossie. Whether Tim's found something overnight or...
Yeah, still 4 laps to go.
There's Terence Phillips with the 96 car still under pressure from Jimmy Lindberg. Battle still continuing. Not too far back from them is Gary Duncan. His brand new Pontiac, first time out here this weekend, the 26 car, there he is.
So I did ask what was happening to Gary's old car. They are rebuilding it, a bit like Steve Austin. We can rebuild him. As Jimmy Lindberg sits on the back of Terence Phillips. So Terence's car quite good through the bendy bits. You just see Jimmy is able to pull on a car length or two going down the draft line back straight.
Managed to get through on Jeff Gray. Yeah, we're still continuing. But albeit a lap down there as the leaders come down across the stripe again. Cam Davies and that RX-8 is a beautiful sounding car, that one. Very well built.
We go into the Power & Co S's. That is Jeff Gray just circulating for points.
Gary Duncan starting to catch up on this battle between Terry Phillips and Jim Lindberg. Getting right on the back of them now.
So totally different car for Gary, space frame chassis compared to the full chassis car he was running, and sitting on the other side of it as well, so it'll take him a wee while to dial it in.
Sits quite low at the back of it, that big diffuser hanging out from underneath the back of it.
Apparently there was plenty of hours on the sandpaper trying to make it look pretty. It was a bit of a rough diamond when he got it, but the team have done a good job putting that together as Jimmy Lindberg still trying to harass Terence Phillips through the McKissick curve. So there's Chris Brown.
He's sitting down there in 7th, just banking some good points. He'd obviously like to be up there a wee bit. I think I've dialed it back a wee bit because it did have a lot of power there, but it was very unreliable. So I think I've dialed it back a bit for reliability. And it seems to be paying off with the consistent runs he's been having so far in the championship. And as you said, come into this round being the leader.
While all that's been going on, Cameron Davies has got past Steve Ross, 5.6 seconds behind Timmy Dossett. So I don't know if those two had a little moment that's made them drop back a bit. It's in Tim Dossett's favour. 2 laps left to go for the race leaders. There we go, the fast cars cutting their way through the field, going down the draft line back straight into John Jones Steel.
Some of the cars further down the pack. But they did well to clear some of those slower cars because obviously if you strike them at the wrong time, up through the tight stuff, they can get quite hard to pass.
So RX-8 into Power & Co.
Last lap balled out this time for Dossie. Doing it easy out in front, looking for his first win of the weekend. Came into the weekend second on points, and he had 2 DNFs, so if he didn't have those 2 DNFs, he would have been looking pretty sharp, but this won't hurt the cause. First place.
Well, if he got a third yesterday and a first today, hopefully he bought his dress gumboots for the interview.
Don't really want to put the mockers on him. Here goes Steve Ross again down the inside of Cameron Davies as well for a pass. And Dossie just going up round through the McKissick curve now. He'll just be taking it nice and easy. He's got a bit of time up his sleeve. 6.5 seconds he had back to Cameron Davies. And into the car is valuation hairpin for the last time in the Evo 5.
Through the left-hand sweeper, then he's got the kink. Yeah, it's the ProWare straight with the start-finish line. That's his target. Well done, Timmy Dossett.
Checkered flag for Timmy from Gumboot Racing. And looking back for the second place man in the end, it's Steve Ross. Gets back through on Cameron Davies. So that's your top three.
Just waiting, here goes Terence Phillips. So Terence Phillips is going to lead Jimmy Lindbergh, Gary Duncan over the line for 4th, 5th and 6th. They had a good battle there at the end.
Yeah, I seen Gary Duncan was pretty stoked with his effort yesterday. First time out in the car. Got a podium as well. So very stoked with the way the new car's going.
So that's Mick Ross, car 95 in the NZ6 machine just rolling through. The 247 is the Ryco car. They had a good result yesterday when we had some safety cars and red flags. Our NZ6s came to the forefront of the field.
So great stuff from the Oscars. Congratulations, Tim Dossett. No doubt we'll see Adam down there having another classic interview with Tim. Apparently put on a couple of good interviews yesterday. So no doubt he'll be entertaining on the mic again very shortly.
Tim Dossett was asking for a bit of feedback. How did my interviews go? I've been trying to develop my social skills. So it was all right, Tim. A lot better than some of the other drivers with their yes/no answers.
That's correct. So Steve Ross second, Cam Davies third. Cameron Davies another consistent finish there in the RX8. So Tim Dossett takes the race win from Steve Ross. Cam Davies, Terry Phillips wins that battle for the Lynx 3. Jimmy Lindbergh 5th. Gary Duncan 6th. Chris Brown 7th. Callum Stocker, Matty Cronin, Jared Hansen sneaks into the top 10. Andrew Bartlett 11th. Mark Neville 12th, but he's got a time penalty to come for that. Michael Diver, Warren Walker, Josh Ward, Marcus Mulcahy, good to see him finish after a DNF yesterday, 16th. Dean Cook 17th. Paul Brooks, Jared Carnegie 19th, and Marty Russell won first of the NZ6s. And it's Mick Ross, Leon Fox, Mike McCarthy, Darren Hardings, Jeff Gray out there was the last man to finish there. The rest of them did not start. Andrew Gibson obviously yesterday with the praying, Rachel Beck, John Ling, Shannon Booth and Mike Hammer not starting either. So great stuff from the Oscars. Up next we've got the Formula Fords. First race of the day for them, race 3 for the weekend, and a 12-lap race. Good start. And talking with Mark Peach a little bit earlier on down there in the pit lane, that Dylan's been a bit off the pace. So over to you down there, Adam.
So just down here with Mr. Gumboots, and he was wearing them this morning too, I'm told. So you got to be real happy with that. The start really went well, and you just pinned your ears back.
Oh, I can't believe it. I think Steve must have had a whoopsie or something because he dropped back all of a sudden. But I'm stoked. You got to beat these old pensioners.
Nice clean drive by you, and no mistakes.
Yeah, no mistakes. But it's good racing old Steve, and you got to give him some credit. He's on the pension, and he's pretty on the bones of his ass. So.
Oh, there we go. Fighting words for the last race.
Yeah, so but that's all right. I'm stoked to get a win. It was just awesome.
Awesome. Well done, man. We'll just go down the line here. Okay. So we don't. Oh, here comes Steve now. So we'll try and grab him as he's hot off the track. Just coming around here. Hey, Steve. Bit of a fight between P2 and 3 for you, but a bit of a hard start.
Yeah, had a tough start and had a few issues out there, but hey, he beat me fair and square. He's doing a good job.
So these cars, I mean, traditionally they were made for rolling starts, so it's actually hard to get off the line with it, or have you modified it to make it do a standing start okay?
Yeah, no, they don't standing start at all. No, they're useless.
Right, so that's the tricky thing for you. You said you had a couple of issues out there. What's everything okay?
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there to the end of the meeting, but yeah, she's not 100.
All right, well done, P2 in the end, so it's all good. All right, now we haven't got our P3 here, but we've got Matt Cronin, who we thought we'd have a chat with some other people on the grid, so we just sort of get around and talk to various people and see what they're up to. Hey, Matt, Adam, nice to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
We thought we'd have a chat to you and see how your race went and how the weekend's going.
No, it was good. It was a good weekend so far. Had a few, niggles, but it's all right.
What sort of niggles?
For us. Oh, wee water leak and some ECU gremlins, normal stuff. Yeah.
So tell us, what is this car? I mean,
originally built by a farmer in Methven as an endurance car, hence the welding. I think it was made in a shed, and he turboed it. It's a turboed GD86, basically. That's all it is. It's got a wee sequential gearbox in it. It's making like 350 horsepower. Just
awesome.
Goes round and round. Happy days.
And so what sort of positions you're looking for in this category?
Finish. Just finish a race. That's fine.
Awesome, that's nice.
Yeah.
All right, well, cars are out there, so we better get back out to the on-track action.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Adam. Down there with Matty Cronin. Great to see him back after that huge accident he had here years and years ago, which took a lot of recovery from that. So great to see him back on the track. But out there we've got the Formula Fords, and before that I was just saying that about Dylan Petch. Here he's just been a bit off the pace. I was talking with Mark Petch this morning, and they've changed the clutch overnight. He had a slipping clutch yesterday, hence not much to fight from the car, so we should see something a little bit better from Dylan today, hopefully. But Marco Manson is the man to beat, or should I say the kid to beat, out there in car number 69. Had a brilliant day here yesterday. He was pushed a wee bit yesterday by Maxim Kerwin in car 68. The two of them having a good battle amongst themselves. A couple of three young Aussies in the mix there too. Matthew Basso in car number 16 will start third on the grid. And I think he's the one that's looking at doing a bit of rallying in his future, but they're starting him off in a Formula Ford. Seb Eskandari in the car number 44, Toby Musico in car number 21, being run under the Nigel Barclay banner down there this weekend. And Jacob Bigg down there in 10th place, also struggling a little bit, but like he was saying, that there's only a couple of hundreds, a couple of tenths between the top 9 cars or 11 cars. So pretty close stuff, and qualifying is so important in a class like the Formula Fords, as we see them out there on 15 cars on the grid. Olivia Lorenzen down the back, apparently a scholarship winner out of go-kart, so see how she goes. Got the 4 lights, waiting on the 5th lights for the Napa New Zealand Formula Fords, and away we go. A great start from everyone. Looks like it's going to be Marco Manson off the pole that's going to lead them through Parenco for the first time from Maxim Kerwin. Then it's Basso, Isaac Fletcher. They had a great ding-dong battle yesterday, didn't they? Isaac Fletcher in the end lost down the last lap or two, but down the back straight they go. It's young Marco Manson leads the way from Kerwin. Kerwin's got Basso tucked in behind him, then it's Isaac Fletcher. Pretty busy stuff down a little bit further back. Dylan Petch pulling out, having a little bit a look at Toby Musico in car number 21 as they head down through the John Jones curve, up that little straight into the McKissick curve they go. So a nice tidy start from the Formula Ford's Brendan Cooney.
Yeah, great start once again. Maxim Kerwin, Marco Manson just seems to have that little edge off the start. He seems to make up, quite a bit of time. Just very good reflexes. So
there they go, round through the left-handed sweeper. It's going to be Marco Manson leads down the front straight from Kerwin, Basso and Fletcher, and also too Zach Bryan in car 77 further back's coming under all sorts of pressure from Seb Eskandari. So looks like the Aussies trying to make a move early on. A bit of a puff of smoke here from the front of Kerwin's cars. They go round through Marshall Transport sweeper. Down the back straight again. He's a lot closer this time, Kerwin. Trying to get a bit of a toe as they head down towards John Jones Steel. Kerwin comes across, Manson comes across and defends the centre of the track. Makes Kerwin try and go around the outside, but there's no way round through there. And it's going to be Manson leads him back out onto the straight, heading up towards, it looks like he's got the job done, Kerwin. Up the inside of Manson.
Made that look easy.
He did, didn't he? It's almost the door was open for him, and through he drove, and goes through the race lead, going to Maxim Kerwin. So what did Manson do now? He's been the chaser all weekend, or the follower I should say, and now he's going to have to do the opposite. He's going to do some passing as he comes through the left-hand sweeper, back down through the keep and onto the front straight. Kerwin this time from Manson. Basso wants a wee bit of the action as well. Coming down to reel off lap number 2, down into Parenco. And the top 5 or 6 cars pretty close now as they come down through the tight right left-hand Paraco S's into Marshall Transport Sweeper.
Fastest man on track at the moment, Jake Bryan, is in P6.
106.8, still a wee way off the lap record of 105.2 set by Richie Stanaway, 2005 that was. So it stood for a long time though as Manson pulls out to have a look at Kerwin down through John Jones Steel. I don't know if he's side by side enough to try and drive around the outside. No, he's not. Kerwin comes across in defence as they go into the entry of McKissick Curve. So it's still Kerwin. You throw a blanket over the top 4 cars with Matt Basso and Isaac Fletcher. Campbell Owens in the mix as well a little bit further back. So into the Carter's valuation hairpin. And Manson keep himself close enough to have a shot down the end of the front straight. Through the left-handed sweeper they come. Bit of a gap back to Campbell Owens, Jake Bryan. Seb Eskandari in the mix as well. Dylan Peach looking to make up for yesterday with the new clutch in that Racer Products car. Down through Power & Co. Still it is Maxim Kerwin. And Manson not really looking like forcing any sort of move on the front car. He's still defending behind from Basso, who wants that second place. Down the back straight again, Manson a little bit closer this time, pulls out of the draft and tries to go around the outside once again. We know that's the fastest way around John Jones Steel. He's a side by side. If he can keep it there around the corner, looks like he might have got the job done as they pop out the other side. And Manson back to the front, a great passing move around the outside. Someone putting a wheel out in the dirt there as well. And very good passing move, the old round the outside trick, and it's paid off. So there's got a little bit more work to do now though to keep Kerwin behind Basso, still on the gearbox of Kerwin. Then you've got Isaac Fletcher there, sitting there in 4th place waiting for something to happen in front. We'll get back to Jake Bryan and Seb Eskandari. Someone's lost the nose there, not too sure who that was. I think that might have been Campbell Owens or someone there. The front nose come off. We'll have a look as they come through, and it's off the Napa car, the 44 car of Seb Eskandari. So he's obviously hit the gearbox, or it's just come off by itself by the looks of it. And so that'll affect the aero a fair bit on that car as they head down the back straight again. The leaders, still it's Manson from Kerwin, weaving across the road, trying to shake Kerwin out of the draft. And Basso still sitting there in 3rd place. And Kerwin has a wee sniff up the inside, but there's no way through. It looks like Basso was trying to get side by side with them to have a go, but wasn't deep enough. So it's still Manson from Kerwin, Basso, bit of a gap now to Fletcher, and Campbell Owens getting in on the act as well. And a bit of a gap back to Seb Eskandari, who's still hanging on at the back there from Tony Musico and Dylan Peach. She's busy stuff. The Carter's valuation here, but once again, and Manson going to want to have to force his way back through again. He's be a bit more awake to Kerwin this time, and open up a nice wee gap as they come down to the end of the front straight, which gives them a safe passage through the Power & Co. S's.
That gap is slightly, probably bigger than it does look on the screen as well in real life.
So it looks pretty safe at the moment with him going down the back straight. You've got 4 or 5 car lengths now back to Kerwin. Kerwin's starting to get a bit of a tow as we look there at, I think that's Isaac Fletcher and Campbell Owens, the 2 white cars. Owens trying to go around the outside of Fletcher. So a good battle going on there for 5th and 6th, that is. As these top 4 cars still battling it out. Marco Manson, Maxon Kerwin, Matt Basso in the red car, number 16, Isaac Fletcher, the first of the white cars. Dust still being kicked up at the top end there. We've seen that all yesterday. And through Carter's valuation here, but then through the left-handed sweeper. A few laps down will be 5, so we've still got a few laps to go. 12 laps along the race for these guys, so we're not even halfway yet. So Marco Manson's got a lot of defending to do. And if I was Matt Basso, I'd be pretty happy about where I'm sitting at the moment, letting these 2 guys in front wear their tyres a wee bit more out. If he can just look after his tyres towards the end of the race, he's in a pretty good spot there in the 3rd at the moment. Battle still continuing for 5th and 6th. Campbell Owens, Jake Bryan. Jacob Beck just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 106.1 from 10th place on the grid. So it just goes to show you that when they're all in the 6s, those top 10 cars all in the 106 second bracket. And fact, a couple of them are only in the 7s. So on the ball there, young Jacob Begg, the old Swifty there, great lead.
As you can see, he broke that slow bar yesterday. Held him up a bit, but this time obviously all sorted and putting in the good times.
Battle still continuing out of the hairpin through the left-hand sweep, but still Marco Manson in the number 69, down through the king they come. Kerwin there, not under any sort of pressure at all from Basso, who's still pretty happy just sitting there in car number 16. Back to Isaac Fletcher, and it looked like Campbell Owens having a dive at Jake Bryant. One of them's had to take to the grass. I think that might be Bryant.
We've got lost a wheel.
Oh, who's that? Is that, that's, oh, I don't think that's, one of them's lost a wheel anyway. Just having a look and seeing if it is Dylan Peach that might have lost that wheel down there. It should be a bit unlucky for the young fella. Car number 39, I think. It wasn't in that battle as they went past us. So I think not Mark Peach, Dylan Peach has lost a wheel down there. Just double checking this group here that's on the screen. It's Jacob Begg and the other blue entry at the back. So yeah, I think it's Dylan Peach down there. As the leaders come back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. And it's still young fellow, yellow flag out down at the end of the front straight.
Dylan Peach down there, we've got our man on the binoculars.
We may see a safety car, we'll just wait and see, but at the moment it's a yellow flag.
Yeah, safety car sign is out. So that's going to compress the field up once again.
I'm not too sure whether they didn't see the car go up in the air or anything. I think it's just lost the time, perhaps. Yeah,
unless there was a little bit of contact in there. It was fairly busy heading through there, that group of cars.
Normally if you see a bit of contact, one of them will go up in the air, and I didn't see anything flying around, so maybe we might get a replay. Either way, we're in behind the tip. Meantime, we're in behind the Timaru Motors safety ute. And then Dylan Peach down there. See him on screen, he's okay. But the car minus the wheel. No suspension strapped to the wheel, so hopefully if anything good comes of it, perhaps it's just lost the wheel nuts.
You couldn't quite see from that angle whether there was any damage to the suspension on that side. Just the angle that the car was sitting.
Car number 20 at the back there, it's still Olivia Lawrenson continuing out there. Her best lap times are 1:09.3. So good, great condition actually. It's a red flag now, so they'll probably just about call that with the 8 laps gone. Or maybe not.
Well, that's less than 75%.
Yeah, well, they've red flagged it. It is a New Zealand Formula 4 Championship, so they'll probably red flag it, so they've got a few laps to go towards the end. But just having a look up there on the timing screen, Toby Musico setting the fastest lap, so they're getting quicker, a 1:06.02. Still 8 tenths of a second off that lap record though of Richie Stanaway's a 1:05.2. But Marco Manson, he's the young kid to beat. So we're just looking at a replay on the screen up here. We'll just see if we can see where Dylan Peach is. There's a bit of a touch between Isaac Fletcher and one of the other cars, and then I think he's just lost. I think he's just lost a wheel. I don't think there's any touch there at all. He just went straight off. So
yeah, that was all just mechanical failure there, I think, Paul. You're right. Just the loads come onto that corner of the car and the wheels popped off.
So yeah, no suspension flailing around. If anything's good comes from it.
So that's very unfortunate for Dylan.
Yeah, the Racing Products team obviously had a big night last night, replacing the clutch in that car. Dylan, the grandson of Mark Peach, has been around motorsport for a number of years. Yes, he did win the Australian Touring Car Championship, Brendan. So the cars all lined up there, that's good. We're going to have, by the time they go round again, they're probably going to have a 4-lap dash.
It does say, 5 laps to go. It will be might even be a 3, because once they cross the stripe again, that'll be 4 laps to go. So it might be a 3-lap sprint to the end.
So we're under red flag for the Napa New Zealand Formula 4 Championship, supported by Yokohama Tyres. And just waiting for Dylan Peach's car to be lifted off onto the flatbed.
Once again, big thanks to the Hilton Haulage crew for supplying the high-abs for this weekend. Do a great job out there.
They certainly do, not only here but up at Ruapuna as well. We see the trucks up there, so they travel a wee way. Actually, Hilton Haulage got lots of, talking to Jimmy Anderson this morning, 17 depots around New Zealand now, Hilton Haulage. So growing from a little outfit in Timaru to
national carrier or national.
Pretty big. We do a lot of work for Hilton Haulage, so got plenty of sheds and stuff around the place need maintenance.
Yes, we're about the same at work. We maintain tanker barrels for them, and their tankers.
So a few of the crew out there just taking probably battery packs out for some of these cars. The Formula Fords don't have alternators, nothing in them, and they've got the smallest batteries in the world to try and run everything, keep everything as light as possible. And sometimes if you're stopping the car, then they're very hard to restart. Hence you can plug a battery pack into the side of it or in the back of it and turn it over and then pull the thing out again, so you're not sucking all the power out of the battery that is in the car. Just looking at the back of Dylan Peach's car on shot, doesn't look like it's just looked like it's lost a wheel.
Everything appears to be there and reasonably straight.
Yeah, it looks like there's it's still got the everything on the back corner. It looks like it's just missing some wheel nuts. Yeah, so might be some crew member away visiting the toilet round about now and not coming back for a wee while till think. Okay, so we'll go down to the pits. We've got Adam down there with Dylan Peach.
So Dylan, a bit of bad luck there. It didn't look like you touched anyone. What happened?
No, I just snapped the wheel studs on that rear tyre, so pretty disappointing, really.
It's a really unusual thing to happen, right?
Yeah, we're hitting the curbs at 1 and 2 pretty hard there, and then also up at 4 and then 5. And the curbs feel like they're getting bigger every year here, to be fair.
So sorry to say that, but I mean, you've had some mechanical issues before that too, right?
Yeah, we did a clutch yesterday, which the car was definitely better today, but yeah, for those last couple laps, I could sort of feel there was something not right. Focused on trying to get a better lap time to move myself up for the next race, because starting down towards where I was probably a little bit out of place and just trying to bide my time till the end of the race, but unfortunately didn't get there.
So with the DNF, that means you start off the back for the next?
I should start back in my original grid position, or if my time was faster, maybe hopefully moved up and yeah, get a bit more racing in next time.
So you'll be able to fix it, obviously?
Yeah, we'll be able to fix it.
Well, good luck for the last one. Thanks, Dylan. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, well, that explains it. It was mechanical failure, and that said crew member can come back out of the toilet and perhaps he over-tightened them. There'll be a debrief, no doubt. But they'll be able to fix that and be back this afternoon. So still bad luck, though, for young Dylan. He has shown glimpses of brilliance there when he's on song.
Yeah, he certainly looked disappointed, didn't he? He's rather annoyed. It is what it is, but you can't help but feel sorry for someone that has a mechanical failure like that. It's kind of out of your control, really.
Okay, so it's still out the front. Marco Manson from Max and Kerwin, Matthew Basso in 3rd, Isaac Fletcher sitting in 4th, Campbell Owens 5th, Jake Bryant's in 6th. He's gone down a spot in that last lap. And Toby Musico, one of the Australians, in 7th. Seb Eskandari, he's there in 8th. Jacob Beeds moved up to 9th. And then William Beck, this rounds out your top 10 at the moment. With by the time they come round, should have 4 laps left to run, which will be 3 laps, yes. Do you reckon?
Yep.
It'll be 3 lap sprint. So lights are out on the Timaru Motors safety car.
Iskandari also missing that nose cone as well.
Yes.
Could be interesting now that the field's compressed to see what happens there.
So we're in the hands of Marco Benson. Let's see how he handles another restart here. He's going very slow, all the cars bunched up in behind, just about gearbox to gearbox. And he's going very, very slow. We should see him make a jump any minute. The lights are green, so it's up for him to... And there he goes, he's off. As soon as he's hit the kink. And got a reasonably good start. He's going to have 3 or 4 car links back to Kerwin, so safe enough at the moment for the young lad with 3 laps left to go. And round through Power & they all go like a freight train. Basso there in 3rd place, looking racy already as they come back onto the back straight, and he's on the back of Kerwin. Can he force a passing move at the end of the back straight? I don't think he's close enough. He's not really getting a good toe as they head down towards John Jones Steel. And we'll have to stay in that 3rd place. A bit of a gap back to Isaac Fletcher, who's got Campbell Owens and Jake Bryant all over the back of him. Toby Musico.
Kerwin.
Yeah, Kerwin trying to go around the outside up through McKissick. Basso's managed to put his nose up the inside into 2nd place. So Basso up to 2nd place.
Fletcher's buying in on it as well.
Yes, Fletcher wants a bit of Kerwin, who's gone from 2nd to 3rd. It's still Manson though, leads them out of the Carter's valuation hairpin. Through the left-handed sweeper, Basso now running in 2nd. Let's see if he can stay there or if Kerwin's going to have another shot at him down the front straight. He's not going to be close enough anyway. He's got to be right on that gearbox as they come through that kink. Into the braking zone, someone in the background having a bit of a dive, but it's still Kerwin, Manson leading with 2 laps left to run. In through Marshall Transport sweeper. Now it's Basso who's going to come under some pressure from Kerwin down towards the end of the back straight. Starting to get a bit of a toe. Here he goes left. Basso holds middle of the track. He doesn't come over and defend, stays on that quicker outside line, and if he can still keep it there, but it looks like Kerwin's got the job done up the inside before they even get to John Jones Steel. Pops out the other side in 2nd place. Oh, who's that from 4th place? And that's someone else pulling out the side of the track. There's number 20. That's Olivia Lawrenson, I think, pulling off the track. But it's still Manson back into the hairpin for the 2nd to last time. Look at these 3. Kerwin in 2nd place. Basso there wants that 2nd position back. Through the left-handed sweeper they go. Bit of a gap back to Isaac Fletcher. Campbell Owens still over the back of him as they head down the kink and get the last lap board down the front straight. Here goes Kerwin trying to have a dive up the inside. No way through there. Pulls back in behind Manson. Down into the Power & Co S's. Still these front 3 battling it out. Basso will try and do the up and under, will he, as they come out of Marshall Transport. It's going to be a 3-way drag down the back straight this time, a last lap. So if you've got something up in your bag, you've got to get it out now. Mix Kerwin getting a good toe. Manson comes across defensive left. Forces Kerwin to go right. Kerwin goes right, comes back left again, tries and goes up the inside this time of Manson. Gets the job done as they go through and pops out the other side in the lead. It was a great move from young Kerwin. He went right, then he come back left and left Manson sleeping on the outside and ducked through there. We haven't seen passing up the inside like that for a long time, especially going in through John Jones Steel. So it's into the Carter's valuation here for the last time. This time it's Kerwin that leads from Manson. Can Manson have a dive down towards the line? Through the left-handed sweeper they go. Down through the front straight, through the kink onto the front straight. Looks like Kerwin's going to do it. They come down to get the checkered flag. Kerwin gets the job done with that magic pass and takes the race win from Manson. Basso will take 3rd. Campbell Owens finally gets through on Isaac Fletcher. And Jake Bryant finishes 6th. Toby Musico 7th. Seb Eskandari 8th. And Jacob Begg in the end comes through at 9th. Fantastic stuff from the Napa Formula Fords, and congratulations to young Maxim Kerwin, takes the race win.
Well, that's passing move of the weekend so far, that one. That was an absolute cracker.
He set him up, didn't he? He went right, then he come back left straight away, and Kerwin had Manson had no answer for it. And Kerwin will take the race win. So the results on that screen aren't correct either. It's Kerwin takes the race win from Manson. Basso 3rd, then it's Owens from Fletcher, Jake Bryant, Toby Musico, Seb Eskandari, one of the Aussies there, and the Aussies are 7th and 8th, and then it's Jacob Begg 9th, William Beck 10th, and then we cross to Cameron Freeman, Toby McCormick, And a Dyson Freeman, Olivia Lawrence a lap down, and Dylan Petch obviously with that mechanical finishing 4th. Great stuff from the Formula Fords. So, but no doubt we'll have Adam down there trying to track down younger Maxim Kerwin. He'll be pretty stoked with that move, and like we were saying, we haven't seen a move like that in a long time. The old right and left and up the inside trick. But well done, the young fella. So Adam will be down there waiting for them to come in. So we'll hear from them shortly.
So I'm just here with Matthew Basso, P3. A pretty tight race at the front there. I mean, you sat in 3 and watched the other 2 in front. Pretty hard, pretty tough.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. Happy to come 3rd in the end. But yeah, it was a good tight racing, close battles. But yeah, happy to come home in 3rd.
So for the season for you, where does that put you now?
Not too sure. Just looking to get as much points as possible. And yeah, we'll see how we end up after this round.
And you must be happy with the weekend?
Yeah, pretty happy. Yeah, pretty happy with that result, yeah.
So they're just weighing the cars, so we're going to try and get the P1 once he's out of the car. Yeah, got P2 out of the car. I might as well grab P2. Okay. Real busy race for you guys out the front there.
Yeah, it was quite a busy race.
How did you find the obviously you had the red flag. Was it tricky coming back from that?
Yeah, I think the tyres might have been a little bit butchered, so towards the end of the race it was a bit hard, but yeah, still good points for the championship.
So how much, I mean, obviously you've been running at the front all weekend, so you're happy with that?
Pretty happy, but yeah, we'll have to see what I need to work on for the next race.
And with these tyres, I mean, how much do you have to be careful with them?
I think they're like any tyre, if you cook them, they're just going to be gone for the rest of the race, so just got to treat them really nicely for the whole race, and it will treat you nicely for the whole race too.
And so you're noticing it with this temperature coming up today, big hot sort of sunny day?
Yeah, it is getting quite hot for the tyres and the car and everything, to be honest.
And with a 12-lap race, sort of different mindset?
Not really, just another race, so yeah, just trying to do my best, yeah.
Awesome, well done for P2, and hopefully we've got it come along over here. That overtake you did down the end of the straight there, tell us about that.
Yeah, it was awesome. Good race to everyone out there. Marco raced me hard, but yeah, came out on top.
So he's talking about his tyres really going off. Were you feeling the same?
No, my car was good. The crew did a good job making my car fast.
Awesome. And the 12 laps with a sort of interruption in the middle, how did that sort of change your mindset, or you just straight back into it?
Straight back into it, try to get past Marco, and yeah, I did so.
You guys are having a great battle this weekend. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was fun. The crew did a really good job to make the car fast, and I was able to get around Marco.
Awesome. Well done for the win of that race. So we'll go back upstairs, and the car's about to go out. So over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, crew did well, won the race. Tick, tick, 2 ticks in the box.
Thanks to the ladies out the back for cooking.
Yeah.
Game of 2 halves.
Game of 2 halves. Alrighty, so next up we've got the 24 Red Racing supported SS Cup class. So it is a reverse grid by handicap race. I was having a chat to cousin Josh yesterday in the Crow Sport Subaru, congratulating him on how well his restarts went. So he just thought, well, he said the first time he did the restart, thought about 5,000 revs, just be coming on the edge of boost, and that worked. Because that worked the first time, we'll hit repeat. Yeah, we'll do it again, rinse and repeat. Did say it's getting a little bit tight, getting through the cars in the other classes for SS Cup, and Steve Parker as well said, you've got some of those big NZ6s in the field, and if they're 2 abreast going down the back straight, you just really have to sit there patiently and wait. Also asked Steve why he started from pit lane in the race yesterday, because he went under their breakout time in qualifying. The penalty is he had to start from pit lane, and now he has to start P37 for the weekend. So, woes betide, he said he was only just a smidgen under the breakout time. It doesn't matter. If you're under, you're under. But obviously he's turbocharged his GT86 Toyota and it's significantly quicker.
Yes, these reverse grid handicap by class races always deal up a bit of carnage. We did have some safety cars yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see what happens today, whether the drivers are a little wary of that now.
Yep.
But
have to behave. It makes it exciting for the spectators when you've got the faster cars trying to make their way through the field. So we should have John Ling and Lyndon Preble starting on the front row. Then Flynn Mitchell, Lincoln Brunton, row 2. Richard Simpson, Matt Ryan, row 3. Warren Walker, Michael Diver, row 4. And then David McLean, Josh Mitchell at a row 5. Peter Sutherland, Peter Swaney. Don't know if we're going to see Peter Swaney back. He had a little incident with the Castrol liveried Altezza yesterday. I did apologise to him when I was at the top end of the circuit for putting the commentator's mocker on him. Then we have Steve Parker, Jake Cunliffe starting out of 13 and 14. Belinda Hargraves in her BMW. We'll have Trevor Parmenter beside her on the grid in his RX-8 keeping her company. Tim Leonard, Chris McCrowd, then Graham Alou and Mel Waters will make out the top 20 for the very large SS Cup field. Good for them to turn on a good number of cars. Obviously mixed bag with some of the full-time SS Cup competitors and not having NZ6s this weekend.
Of course, Trev Parmenter was he was heading towards almost a race win yesterday, but unfortunately he finished under safety car, so it was what it was. But he was the one that was probably looking to be, well in the hunt for that win.
It's the clown on the bank, and we're not saying that to any of the spectators. It really is a clown on the bank there, B2, for those watching the feed. On a hoverboard. I don't know if I'd be coordinated enough to have a go at that.
No, me neither. It just sounds like a recipe for broken wrists or something.
That's all right. I know someone at ACC, they can look after us.
Yeah, and they could prove the claim.
They could prove the claim.
Look, it's on video.
That's right. Okay, so we just got the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field forming up on the Pro-Wear front straight. So there is the 902 car, that's Lyndon Preble, starting out of P2. John Ling had the, I think 33, is he the Renault Megane?
Yeah.
Which is quite a sexy looking little machine. The 33 car should be starting out of P1.
Richie Simpson there in the 188, had a good run yesterday.
So that's the Honda Civic, Richie all the way up from Alexandra. Is that Lincoln Brunton rolling through in the RX-8 that he's also campaigning in the Pro 8 class this weekend. You just see Matt Ryan in that very rapid looking little Honda coming up to start out of P6 and car 65.
You can see the gap in the grid there, that's where Peter Swaney would otherwise be, just behind Josh Mitchell.
And also a grab on the grid, the front row, where John Ling should have the Renault Megane parked. So lights on, getting ready to hook up. Oh, a little bit sneaky there.
Flynn Mitchell there.
And we've also got the, we might have a meatball flag there for Lyndon Preble in car 902. He's got the hatch open. They all negotiate their way safely through the Power & Co S's into the Marshall Transport Sweeper. And they'll be heading off down the draft line back straight for the first time under racing conditions this morning.
I don't think Flynn Mitchell came out of the box before the lights went out, so hopefully he's okay.
It's okay.
But you all right there?
Just trying to cough up a lung, sorry about that. So still Lyndon Preble leading the way, but as Flynn up here in the control box noted, someone hasn't put the catch on the hatch for Lyndon Preble's machine. Anyway, just on the inside there goes Nick Ryan in the number 65, a very rapid little Honda. Lincoln Brunton, I think, trying to get Nick Ryan honest, coming out of the left-hand sweeper, they're coming pink down to the front straight. That's the number 18 car, Flynn Mitchell. Oh, a little bit out of shape there for Matty Ryan as he breaks into the Power & Co S's. Coming off the pro rear front straight, manages to keep it hooked up though.
Preble out in the dirt. Drops a wheel off there, that might allow Richie Simpson a bit of an opportunity. Quite, actually, he dropped back a position there, and it's Michael Diver's got past Richie Simpson.
So down through the field we just see the 129 car, Steve Parker utilising his extra horsepower under the hood, but there is race leader Matty Ryan out of John Jones Steel into the McKissick curve. Flynn Mitchell, Lyndon Preble.
Very, very busy heading in towards around the McKissick curve at the moment.
Matt Ryan as they break into the out evaluation hairpin. Left-hand sweeper, right-hand sweeper. The pro rear front straight to finish lap number 2 for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field. Matty Ryan, Flynn Mitchell, Michael Diver fastest lap, 109.1. Lyndon Preble, Richard Simpson into the Power & Co S's. They go once again through the National Transport sweeper. Down the back straight. Michael Diver all over the back of Flynn Mitchell. Moves to the outside, pulls the pass off halfway down the back straight. So he will be now off hunting. Matty Ryan.
Right up on the tail of Matty Ryan already as they come round through John Jones down towards McKissick.
Just sitting on his tail, 2 Hondas out front. Of course, the SS Cup has a breakout time as well. Can't go any faster than 109.0.
Flynn Mitchell just having a wee look up the inside. Not close enough to pull it off. Diver all over the rear bumper of Matt Ryan. Around the left-hander.
Chasing pack.
Red flag. So we've had an incident somewhere on the track. Red flag's been posted.
Cousin
it's
Josh.
Josh Mitchell. And it looks like he might have a repeat of what happened at Teretonga. We've got a lot of smoke coming out from under the bonnet of that Subaru.
Josh safely out of the car though. Looks like he's at the top end of the circuit. Yeah, you can see the smoke.
You can see the smoke just around on the downside of McKissick Curve.
So, red flag, cars will form up on the grid. And there's Josh opening the bonnet.
Extinguishes out. Well, that's disappointing for Josh. After having the same thing happen at Teretonga. Just got the car all back together on Friday night. Had a good run yesterday, picked up a podium.
Don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but he did say Trevor did a bit of work putting it back together for him. Josh, of course, works at Trevor Crowe Subaru in Christchurch. Yeah, after a Subaru, pop up and see them perhaps. Yeah, well, smoking. So there's the Lincoln Brunton machine. So also doing a run in the Mazda Pro 8 series. And the Bruntons, they were lunchtime entertainment yesterday. We didn't go live on the microphones, but it was Jared Parmenter doing laps in the Nissan Hellgrand, which is a Nissan L-Grand van. It's had a manual transmission put in it, had the suspension developed. It's got a full cage, it's got 4 seats in it and harnesses, so they'll be able to take other people for hot laps at some point. Also, like to remind you, Sunday the 1st of February, which is today, kids and race cars at the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under meeting. Fill in an entry form and throw it into the Secretary's office before 11 a.m. and 8 lucky young motorsport enthusiasts will get to do some laps during the lunchtime break. Just make sure that you've got your name and your number clearly written on the form. Use better writing than I do, please, so they can read it. And
ages 8 to 15 there for that. So if you've got a kid that's ages between 8 and 15 and wouldn't mind a bit of a hoon around levels before 11 o'clock, get that entry in.
Gordon Beebe there just consoling Josh after he's had his unfortunate incident. Thank you very much, safety marshals there very quickly putting out the fire in the Crow Sports Subaru. So Josh has got more work to do. Also working on building a house at the moment is Josh, so we'll see how that pans out for him.
Fixed race car or toilet, you know? Yeah, what do you do?
What do you do?
Paul Lancaster says race car. Who needs a toilet?
So Josh, very effective at street sprints across the South Island. He has a Subaru WRX Coupe built specifically for Tarsfield sprints and is very, very rapid at the Cromwell, Ashburton and Blenheim street sprint. And there we go, Josh just having a wee look at the damage under the bonnet of the Crow Sports Subaru. So they'll get that car out of the way.
Just looking at a gentleman on the bank getting his umbrella sorted out there before. Just make sure you slip, slop, slap if you're out on the bank and you're a pale-skinned person like me. Go from white bait to lobster in about 15 minutes.
Great to have another day of summer. This is what summer looks like.
Yeah.
Just in case you've forgotten.
I'd almost forgotten.
We had Thursday afternoon, we had some summer out here. High 20s, was a lovely afternoon till the southerly front came through.
Yeah, it dropped about 10 degrees, didn't it?
Tried to blow our gazebo away. But then later in the evening it did come out nice. So we sat on the north side of our camp, out of the breeze, having liquid refreshments till about 11:30 in the evening. Great time. But there's the side of Josh Mitchell's Crow Sports Subaru, number 82.
Well, you can see the marks on the bonnet there. It's come out the driver's side with the look of it. The vent there. So whatever's happened has happened on that side.
Josh started his career in go-karts, then progressed. He had a very cool little KP60 Starlet, but it had a Pulsar GTIR independent rear end in it, and running the
TRD kit and everything on it. It was quite a sharp little car, wasn't it?
Yeah, 4AG under the bonnet, and club sport events in it. But that got sold to fund the gearbox in his WRX sprint car.
Oh, what do we got here? We've got a Warbird. Actually, that is a local plane that does fly around every now and again.
Alrighty, heading down to the pits, having a chat to Adam.
Hi there, I'm just with Mike Small, you're the president of the club, right?
Indeed, I'm very, very proud to be the president of the South Canterbury Car Club. Yes.
So you must be pretty pleased with this meeting.
Oh, look, this is just unbelievable. I shot down the bottom end of the circuit about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour ago and had a look at the crowd that's here. It's just so great to see people supporting our sport, supporting the South Canterbury Car Club, and of course the weatherman's been really good to us as well. So look, this is probably shaping up to be the biggest and best Trust Aoraki Super Truck meeting ever.
Wow, that's pretty cool, and it's great for us. I mean, we're really enjoying being part of it, so thanks for having us here to do this. How much work goes into making this weekend happen?
Well, interesting thing, Karen Padden, who is our motor racing manager, a week after this event is finished, she starts working on next year's event. So there is a tremendous amount of work, and it's not just Karen. There's a team of people. Howard Atwell, he is our operations manager here. He looks after the property and all the operational side of it. There's a tremendous amount of work goes into maintaining this facility, the property, and of course with that there is a cost attached to it every year too, to keep this place looking like it looks. So we're very proud of it. South Canterbury Car Club, this is our pride and joy, Levels Raceway. We work very, very hard behind the scenes to make this hopefully the best place to race.
Awesome. And I mean, being a club, it means that a lot of people have to donate their time, I guess, to make all these things happen.
That's correct, and we do. We have a huge group of volunteers who turn up here every meeting. give us their time, and without those volunteers, meetings like this just can't happen. So we really thank those volunteers for their time and effort.
Okay, and flipping to what you're doing on this weekend, tell us about what you're driving.
Right, I'm driving a 1967 Mustang in mainland muscle, which is the South Island muscle cars. We built the car here in Timaru, and I've been running it now for close on 15 years. And that's my passion in life is motor racing. I've been motor racing now for probably 50 years, I guess. And my family support me, my wife supports me, and I just keep doing it. So my two sons, Chris and Johnny, they both race as well. And my goal is to keep driving the Mustang until Chris and Johnny and my wife Rhonda tell me it's time to stop.
Oh, that's probably a long way off, right?
I certainly hope so.
And the boys are not driving this weekend, they're helping people, or how's that work?
Yes, they're both helping. So my oldest son Chris, he's helping me, he's in my pit crew, and Jonathan, my youngest son, he is helping Alex Sprague for the weekend.
Right, so it's a real family affair, everybody's out here.
Oh, it certainly is. Yes, absolutely. My daughter's here, she helps in our pit crew as well, so it's certainly, for the small family, it's a family affair.
And mainland muscle, how's your season going?
Great, actually. I missed the first round, but look, if you have a look and see how many cars are here, I think we had started off with 20 and we've got about 19 cars on the grid. So mainland muscle on the South Island is very, very strong. It's a great formula for the muscle cars, and of course it brings out these older cars like mine, and the people seem to love the sound of those old V8s. It just, and I certainly do. So your mainland muscle is very, very strong on the South Island.
Some of those old V8s don't sound very old. Some of them pulling some big revs and big power.
Yes, I think you could say that. The technology in my engine anyway, compared to the year of the body, there's a considerable difference. Yes.
And so tell me, the season for mainland muscle, how many meetings, where to next?
Right, so they have 5 rounds. They started off this season at Ruapuna in Christchurch. They've got this weekend are obviously in Timaru. Next weekend they go to the Scope meeting, and then they do a meeting in March, I think it is, at Tiratonga.
And you've got something special for the last race today, right?
Right, so the last race today for muscle cars is an all-in. So we've got Central Muscle Cars from the North Island here. The last race of the day for the muscle cars is all-in. So it's a North versus South challenge, and I believe that's going to be an absolute spectacle.
And who are you picking for that?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't know. Obviously, I would like to think that the South Island would win it, but who knows?
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of the weekend. You guys are going out on a race?
Very, very soon. I've actually got to get myself fitted up and ready to go. So we're on the track in about 15 minutes.
All right. So I'm hearing from the officials there might be a little bit of a delay. So if we cut out to the track, we'll go find another couple of interviews and see what's happening down here in the paddock.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Mike Small. Growing up around the South Canterbury Car Club, I remember Mike Small running a Mark 1 Escort with a rotor in it. Later on, I think he might have had a Starlet with a rotor as well, but pre-65 AP6 Valiant, and now he's running that lovely Mustang in the muscle cars. So there is Josh Mitchell's Crow Sport Subaru looking a little bit forlorn there on the back of the Hilton Haulage flatbed truck.
Yes, and of course they'd have to make sure that that car is fully extinguished before it even goes anywhere near that truck. So there would have been a little bit of time there just to double and triple check that the extinguishers had done their job.
So you might need to get a mechanic as well as a priest to get rid of the demons out of it before it hits the track once again. At least he's working in the right place at the Subaru specialists, so they can pull it down and see what's happening. Got the volunteers there just checking the circuit where Josh ran off the road while he had his onboard fire, and Mike Small did mention the volunteers. We've got 70 to 80 volunteers helping run the show at Timaru International Motor Raceway this weekend, brought to you by Trust Aoraki. Thanks to them once again for coming on board. Just also, we can't mention it often enough, Trust Aoraki, Thunder Down Under, kids and race cars. make sure you get to the Secretary's office before 11 o'clock. It's 11 on my watch at the moment. Get your entry in. Make sure you spell your name right there and use your neatest printing. And have a cell phone number there so we can get hold of you. And then during the lunch break, 8 lucky young motorsport enthusiasts aged between 8 and 15 will get to do some laps around Timor International Motor Raceway. Okay, just cleaning up some fluids on the circuit.
Well, maybe he's dropped an oil line or something like that. And it's, you know, the heat that's under those bonnets, it's probably pretty easy to catch fire, so he might have blown that oil line, dumped it on the track, and she's gone up.
Need to get that cleared away safely before we send these pilots out once again for the 24 Red SS Cup field. Matt Ryan was leading. Flynn Mitchell, Lyndon Preble, Richard Simpson, Michael Diver, Lincoln Brunton, Warren Walker. Josh Mitchell was running in 8th. Peter Sutherland and Jacob Cuniff. Just clearing all that away. There we go. Josh's car on the flatboard coming into the pits. So also remember, if you want to have a go at motor racing but might not necessarily have access to a race car, head on down to Hoss in the arcade in Timaru. I've got all sorts of machines you can pedal, or maybe you don't want to have a car, you want to have a go flying a plane.
Yeah, well, it's pretty cool. You can go down there and you can pick and choose your car, you can pick and choose your circuit. It's highly customisable, I guess that's a word, to yourself. And we've got another interview with Adam, and it looks like Chopper Stevenson. Over to you, Adam.
So we thought we'd come down into the crowd and see what's happening and what people are enjoying down here. I'm Adam, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Chopper.
Chopper, what brings you here today?
I'm actually racing a 2K Cup car that my mate built up and said come and race for a day, for a weekend, and yeah, just enjoying it.
How's the racing going?
Average.
Where you been?
Close to last. No, it's good. New car, so we're just helping them out, getting it on the track and doing a few laps.
And you're down in the crowd here enjoying some racing?
Yeah, the racing's been good, eh? Big fields, the track's looking magic, and yeah, big congrats to South Canterbury Car Club.
What's your favourite so far?
Oh, I'd have to be the muscle cars, eh? Yeah, can't beat muscle cars.
Awesome, and they're coming up pretty soon, so who are you backing in the next muscle car race for Mainland?
For Mainland, probably have to be Johnny Hepburn. Yeah.
All right, we'll see how that goes. So we'll let you sit back down there and some racing. Hopefully they're not too far off. Joyce, thank you. Back up to you, Paul.
Thanks, Adam. So that is Chopper Stevenson that's piloting the number 900 Hivers Honda this weekend, and I've got some bad news for you ladies. Sorry, he's already taken. I know he's a bit of a supermodel there when you look at him on screen, but he has a lovely wife, Denise, who will be out here helping this weekend.
Yes, and he does get a fair few mentions through commentary, so now you can put a face to the name if you don't know it already.
So Chopper normally piloting a Mitsubishi Starion with a Nissan FJ20 turbo motor in it. Trevor Parmenter has done an awesome job of hanging the engine together for Chopper, and Chopper runs in the all-comers group in the classic motor racing field. So if you come out here in 2 weeks, you should be able to see Chopper piloting that machine amongst many other wonderful racing cars. So just looking at the volunteers up there at the entry to the Gerald McKissick curve, cleaning up a little bit of the mess that was left there by Josh Mitchell's number 82 Subaru. Need to come along with was it like NASCAR with the big blowers and things and blow the carnage everywhere. All right, back to the pits, back to Adam.
So I've just got Ian Barlow here, who is coordinating the Formula Fords. So I thought we'd just take this opportunity to have a wee chat about the category, how it's going, how you've grown it to this position we're seeing today in really tight racing. So yeah, give us a quick background on where things are at for you guys.
It's been a growth process after it really went downhill severely. And we're still working on trying to rebuild it. But if you look at the category today, it's full of young people. Like, of the 13 that we have entered for the championship, only 3 are over 16 years of age. So, you know, it's just a wonderful opportunity for young people to grow their talents.
So, obviously this year, I mean, we're into the season, and there's been some standout racing. I mean, how's the sort of vibe in the pits and the teams working on things, and we're seeing things move forward in terms of the competition?
It's pretty good. Like, the feeling generally is pretty good. It's typical racing. People are out there to try and beat each other and work hard to do that. But if you have an issue, everyone is there to give you a hand to try and get you back on the track again. From that aspect, it's a great category.
I mean, it has always been the feeder series into bigger things. We're going to see some of these kids be the superstars of the future, right?
Yep. And the involvement from Roden Cars and their Formula Ford to Formula One is a great program to help these kids. Those that are really good enough will get somewhere with Roden.
So tell us a little bit about that. Obviously, you had the season launch there a couple of weeks ago. And talk us through how that all works.
So Roden put up 2 prizes, one for the winner of the championship, one wild card they're choosing. The winner gets a 3-day test at Roden. Day 1 is in a GT4 McLaren with a driver coach. Day 2 is in a Formula 4 car. Day 3 in a Formula 3 car. And they assess how good the driver is, how he is approaching his racing, and they then get the opportunity, if they're good enough, to be able to get an opportunity to test in Europe.
And the guys look like they really had fun on that day for the launch.
Oh yeah, it was a great day. You know, it's the facility, the opportunity to go and look at that, and the fact that they've put that amount of effort into supporting us is just fantastic. You can't buy that, you know.
And of course you've got Napa Auto Parts behind you as well. Tell us a little bit about how that all happened.
Well, Napa have been with us for, I think this is their 4th season, and very good sponsors, but we also have got Ford on board this year, and it's wonderful to have Ford back in the family again. We're very blessed with the sponsors that we have, and without them, of course, we can't go racing.
And real standout racing too. We've been really enjoying watching it.
I think we put on the best racing of at any race meeting generally.
And the longer races, I mean, that's obviously giving them a lot more seat time than traditionally we see 6 or 8 lap, and this morning we had a 12-lap race. That's giving them some real learnings on their car craft, correct?
Well, it teaches them how they have to sometimes hold themselves back before attacking. Sometimes they have to attack. So the longer the race, the more mental effort has to go into it.
Also, one thing, what's the youngest and what's the oldest driver in this category?
The youngest is 12 and the oldest is 26.
That's quite a range. So, being 12, do you have to have a special dispensation, or how does that work?
You can get a licence in New Zealand from Motorsport New Zealand at 12 years of age.
Well, and they've obviously got some experience to get out of a kart into one of these, right?
Well, look at a lot of these kids. They get into karting at 5 years of age, and it's just, the talent is amazing for the age.
And with the tyre that you're running here, so it's not a slick type of tyre, it's a semi-slick. Is that the real levelling thing, or I mean, obviously the category is very tight and the way everything runs with engines. Where's the edge?
Well, it's a dot-rated tyre, and it was introduced because the previous tyre we ran was just starting to get too expensive. These, like, tyres aren't cheap. You have to have a set of tyres for each round, but this has been the best way forward. It's different to how the old tyre worked, but I think we've got a good balance in how we're presenting the tyre today.
And so engineering is a big key to it as well, just making sure that chassis is tuned right to be right at that pointy end, right? Yeah,
that's right. Like, it's not only drivers we're developing, it's engineers and mechanics as well. And these cars are so adjustable, you have to know what you're doing to get the best out of them.
Well, I can hear a lot of adjusting going on in the background there with some car repairs and some like getting that tuning right on the chassis. But I can also hear the cars going round again, so that's probably a note to go back out on track and see the racing again. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Adam. Good to hear a little bit of the background about the Napa Formula Ford Championship. So we've got youngest driver only 12 years old. Oldest is a very mature 26. Okay, so we just heard Josh Mitchell's car was an oil fitting that came off the oil cooler and pumped all the oil onto the circuit, and it was worse than the fire he's had in Teretonga.
Well, my guess wasn't far off the mark then, was it?
No, not too far at all. So we'll have 5 laps left to run for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field as they cross the line. It is Matty Ryan leading the field out in car 65, the Honda Integra.
You're probably lucky to be where he is. Paul just saying he had a bit of a massive moment at the end of the front straight there. A couple of laps in, managed to pull it back together. But, pretty good peddler is Matt Ryan. So just watching that safety truck come around. It'll peel off this time. The lights are out. The start will be under the control of Matty Ryan. Just watching them come down towards the stripe. Green lights are on. So, Michael Diver, a bit of a move down there and towards turn 1. Matty Ryan will lead them through. Let's just see whether he's made that stick as they come around the Marshall Transport sweeper. Just saying up here in the box that someone has spun. Steve Parker. So a couple of cars there off into the around the beside the gravel trap. So we just see Steve Parker get down the back straight there now. He's up and running. As they head around towards the hairpin. Diver looking at having a look up the inside of Matt Ryan. Quite close enough to make it stick. Those 3 just opening up a bit of a gap back to 4th place driver there. Diver looking around the outside this time as they go into turn 1. Still not quite close enough to get a nose up. Matty Ryan will take that, continue that position as they go through around Marshall Transport. That's Trev Parmenter, is it? 66. So Flynn Mitchell just dropped off the back of those leading 2, Matt Ryan and Michael Diver. Simon Lindbergh there just on screen. Diver having another look, still not quite close enough. Parker just in the pits there currently, making his way into the terra firma. He's obviously decided his race is done. Jacob Cunniff, fastest driver on the track, is putting in a 109.5. So those first three, line astern. Still no positional changes. Have we lost Flynn Mitchell? We have. Jacob Cuniff up into third. There's Flynn Mitchell. He's parked up down there, just on the outside or the downside of the card evaluations hairpin, so an issue for him, obviously. That's unfortunate. Lyndon Preble, Warren Walker, Richie Simpson in there as well, and the Integra. It's the same move as the last couple of laps. He was a little bit further up that time, but not far enough. Looked down the outside, coming down the front straight, but again, not close enough. 2 or 3 car lengths back. Last lap borders out for the leaders. We might be close, or he might be close enough now, heading down the draft line back straight to get around the outside. Cars neck and neck. Still side by side. Yes, it looks like he's got it done. Managed to put a wheel over on the ripple strip, but tucked in front of Ryan. So new leader, Michael Diver. Perfectly timed. Let's have a look. He's probably not quite close enough to Matty Ryan. Let's just have a look to see what he can do. Yeah, it was too big, so he'll take third. Michael Diver takes first place. Matt Ryan second. Jacob Cuniff third. Warren Walker will take fourth. Richie Simpson. Lincoln Brunton. Lyndon Preble. Jason Kelly in the 280Z. Another good showing from him. Carmen Lemberg and Brad Ray take out the top 10. Well, he did 3 goes in the 3 previous laps at the card evaluations hairpin, but decided that that wasn't going to be the place to pass, so had a go at John Jones and managed to get it done.
As the SS Cup, 24 Red Racing SS Cup field comes into the pits. Next up on the program, my gosh, it's the Mini 7s, and didn't they put on a show for us yesterday? Championship for the Mini 7s. They've had a round in Manfield. Round 2 is in Levels on the mainland. Adam Box currently leading the championship on 141 points. Then Justin Neal on 114. 32 points for a win. So
yeah, it's still up for grabs, down to third there. I think it's who's in third place. Logan Pelling's got an outside chance if these top 2, Adam Box and Justin Neal, have a DNF. He could come through from that third place, but Adam Box just slightly extending his lead. He come into the weekend 24 points in front, and now at the moment he's got it there at 37 points. So just eking it out a little bit, like you say, 32 for a win. He's going to have a good race this time, and at least stay with Justin Neal is what his plans should be. Got Adam down there standing by with Peter Diver. He got the win just towards the end there. We'll cross down to Adam in a minute.
He's just pulling his helmet off, but we'll go as quick as we can. So, great race. It's quite a long time on track for you guys. You must be getting hot out there.
Yeah, very hot, because I just double run an Oscar as well, so I've been on the car for a long time.
Those last few laps were pretty full on.
Yeah, they were, yeah. We're having a pretty good battle with the Integra there, so yeah, very close to each other.
Get a wee tap at the end there.
Yeah, love the love one. He gave me a love tap in the last race and put me in the gravel too, so yeah.
So it's all on. How's your season going?
This is only my second race, or second round this time, so yeah, only a part season this year, so yeah.
And you happy with the car?
Yep, loving it. So yeah, guys at DCH and Woodrow have been looking after it for me and getting it right, so yeah, really good, thank you very much.
And so in terms of modifications and stuff, what are we driving here?
Well, it's EG Civic with an H22, so prelude motor out of it.
And any other modifications?
Just suspension and brakes. Everything else is pretty standard otherwise, so yeah.
So one more race?
Yeah, one more race.
All right, go well.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll get to our P2 here. That was a good race for 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah, it was just the race just took a wee bit longer than we wanted. A couple of less laps and we were good. But yeah, Michael just came through and better driver, better car, and away we go.
All right, you happy with 2 though?
Oh, stoked with 2. Yeah. Just it was really hot sitting in the car for that long.
Yeah, it was a long race and a long time on track.
Feel sorry for Josh. That's two meetings, 2 rebuilds. So fire's never good fun, is it? So there's a lot of rebuilds.
No, not at all. And so tell us, what are you driving, and how does the category work in terms of the different cars?
We're driving the old Honda Integra DC5, and it's between the Hondas and with a slightly less horsepower and the big horsepower cars. We got the slight edge around the corners where the big horsepower cars come through and try to attack you on the straight. So it's always fun, and yeah.
Turn 1's where all the action seems to be.
Oh yeah, it tightens up. You go through the straight and then just tightens up into a pinch point, and yeah, you just hope for the best.
All right, well done. See you at the end. All right, just as these cars are going out, we're going to move quick. P3, happy?
Yeah, definitely happy. It's been a roller coaster of a weekend. We had a few issues in testing and I didn't finish a race yesterday, so glad we've obviously got on top of that. It was bloody hot out there in the red flag. I was sort of wanting to get going, so I think, it was all the drivers in there were some good battles out there. It's thanks to my team, all my sponsors who obviously make this happen. I wouldn't be here without them, and the supporters. It's a big weekend, so it's pretty cool to see so many fans around the stands and stuff.
And so tell us what you're driving compared to the other cars.
I'm driving a Mazda RX-8, so the class, the way it works is you can just put anything you want. You got your A, B and C class, of course, so you sort of have your breakout times, which I found in qualifying I broke out, but yeah, it's sort of, the horsepower is also different, but it's also cornering as well, so it definitely is a little bit down to driver as well, just the way you take it through the corners, and you can sort of negate the horsepower difference.
All right, well, good luck for the final race of the weekend.
Sweet, thank you.
All right. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Adam. Jacob Cunniff down there with Adam towards the end there, and Matty Ryan, and also Michael Diver taking out the race win. Congratulations, but it's time for the Falcon Tyres Mini 7s, and didn't we see a great race too here yesterday for these guys? Very close indeed. Bailey Patterson, another one that missed out a wee bit there in one of the races. He was up there in the top couple of 3 and then had a DNF in one of them, so a bit of a shame for Bailey, but hopefully we can see him up there at the pointy end of the field in this one. But Justin Neal is the man to beat in car number 68, taking out 2 race wins yesterday. Adam Box gave him a good run for his money, and Adam finishing second in that second race yesterday. So good stuff. Chris Armitage also another one to look out for, car 36. And as I say, Bailey Patterson number 5. Scotty Patterson also had a good comeback in that first race, starting off the back, working his way through to about 5th, I think it was. So any one of these cars can win. And as we see, it's like a game of chess where you're positioning yourself on the second to last lap. You don't want to be out in front, but it worked yesterday for Justin Neal. Managed just to gap it with 2 or 3 laps to go, and made that gap big enough that they couldn't get him, even though they were pairing up. See, it's also a bit of a team sport, Mini 7s, so working the way they push Brendan with their drafting down the back straight. We've seen a bit of bumper-to-bumper pushing action and side drafting and things like that. So very, very good racing to watch. Mini 7s, one of my favourite, and brought to you by Falcon Tyres here this weekend at the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under. First race of the day for the Minis.
So Adam Box, we checked out his car yesterday and we didn't appreciate it up here in the control tower, but it's actually painted in the chameleon paint as you walk around it. The colour changes, looking very resplendent, lovely sunny day.
Must say the Mini 7s have got the best liveries out of any class here this weekend. Chris Armitage on the front row, the 36, beside him Adam Box, who'll be after a strong race to cement that NZ Championship. Just 2 rounds, one in the North Island, one in the South Island, and for the New Zealand Championship. At the moment he's leading the way, Adam Box in car 15, but he's got Justin Neal and Logan Pelling trying to hunt him down, waiting on the lights. A wee bit of a creep there from Adam Box, but they're underway, and everyone gets away to a good start as they get the Minis driving their way down towards the Par and Co S's, and it's going to be Adam Box leads from Chris Armitage, who started in that P2 position, and the disadvantage there on that outside line didn't work for him, and it's going to be Adam Box leads him down the back straight. First up, and we've got a bit of a line up of them going already. We'll see who's going to pair up. Looks like Bailey Patterson's getting a good tow from Lockie Penrose back there in 4th and 5th as they freight train their way down towards John Jones Steele for the first time. A 6 for the Minis, and down to John Jones we go, and already someone looking racy around the outside. Looks like Chris Armitage is coming under some pressure from Justin Neal up the inside as they come down into the McKissick curve, and Justin Neal goes up to 2nd. So good passing move from him from starting 3rd. So up in place for him already. Out through the bottom end of McKissick, in through the wee right-handed Kate. Hard on the brakes. Bailey Patterson having a dive up the inside of Armitage. Down into the bottom of the hairpin, but he's on the outside. So Armitage should hang on to that. And he has to pull back in behind there, Bailey Patterson in the 4th place as the leaders come down through the kink. First time onto the front straight, and it is Adam Box leading the way from Justin Neal. The 2 that are in the points hunt for the New Zealand Championship. Down into Par and Co they go. Armitage sits 3rd, Patterson still 4th. Penrose there a wee bit further back in 5th. Patterson just having a big moment coming out the bottom end of Par and Co, and out onto the draft line back straight again. So it's still Adam Box out in front, 2 or 3 car lengths, pulls over to the left-hand side of the track, try and shake the draft of just Justin Neal in behind. But Neal now starting to get a good tow as they get down towards the 200-metre board. We'll pull out and try and go around the outside, around that faster line. And who have we got up the inside? Bailey Patterson just locking an inside left rear under brakes, trying to go up the inside of Armitage, up towards the McKissick curve. Still Neal from Adam Box. And away they go out the other side, so it's Justin Neal comes out in the lead. I'm not too sure where he popped out, but he's opened up quite a good wee gap already back to Adam Box and Chris Armitage. Bailey Patterson looking racy up the inside, so Armitage back down to 4th there. Patterson up to 3rd, through the kink they go. It's Justin Neal, winner of yesterday's 2 races, got about 6 or 8 car lengths back to Adam Box, who's going to come under some pressure shortly from Bailey Patterson in the 5 car. Now it's a little bit further back, it's Penrose trying to have a look at Armitage down the braking zone, no way through. Freight train through Par and Co. A little bit further back we've got a Mini smoking, it looks like the Shane Gray one with the right rear, a lot of smoke coming out the back of that. Leaders out through Par and Co. Goes wide, does the one towards the back there.
25 right into Allen.
And Pelling's up the middle, so 21, he goes up another spot. It's Mike Pelling in the 21 car. Goes through on Lou Allen in the wee 25 car that comes all the way down from the North Island. It's been 15, 16 years since Roger's been down here. And loving his racing back down here at Levels. Back to the leaders, who's just having a wee sniff up the inside. It looks like it's Bailey Patterson still hanging on to, in fact, goes up the inside of Adam Box. So Bailey Patterson up another one, and it caught right on the back of Justin Neal now as they come through the right-handed kick back into Carter's valuation hairpin. Justin Neal from Patterson. Adam Box now back in 3rd from Armitage. Lockie Penrose, Logan Pelling. There's a line-up of them there. So come back through the left-handed sweeper. Mike Pelling leading the next bunch of them further down the track. He's got Llewellyn and Benison and Wilson tucked in behind him. Here's the leaders down towards Parenco. Still Justin Neal leads from Bailey Patterson. Starting to gap third car a little bit as he's coming under some pressure. Adam Box from Chris Armitage and Lockie Penrose. We've got the meatball flag out for the 73 car.
Shane
Gray with that smoking right rear tyre as we're back to the leaders. Patterson now getting a good toe down the back straight. Justin Neal goes left, goes defensive right on his bumper now is Patterson. Look at this as they head down. He pulls out with 150 metres to go down towards John Jones Steele, but no way through there. It's a very wide mini, that mini of Justin Neal, and he comes out the other side still in front, up the straight towards McKissick Curve. These front two starting to gap third place again from Adam Box, who's still hanging on over Armitage. Lockie Penrose, and we've just see that the 73 car Shane Gray has pulled off the side of the track with that smoking mini. Looks like a brake or something might have locked on in that car. Spun a bearing or something. But leaders come out of the carter's valuation here, but still Justin Neal. She's all on for third, fourth, fifth and sixth at the moment. But Bailey Patterson, he's trying to track down Justin Neal, not close enough this time as they come down the front straight. Now we've got Penrose going around the outside of Chris Armitage. Armitage still got a nose up the middle though as they get down to the braking zone, and it looks like Penrose has got the job done and gets up to that third place. A good passing move from Lockie Penrose. In through Marshall Transport Sweeper. Justin Neal still leads the way from Bailey Patterson. And Bailey just trying to get another toe down the brake straight, but he's not quite close enough. And now we've got Adam Box trying to make a move back, so he's fallen back to fifth. Gone through on Armitage now as they head down towards John Jones Steele. Armitage still up the inside though, and probably still hang on to that when they come out the other edge. So Armitage still on fourth from Adam Box, who's was leading early on. Now he's dropped down to fifth place, Adam Box. He's got 37 points in the bag for the New Zealand Championship at the moment, so just taking it nice and easy there from fifth as our leaders come back down into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Patterson, what can he do from there? 2 laps left to go. They should get the last lap board this time, so he's in a good spot. Bailey Patterson will be counting the laps down, waiting for that last lap board to come out, and out it comes. Justin Neal, Bailey Patterson a wee bit closer this time, just starting to get a bit of a suck as they go down the front straight. We'll have to save it for the back straight though. Concentrate on getting a good drive out through the Marshall Transport Sweeper. In they go. Justin Neal still looking pretty solid though out in front. Patterson a lot closer this time as they head down the back straight for the last tourney, and a bit of a gap back to Lockie Penrose, who's gapped Armitage a wee bit. But here goes Patterson. What can he do? He pulls out to the right hand side. He'll try and go round the outside of Justin Neal. It looks like he might be deep enough he can stay there. Justin Neal's still got his nose up the inside through John Steele. They go still side by side, the two of them on the run up to the McKissick Curve. But Patterson just got his nose in front, but Justin Neal's got that inside line into McKissick Curve and hangs on to it, but she's not all over yet. Round through the big left-hand sweeper. Bailey Patterson still on the bumper of Justin Neal as they come through the kink back into the hairpin. And look who's joining the party in the background. Looks like it's Lockie Penrose. Up the inside goes Bailey Patterson. Try and go around the outside this time for Justin Neal. Looks like if he can stay there, it's going to be a 3-car battle across the line here. They come down through the kink. And who's going to get it? Around the outside, Lockie Penrose is on a run as well. 3 cars across the line at the same time. It's going to be Justin Neal gets it by 0.006 of a second. Bailey Patterson third, 0.023 further back. And Adam Box finishes fourth in the end, just 2 tenths further back and forth. Some great stuff once again from the Mini 7s. And Justin Neal makes it 3 from 3. Lockie Penrose around the outside for second. Fastest lap of the race, Adam Box at 1:18.2. Great stuff from the Falcon Tyres Mini 7s. Brendan Nichols, what do you make of that?
Well, that's what we like to see from the Minis, and we have had 3 across the line together previously for the New Zealand Championship in the Mini 7s today. They did not disappoint.
That's what we like. Another 3-car finish across the line. 0.006 of a second to Justin Neal. Just goes to show you that positioning that transponder towards the front of the car can make all the difference.
So Justin Neal there taking it out. Lockie Penrose, Bailey Patterson, Adam Box, Chris Armitage, Logan Pelling, Scott Patterson, Mike Pelling, Paul Benison and Barry Wilson are the top 10 finishers. Then we've got Daniel Burberry, Paul Hughes, Roger Llewellyn, Shane Gray, who did not finish there, had a little bit of a smoking problem, and Waugie Morgan did not start. He nosed car 69 into the bank yesterday, unfortunately did Waugie, but good effort. Justin Neal, Lachlan Penrose, Bailey Patterson, what a finish.
It certainly was, and that's what we come to expect from them these days, the minis, and great to see such a big field of them, and they didn't disappoint, that's for sure. Penrose coming from back fourth there with a couple of laps to go to finish second. Adam Box, Chris Armitage in the end, he was running third for most of it, ends up fifth. But some very exciting racing there. And more importantly for Adam Box, a decent finish there in fourth place.
So yeah, hats off. Thank you very much to the North Island competitors making their way across the ditch, coming to the mainland to entertain us. He did not disappoint.
Right, so up next it's the mainland muscle cars. Looking forward to those. We've got Adam on standby. He's got the race leader, well, the top 3 from the minis down there. We'll catch up with them very shortly. Bailey Patterson just getting out of the car. Lockie Penrose, as I say, a good drive from him. But Justin Neal, the man to beat.
Here we go. That finish, 3 wide. Only minis could be 3 wide.
Pretty much, only minis. Who got it?
Who do you think? Who am I talking to?
No, me. That was magic. Magic. Like, just unreal.
Talk us through that last sort of couple of laps of the race.
Bailey's good. I knew he was there. I knew he was coming, and he had to go at the end of the straight, which unfortunately in a mini, when you become 2, you go slow. So Lockie got on the bandwagon. So no, it was good. It was good.
Because there's 4 of you that are all vying.
Yeah.
The car looks beautiful.
Car's mint. Car's going good. Thank you to Larry at Swift Automotive.
Awesome. All right, we'll go find our P2. All right, we got them there together. So that finish.
Who actually won? Was it Justin?
Yeah.
Oh. There's a video on my car saying, I think I got him, but nah.
You might need a pole out the front with a transponder out the front.
Yeah, I reckon.
How was that last couple of laps for you?
Oh, that was quite bloody good. Going from 5th straight up to being in the run for the lead at the end. I was really happy with that.
Awesome, great race.
Yeah, thank you.
And only minis could be 3 wide at the end.
Yeah, I don't even know if I had enough space to be there, but I wasn't backing out of it.
Awesome, all right, thanks for that choice.
Cheers.
All right, we'll just come over there. How are you feeling after that?
Oh yeah, had to work for it, but no, it was worth it. So it was a good race. Yeah, better than yesterday.
And going over the line like that, 3 wide, you're quite happy?
Yeah, pretty comfortable really. Kind of used to it with these minis, quite close racing, so I enjoyed it.
Awesome, all right. Now we've got one other person we need to talk to, because we've got Adam Box here, who provisionally of course, has won the national title.
To be fair, I can't believe it. It's been a 30-year dream, and yeah, it's finally happened.
Wow, that's really cool, man. And so in that race, you had to have that in your back of your mind, but you got to block it out, right?
Yeah, I always want to push. It's just instinctual to push, but I knew all I had to do was finish, so just let go what needs to be let go.
But you're right in it still at the end.
Yeah, it was hectic.
Joyce, and so basically, I mean, to have that dream come true, I mean, what now?
Well, try to do it again, isn't it? Yeah, don't stop now.
Awesome. Well done, man, and congratulations, because, you know, it takes a lot of work to do this, right?
Yeah, not everyone can do it, and yeah, just the way everything panned out, it panned out in our favour, so yeah, look forward to next year.
You must have some people to thank.
Most definitely. I'm going to forget a lot of people, but first and foremost, I want to thank my dad. He built this machine from the ground up. And yeah, to my whole family, my mum, my partner, my boy that's here every week, and to all my sponsors, Miles Industries and Evoke Paint Specialists, Auto Graphics for all the stickers. yeah, all sorts. Cordell, who painted the car like this, he's done a great job.
The whole category, the cars just look absolutely mint, don't they?
Yeah, we've come a long way in the last few years. Yeah, new flash paint jobs and cool stickers, it goes a long way.
And they're just cool little cars.
Yeah, they're great fun. You should get one.
Oh, there we go. On that note, over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Adam. Up here just quickly with Tony Johnston from Mainland Muscle Cars. Tony, what's been happening overnight down there? No one been working frantic hours?
We've had a great run. The thing with these muscle cars is that they're very powerful and they're very old, and it makes them a little cantankerous, and the guys are always fighting mechanical problems, some small, some big. But we've actually had a really good weekend. We've had halfway through 2 races, and 19 that we started the weekend with. We've lost Michael Eden. He's had to just overheating problems. So Michael in the big blue XY Falcon is out. And the other one's Greg Donaldson with the gold 1970 Gen 2 Chevy Camaro. Unfortunately, he's out because of what he thinks is a pretty major engine problem. Unreliable for Greg, unusual for Greg, because he normally has great reliability with his engines. He's a clever guy, does a great job. So he's done the right thing and just pulled out to save any further possible damage. So, other than that, all good. The guys are all happy and good to go.
Well, good. Colin Campbell would have been having a big night last night, would he, after his race win?
That was Colin's first win with Mainland Muscle Cars, and he was absolutely stoked. Yeah, he was really, really thrilled. He was bouncing around, and really neat to see, right? He's come a long way. He comes down from Tauranga to race, so it's really nice when guys that put that kind of effort in get a good result.
Right, down there on the grid, Rod Heyman starting off pole position. Has been a pretty good weekend for Rod so far, and beside him, Johnny Hepburn in the 52 Monaro. Go back to the second row, it's one of the crowd favourites, the big Dodge Challenger number 77. And we've got an empty space beside him, and then back to the third row there, Brian Scott in the 53, and the 81 there of Hamish Frew. So Braden Phillips also too, very racy, double running the Mustang and also the Monza and the Central Muscle Cars. A busy weekend for the 43 team.
A busy weekend for his crew of helpers too.
Right, 8 laps for the Yellow Petroleum, 24/7 Mainland Muscle Cars, and we're off a slow start there from Rod Heyman off that dirty side of the track, but he's underway now. It's going to be Hepburn leads him down into Power & Co for the first time for Rod Heyman, then Dwayne Engley in that beautiful Dodge Challenger, Braden Phillips as well. And who's that up the inside? Steve McLaughlin, I think, in the 69 car, trying to hassle the hell out of Braden Phillips as they head down the back straight for the first time. It's Hepburn, Heyman, Engley, then Braden Phillips, McLaughlin, Brian Scott, Mike Small, and then Hamish Frew. Lost a couple of spots there off the start line. And a bit of a brake lock up there from the Chrysler Valiant down towards John Jones Steel. The tyres will still be pretty cold on these big donks. Take 2 or 3 laps, no doubt, to get the heat into them, Tony.
It really is. It's really hard to build enough. And some guys are fantastic. That's one of the things I think makes a difference.
So Hepburn down through the King onto the front straight. Here comes Heyman just closing up a little bit in the ex-Craig Gilbert Chevy Camaro. Has a wee dive up the inside. There's a time penalty for the 52 and the 56. So both cars off the front row have jumped the start. So time penalty, probably 5 odd seconds I would guess. So these two really got to clean themselves out and to get away from the guys in behind if they want to get that, keep those spots in front. Phillips now up to third place, a wee way further back. Engley still hanging on to fourth from McLaughlin. Brian Scott just starting to stretch themselves out a bit. Tinley back there in the Monaro as well on the 29. And they're all starting to space themselves out. Good to see the ex-Pre-65 car out there, car number 27 of John Smolensky. And these two cars out in front.
So the crew guys, you can give the crew guys from the top down the jump. So they'll come back to build that 5 second.
Dwayne Ingley off up the top end there, coming out of the hairpin, put the power down too quick, and round he goes. So that was from 4th place, Dwayne Ingley.
He's been pretty good at that this weekend.
Brian Scott there leads the next group of cars down there. Mike Small in the Mustang, McLaughlin there in the 69 car. Down through Power & Co they go as the leaders come out onto the draft line back straight. It's still Hepburn out there in the 52 from Heyman, who's had a solid weekend there, just fresh back from Bathurst in October. There's a few of them that went over, and talking to him about it, he was pretty stoked with going over there. It wasn't just the racing, it was the whole setup and behind the scenes, the build up to the event. A whole lot, bit of a bucket list item for him, and maybe we might see him go back again next year. I think the dairy payout's looking pretty good. He's got plenty of grass down there at the moment. I know that. He's probably the greenest farm around, even though most of them are green, but he's got plenty of water down there, that's for sure. As they come out of the Carter's Valuation hairpin.
All those guys that went to Bathurst and Sandy just had a fantastic time. And they really did well.
Down through the kick, still it's Hepburn. But look who's closing up in 3rd place, Braden Phillips. He knows these two in the front are under time penalty. He'll just want to get onto the back of them and to stay there and get the race win, perhaps, if nothing happens to him. McLaughlin down the inside of Mike Small in the background. So he's up another spot as the two leaders back down the draft line back straight. Just to keep that gap quite nice at the moment back to Heyman is Johnny Hepburn.
Do we know what the time penalty is? Is it said it's whether it's a 5 second or not?
Can't tell.
No,
can't see.
So it's usually a 5 second for a jump start. So you're dead right, Paul. Braden will be working real hard to stay within a couple of 3 seconds if he can, or get there and stay there, and the win will be his if he can do that.
He certainly is. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at 1:05.9. Braden Phillips, Wayne Ingley just going through, but recovering as the leaders come into the hairpin. All closed up now, those three. Hepburn, Heyman and Phillips. What can Phillips do? He's got a rather wide Chevy Camaro up in front of him to try and get past. Through the kink they come down the front straight. Still got a nice Louis gap out the front there, Johnny Hepburn, just enough that he doesn't have to worry too much down in the braking zone. Down through Power & Co. Everyone looking pretty tidy down through there. But Phillips now right on the back of Rod Heyman.
Well, Braden Phillips will know he doesn't have to get past those two, won't he?
That's right. There's no use risking it.
That's right. That's right. There's no use having a dive when he can just stay. If he can stay on the back of him, and Johnny Hepburn and Rod Heyman both get a 5 second penalty for the jump start, then Braden's going to be taking the win.
So Heyman is just having a look up the inside there of McLaughlin on screen. He's got Hamish Frew tucked in behind him in the 81 car. Another one of the Camaros.
And that's Bruce Tinley's just put a good pass on his mate Mike Small with John Jones.
They're always having good battles, those guys, aren't they?
Yeah, very closely matched, eh?
Ran through the classic curve here with McLaughlin. Still looking the lead over Frew. A little bit further back, that's for 6th and 7th position down the pack. Back to the leaders though. Heyman getting a little bit closer under braking down the end of the front straight there to get on the back of Hepburn. Phillips still just following them around, and he's probably had it in the air too from the crew to say just stay there, and then you're looking pretty good for the race win. But these three guys out in front, if you look at the 4th place car, is 9 seconds back, so Rod Heyman and John Hepburn, they probably, if they've got 5 second penalties, they're going to end up in 2nd and 3rd anyway.
There we go. Looks like it could be a pass. Oh, not yet. No, it's not.
Not yet. Heyman having a look up the inside, but it's a very, very wide red Monaro there of Johnny Hepburn's, and he's no slouch either, is he?
It was a really good try by Rod. He actually had the pass done, but he just had to turn the tighter radius through John Jones and had to take a bit of speed off.
So it looks like Braden Phillips must have had a moment there. He's dropped back off these two. And he's still circulating, but a wee way back. There he is there. So he doesn't want to get too far back. Wants to stay in that 5 second bracket. We'll see what they are when they come across the line this time.
Right, you're right. He must have had a big moment. That's a big gap.
He's definitely slowed up. In fact, he's going to get caught from these guys behind as he goes through. He's 7.9 seconds further back, so it's looking good for these front two at the moment. So they are pretty much racing for the win-in, aren't they? If they can keep it at that 8 second bracket.
Yeah. Yep, if they can hold the gap back to the rest of the guys, they'll still get the
Here goes Heyman, having a wee dive up the inside, down towards John Jones still side by side, but that outside line is the quickest one.
He's done it this time, hasn't he?
Looks like he's done it.
Yeah, well done.
Still side by side, but he's got that inside line for the McKissick curve. And he's got the pass made, has Rod Heyman up to first place, getting a bit of a slide going on as he gets mid-corner through McKissick.
And he'll probably keep that now. I don't think Johnny will be able to get him again.
So a couple of different lines taking him on, very wide on the outside of the hairpin. Looks like he's already put 6 or 8 car lengths on Johnny Hepburn, down across the stripe again. Last lap board is out for Rod, looking for race 2 win for him, second race win. And there's Braden Phillips parked up down the end of the back straight. So
he'll be gutted. He'll be gutted because that was a certain race win and really good points for his championship challenge.
And he was doing everything right too. He wasn't giving them a nudge.
He was driving a smart race.
So should have yellow flags up around the top of the track there somewhere, depending on where he's come off. But it's on the old circuit, so he's off out of the way. As the big cries of Valiant comes through with John Smolenski having a good battle there as the race leaders up round through McKissick curve. It is Rod Heyman still hanging on. Should see them.
Look at that, the two Marlborough Holden Toranas together.
Having a good run, aren't they? As the leaders come out of the hairpin for the last time, Rod Heyman in the 56. Going to come round through the left-hand sweep and down through the King and take another race win here. Checkered flags out. Congratulations, Rod Heyman. Second place will go to Johnny Hepburn, and we go a long way back to third place, which Brian Scott, good run from him. He stayed in front of this next battle the whole way through. Goes wide coming down the front straight, but will take that third place. McLaughlin up to fourth and then through fifth. Great stuff. Tinley comes through for sixth, Mike Spunk seventh. And a long way back to the next battle, which is the charger of Tony Galbraith. And the Express 65 John Smolenski.
I reckon Hepburn and Heyman would have had a fantastic race. I reckon they would have really enjoyed that.
Well, hopefully we get an interview from Rod. Haven't called up the scene all weekend, so hopefully Adam can get him out of the Camaro.
Yeah, everybody knows what to do now. They've sort of shifted the position of their interview point, and that's working out really well now.
Oh, that's great stuff from the Allied Petroleum 24/7 fuel mainland muscle cars. Another race for them this afternoon.
Well, kind of 2 more, right? So we've got our last race, which of course is a reverse grid handicap race, which they're always exciting. And then at the end of the day, we've got the big North versus South challenge. And just so we're all clear on that, this is not a central muscle cars versus mainland muscle cars race.
It's a place of birth race.
Yeah. So think state of origin. So we've actually got 3 of the central muscle car guys racing with us in mainland muscle cars.
So Rod Heyman taking the race win from Johnny Hepburn, Brian Scott, Steve McLaughlin, good effort from him. Hamish Shrew 5th, Bruce Tinley, Mike Small, Tony Galbraith, John Smolenski, Barry Morgan there, good run in the 55. There was Colin Campbell 11th, Sandra Eden, Tony Denson, Gary Shaw, Dwayne Ingley, and then David King, a couple of DNF and a did not start. Braden Phillips, bad luck for him, and Michael Eden not starting the race, as you said previous. So thanks very much, Tony, for your comments.
All good.
And we look forward to the next race later on in the North-South Challenge.
It's going to be a great afternoon. Really looking forward to it.
Cheers. Thanks for your comments. So it looks like all the cars aren't coming your way, Adam. Looks like they're heading in the top end. So Rod Heyman taking the race win. He won't want to be in front of a camera, that's for sure. Dwayne Ingley's big Dodge Plymouth just coming in. So up next we've got the Mazda Pro 8s, an 8-lap race for them, reverse marble draw. So I'm going to hand over to B1 and B2 for this one. I'll go have a pit stop of my own, and we'll see you back here shortly for the Central Muscle cars and the trucks.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, outstanding racing there once again. Far out. Exciting stuff.
So we've had the winners' names presented to us for the kids and race cars. Going to go for a little hoon around the track at lunchtime, so congratulations. Their parents have already been advised. So Harley, Harriet, Eli, Heidi, Ruby May, Charlie, Lucas and Reggie, you are going to have an awesome experience at lunchtime today. Congratulations.
Congratulations, kids. That'll be a little once-in-a-lifetime experience for you. Get out and get around the track and see what it's actually like for the drivers to get around there.
And there's plenty of fans on the bank today, so make sure you give the fans a wave if you can, as you are lapping Levels Raceway.
Look at that on screen, would you?
Oh, who's
Dom
that individual?
Hopper McLaren. Go Gallagher.
So
a good Ashburton supporter there for young Ryan Gallagher.
Yeah, that's Ashburton's oldest teenager, Don McLaren.
Nice to see you, Hopper. There, the one finger wave. That's a shocker.
So
behave yourself.
So Don had a milestone birthday last year. We won't say what it was, but he was 18 when he got his Mark 1 Escort race car, and he's been racing it for 42 years. So if you can do maths, you'll know how old Don is. Just passing down to Adam in the pits.
So I'm here with Johnny Hepburn, P2. You led the race for a long way. It felt like maybe the tyres went off, or...
Yeah, tyres went off a little bit. Rod's got a wee bit more horsepower than me. I was getting good drive earlier on, but it just wasn't quite as good later on. And I probably got a wee bit angry with myself because I got a radio call saying that I'd jumped the start, which I'd moved when I put my car into gear in the box, but that was it. I know Rod moved a little bit, so I was pretty angry with the steward's decision on that. So it probably me that caused to lose first place rather than anything else, to be fair.
Good race otherwise?
Oh, it was awesome, yeah. And Rod and I going around the top there side by side, that's pretty awesome racing. You've got to trust each other to do that. And last year I don't think I would have trusted Rod that much, but this year I certainly do. He's come a long way, which is cool to see, and a beautiful car too.
Yeah, awesome driving. I mean, we're watching it on the stream, and she's big cars to get through there, too wide.
Yeah, and they're all over the place too. It's not like they're sitting on rails, so they're moving around a wee bit. But no, it was good fun. And hey, thanks to all the spectators and supporters that have come out here today to this awesome meeting. It's really good to see the banks as full as they were in the 90s. And you know, as a club member and you know, as a long-time motorsport racer, it's so good to see the support and the people here. So really enjoy your days and come and have a beer in the club rooms later on.
Reminds you of the old NZV8 days when you're a few years younger.
yeah, walked a little bit better than I did now. Or even the Superbike days and stuff. Like, we had big crowds and that then, and it was awesome to see. Even, you know, the early V8s, when I come out here and do motorcycle displays and stuff at lunchtime, this is what it was about. And the kids that are coming into the pits and grabbing posters and that, it's so important, eh? It's so cool. So, yeah, good.
I see Rod just floating around in the background, so we'll try and drag him over. Hey, Rod, we're just live, so we'll just try and race over. We come to you.
Thanks. Yeah, very good. It's great to be here again.
How was that around the top there with you two?
Oh, well, I can trust Johnny, and I know where he is. And he was up for it, so that was it. You know, you had to get in there.
And so it took you a few laps, but you had a wee look before you went?
Yep. You sort of got to poke your nose in, and then I sort of had a little bit more confidence. So
what sort of horsepower you make in your machine there?
Bit over 800, I think, yeah. It's in that game, yeah.
So you felt you had it just a bit more legs down the end there?
Yeah, I had a shitty start. I should have got the start, but I was moving before it, so we got a penalty. But and my tyres are shot. I'm just coming out there, I've got no traction at all. But anyway, look, it's good fun. I love it.
Awesome. So the day's going pretty well?
Yeah, no, I can't complain. Yeah, that was a great race. crowd would have loved it, and you know, it's good to see a few cars out in the front.
All right, so north-south battles next.
Yeah, that'll be chewy. Yeah, I don't know. Angus was actually originally from the South Island, so he might come and race with us, with Andy as well. So hey, that could be good.
So there's a bit of banter going on already.
There will be. Be a lot afterwards too.
A couple of beers and a bit of banter.
Correct.
Awesome. All right. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Andy. Having a chat to Johnny Hepburn and Rod Hayman. Johnny, as he mentioned, was also quite handy on two wheels. Well, he's a young fella.
All sorts of stuff, trucks, bikes, you name it, Johnny's done it.
Well, the legend is he grew up at Mangati. The legend is he got kicked off. He used to do the lawns at the golf course, but he was jumping the tractor on his motorbike, allegedly. Allegedly.
Only allegedly?
Allegedly, Andy.
I'm probably lucky we didn't have videos back then.
That's right, before they had social media. Anyway, now we have the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8s coming out onto the circuit. They're just forming up on the Pro-Wear start-finish straight.
Yeah, it'll be Michael Court and Sam Knight on the front row of the grid. Ben McConaughey and young Ryan Gallagher out of Ashburton there on the second row. Mel Waters and Corbin Sprague. Luke Casey, Caleb Pateman, Jared Pike, Lincoln Brunton, Oakley West and Hamish Evans. And then starting out of that P13 will be our rookie Dean Van Buren.
So good to see Caleb Pateman on the podium yesterday. It's his first podium in the Mazda Pro 8 Series, his second season, as he said, and he's loving his motor racing. Here's the nephew of Kevin Pateman, who was the club president here for many, many years. Kevin ran in the New Zealand touring cars back when they used to run laser turbos and TX3Is, and then he moved on to the 2-litre touring cars, and he still has that Telstar which he races in classic cars. But yeah, front row of the grid, car 55, Michael Court, Sam Knight beside him in the 444 machine, and young charger Ryan Gallagher, second meeting here at Levels Raceway, and obviously he's got a fan on the bank with Don the Legend McLaren holding up the Go Gallagher sign.
Yeah, he had an excellent showing yesterday too, didn't he? Just waiting for the lights. Lights are on.
And we're away. Good launch from the 444 car out of P2. That Sam Knight gets into the lead as they go through the Par & Co S's, pushes Michael Court back to P2. Then they head off into the Marshall Transport sweeper for the first time, heading off down the draft line back straight. Half a dozen car lengths lead now for Sam Knight in the 444 machine.
Look at Ryan Gallagher, he's up into P3 already, looking at getting up into P2 alongside Michael Court as they head down the draft line back straight. Little couple of wheels out in the dirt there. And it looks like Ryan Gallagher will go through up into P2, so great manoeuvre from him as they head around John Jones and up towards McKissick.
Is that Corbin Sprague there, just lurking in the background, part of the Sprague plague?
Sam Knight's opened up a handy lead already. Anyone else in shot there yet? Looks like Sprague may have just gotten up the inside of Ryan Gallagher.
Corbin Sprague in the 84 car coming out of the card evaluation hairpin left-hand sweeper. Then we've got the right-hand kink. That is the current race leader, Sam Knight in the 444 car, going down the Pro-Wear front straight.
Plenty of action going on. Ben McConaughey back up into third position as well, which pushes Ryan Gallagher back into fourth.
So Corbin Sprague, a 1:12.4 fastest lap of the race so far, as he's trying to hunt down Sam Knight, heading down the draft line back straight now. Ben McConaughey up to P3 in the 215 machine. That's pushed young teenager Ryan Gallagher from Ashburton in the 877 machine back to fourth. Puff of smoke as they pop down a cog, break into the John Jones Steel left-hander.
So that second, third, fourth position battle, very busy, but that's all going to be playing into the hands of Sam Knight.
So young Oakley West's car there, car 85, just popping through the screen, but now Corbin Sprague all over the back of the 444 car of Sam Knight through the left-hand sweeper once again, right-hand kink, and then they'll come down the Pro-Wear start finish straight to reel off another lap. Will be 6 laps left to go for the race leader, who currently at least is Sam Knight. into the hard braking zone. Powering Coesas.
Corbin Sprague just having a bit of a look down the outside there, just letting Sam Knight know he's there. He'll bide his time. Still got 6 laps to go.
Then we've got the chasing pack. So Corbin Sprague just goes through the inside of Sam Knight. Sam's going to be in that favoured faster line through John Jones Steele. Is Corbin far enough ahead to pull over and take the position? Just have to wait and see. Yes, he is. So now he's going to lead the field through the Gerald McKissick curve. 215 car. Ben McConaughey P3, Ryan Gallagher P4. Into the card evaluation hairpin once again. Smooth entry for Corbin Sprague. Gets the power down, builds up the speed all the way down the start finish straight. Slightly downhill here at Levels Raceway, so some cars can actually be as fast down this part of the circuit as they can up the back straight. Anyway, into the braking zone, car 84. Corbin Sprague, Sam Knight, Ben McConaughey. Still young teenager Ryan Gallagher holding out P4.
He's just coming under a bit of pressure there from Michael Court. Just there's a bit of a train starting to build up there.
So Jared Pike, Caleb Patelin, Hamish Evans, Luke Casey and Oakley West round out the top 10. Looking at the battle going down the back straight, that's Michael Court, Jared Pike, Caleb Patelin. There's race leader Corbin Sprague. It's now eased out a bit of a lead, and Ben McConaughey putting Sam Knight, the 444 car that started on the front row, with him under pressure. Coming out of the McKissick curve, we've got the right-hand kink before the braking zone into the card evaluation hairpin. All over Sam Knight's bumper now. Can he get a good run coming out of the hairpin, coming down the front straight into the hard braking zone, into the Powering Coesas? We'll wait and see. So Corbin Sprague, another fastest lap, 1:08.2. Corbin went under the lap record 3 times yesterday. He was complaining about the slippery surface on the track, but it didn't seem to hinder his car speed too much. Up the back straight he goes. He's clearing out from the field. He had 1.6 seconds over Sam Knight when he crossed the line. Just watching now for the battle between Ben McConaughey and Sam Knight. Going into John Jones Steele.
Ryan Gallagher just managing to just keep in touch with the other two in front of him. Not letting them get too far down the track, although a big gap between him and Michael Court, who leads that second battle pack.
Yeah, so that's good for Ryan. He can keep his eyes forward at the moment. Doesn't need to worry about anyone in his mirrors. Just with these cars bicycle in front of him, he might have to pick up the scraps and sneak a spot if there's a little bit of nudge. Anyway, here's the chasing pack. Michael Court, Jared Pike, Hamish Evans, Caleb Patelin. A lot of action amongst that group.
Jared Pike all over the back of Michael Court. Putting the pressure on him as they make their way down front straight.
Okay, down the Proware front straight into the Powering Coesas they go. Got the right and left. Just ride the little strips a little bit. Then out of the Marshall Transport sweeper off down the draft line back straight once again. Michael Court just gets a good run out of the Marshall Transport sweeper. So there's Ben McConaughey now putting pressure on P2, Sam Knight in the 444 machine. Ryan Gallagher still keeping watch.
Dropped off a little bit, but well enough ahead of that second pack.
So race leader Corbin Sprague is clearing out from the pack. With 2 laps to go as he heads down the Proware start finish straight.
Looks like we've got a spin out up the top of the track there by the card evaluations hairpin. That's Caleb Patelin, number 146.
Looks like just as he left the shot he was putting into gear, he's still mobile. So it's Ben McConaughey still putting pressure on Sam Knight, the 444 car, coming out of the Marshall Transport sweeper off the draft line back straight. Don't worry about Corbin Sprague, he's got a 4-second lead. He's got time to change the CDs in the stacker. Off into John Jones Steele goes the race leader. Sam Knight, Ben McConaughey.
McConaughey just not quite being able to get close enough around the top end of the circuit there to force the issue. Just a couple of car lengths between them.
Ryan Gallagher just get on his shoulders, not taking any risks. Comfortable 4th position. So what can Ben McConaughey do? Just needs to get right up on Sam Knight's bumper, try and
boards up.
Force a move coming down the front straight. So Corbin Sprague's off on his last circuit this morning.
So that second, third battle is going to be the one to watch.
Less than half a second between them as they cross the stripe. Jared Pike, Hamish Evans, Michael Courtney back to 7th in the 55 car.
Hamish Evans just making up a spot there into 6th.
Just watching them now come out of the Marshall Transport sweeper, off down the draft line back straight. Back to the battle, 2nd to 3rd. Sam Knight, Ben McConaughey. Looking all the enthusiasts up there on the bank. Outside the McKissick curve. Enjoying their day's motor racing in the sun. Make sure your slip-slop slap. And Ben get close. Under braking. Not close enough. I don't think he's going to be near enough to make a run for the finish line. There we go. Corbin Sprague takes the flag for the Kumho Tyres Mazda Pro 8 Series. Sam Knight. Ben McConaughey goes through. Ashburton teenager Ryan Gallagher, he's having an awesome weekend, 2nd time racing the Pro 8s at Levels Raceway.
Yeah, Jared Pike got past Hamish Evans there. He'll take 5th. 6th will be Hamish Evans, Michael Court in 7th. Young Oakley West will take 8th. 9th place will be Luke Casey and Lincoln Brunton in 10th.
So Corbin Sprague, good drive to the front of the field and then just cleared on out. 5-second win in the end.
Yeah, and another good drive from Sam Knight too. Just held Ben McConaughey at bay. And there are the official results there. Corbin Sprague, Sam Knight, Ben McConaughey, Ryan Gallagher in 4th. Jared Pike, Hamish Evans, Michael Court, Oakley West, Luke Casey and Lincoln Brunton rounding out the top 10. 11th was Caleb Pateman, Mel Waters in 12th and Dean Van Buren rounding out 13th spot. So thank you very much to the Kumho Tyres Pro 8s. Another good race from them, Brendan.
Good class to build young talent there, B2, is the Mazda Pro 8s. So a few cars have been built out of the Autogas stables, and we also are lucky enough to have Jared Parmenter out here, the RX-8 Whisperer. Those competitors that have a little bit of a problem with their car, there's not much that Jared can't diagnose.
So up next, some thunder. I can hear thunder in the pit lane. That's the Central Muscle cars. So it's some fantastic hard-out racing from the Central Muscle cars yesterday, Paul.
Certainly was. Some real dicey moments, just having a yarn to Angus Fogg down there. I hit him up about his passing move yesterday, and he just closed his eyes and sort of cringed his teeth. He said, yeah, I knew that was a close one.
He was reenacting it, was he?
Yeah.
Close your eyes and grit your teeth.
Yeah, and had a yarn to Nick Ross too about his off-track excursion down there when the cars were about 4 wide. And he said that was more luck than anything, keeping it under control. The big dodge.
Yes, that was down the end of the
back
straight.
Yeah, very lucky indeed. But some good racing from the guys. And talking to Andy Knight just quickly there too, he's going to send it this race. He said, yeah, just give it to her. So that's what he's going to do. He's driving another Camaro.
Yeah, slightly later model, this one. It is a Gen 2, but the very last of that shape. Before they went to the Gen 3. It's got the plastic front on it.
Got Jody Wilson in his corner here this weekend.
Oh, he's not a bad bloke to have in your corner, is he?
He's pretty good. He built up Rod Heyman's car that he's racing, the 56, when Craig Gilbert had it. Craig did a lot of work on it himself too, but Jody did a fair chunk of it. And also been associated with Andy Knight for a number of years too. So Jody Wilson on the tools. Still waiting for Adam down there in the pits to track down the race leader, which is obviously Corbin Sprague in the 84 car. Getting a wee bit lost. He's got Sam Knight there, down there with him. So we'll cross over to Adam. Adam, take it away.
Just with Sam Knight, P2. Real good race though.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. It was great fun, great battles, and just really happy with that one.
Corbin just got you there?
Yeah, I tried my best, but he's a good driver. He's real quick, and it's just hard to keep him off.
Real hot out there too, right? Any like feel the tyres going off or pushing it hard?
Yeah, tyres went off a little bit, but no, it still felt really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, just happy.
Happy, awesome. We've got P3 just sitting over there, so we'll quickly grab them with time running out with the cars out on track. Oh. Here we go. P3, a little bit lonely out there for you.
Yeah, a little bit of a lonely race chasing Sam around. He's defending well, but happy to be back on the podium today.
Awesome, and so the weekend's going good?
Yeah, tough race yesterday in the reverse grid, but back up the front, happy on the podium.
So how does it, I'm just being told the first car's coming on the grid, so we better quickly grab Mr. Corbin. He's just on the scales there, so I'll just race over. Running. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly grab a quick word with you because we've got the muscle cars gridding up. Great race, fastest lap, and you won.
Yeah, super stoked, really good race. Managed to get a really good start from P6 on the grid and get a couple of spots off the start, and then had some real good battles along the way. The car was mega. Can't thank Dad, Gareth Hayward and all my sponsors enough. Much appreciated.
Awesome, well done. We'll get back over you, Paul, because they're all gridding up.
Yeah, thanks Adam. Corbin Sprague down there, and another race win to him, so a good weekend. And also too, Ben McConaughey there on the third row, Sam Knight finishing second, so congratulations those three as we look forward to the Napa Central Muscle Cars.
Speaking of Knights, we've got one on the front row, Andy Knight alongside Angus Fogg. Camaro versus Mustang.
Yeah, Craig Boot, Braden Phillips will be on the second row. Then we go back to Nick Ross, Mike Wallace on the third row. In fact, no Mike Wallace, I think he's gone. And no Rod Heyman either.
Rod Heyman, I think the fitness may have caught up with him again, as it did yesterday apparently, or lack of.
She's a hot day today too. She'll be pretty hot out there on one of those. So what have we got for the Central Muscle Cars? A 10-lap race. Grid start, so they will start on the grid. So we're waiting on the lights for the Napa Central Muscle Cars. Can Andy Knight take the race win? Can Andy Fogg get it? Angus Fogg get it? Away we go. He's just lined it up, Angus Fogg. He's got 3 cars shot past him. Braden Phillips has managed to get through as well. So Foggy back to 4th place, as it's going to be Andy Knight leads them from Braden Phillips. And they head up to the Marshall Transport Sweeper. So Foggy just lighting the tyres up on the J.A. Russell Mustang, but he's underway again now, tucked in behind Braden Phillips. Craig Boot up to second, and Foggy straight through on Braden Phillips. Wheel out in the dirt too, I think, but back up to that 3rd place. So good recovery from Angus Fogg, J.A. Russell Mustang, but at the moment it's all Andy Knight.
Yeah, well, he would have left a couple of big black lines on the start-finish line there, Angus Fogg. It just stopped. Everyone else took off around him. So he's done well to end up where he is.
So that dirty side of the track too. So here he is in the car disvaluation here, but opposite Camaro, Andy Knight, opened up quickly back to the 07 of Craig Boot. And in fact, it's Angus Fogg up to second. He managed to get through on Craig Boot up there at the top end of the track, so Boot back to 3rd. Braden Phillips sitting there in 4th place in the 43 car, the Chevy Monza, and then Nick Ross in the big Dodge Plymouth there. In the 4th place, Lance Hughes.
There must be a bit of an issue there with Craig Boot's transponder. It's got to come up as a DNS. He's certainly out there.
Certainly out there.
On our screen. He must have a bit of an issue going on there. But anyway.
Might pick it right itself shortly perhaps, but it's no doubt who's out in front, up through the McKissick curve. Andy Knight has done plenty of laps around here over the years. Of course, ran in TRS for a couple of seasons. Long back in the NZV8s as well. Found him through film, I think he was in. So back into the Heartland is Andy Knight trying to get chased down by Angus Fogg and the J. Russell Mustang down through the kink. Well over 180, maybe 200 odd kilometres an hour down the front straight. Hard on the brakes about the start-finish line. Try and pull the thing up. Here's Braden Phillips having a look up the inside. A boot. The two of them still side by side through Par and Co. Boot gets a wee bit out of shape on that ripple strip. Here comes Nick Ross, wants a wee bit of action as well from 5th place. And in the end, he hangs on to it, Craig Boot, but was all out of shape. Braden Phillips had it front of him. And Nick Ross just hanging back there, waiting for something to happen. Car number 22 looking very nice out there down the back straight too. That's Grant Crosby. And another one of the Chevy Camaros. Car number 22. Here's the distance between first and second. Andy Knight, Angus Fogg, big gap back to 3rd place. Here's the battle going on. Craig Boot still hanging on to it from Braden Phillips. That red Chevy Camaro has a wee look up the inside of the right hand peak with the hairpin. No way through there for him. Big closes the door. And Nick Ross had that big moment yesterday down the back straight through the left-handed sweeper as the leader comes through. Down to the Par and Co S's. Not much Foggy can do. He's hasn't had a race win yet this weekend, Angus Fogg.
No, he is the fastest man on the track at the moment.
103.07. Perhaps you have to look at the lap record for the Central Muscle Cars. Brendan, you might be able to find that for us before the end of the race. Boot just getting a wee bit out of shape, trying to get the power down.
Lifting a wheel there in the Monza. It's not often you see something like that in a muscle car.
Having a dive up the inside. So we got a new lap record, I think, from Andy Knight, or maybe Angus Fogg. Angus Fogg, a 103.2. The old lap record was held by himself, a 103.46 back in January 2020. So a new lap record from Angus Fogg, a 103.2.
We've had lap records tumbling around all over the place this weekend. Perfect conditions.
Yeah, although the perfect conditions are an
It's
overcast
cloudy
day, so obviously plenty of grip out there in the conditions that they've got. And it's all Andy Knight at the moment, by 1.5 seconds back to Angus Fogg and a long way back to Craig Boot. He's still hanging on to that 3rd place. Nick Ross has managed it. We've lost Braden Phillips.
We've lost the Monza.
Lost Braden Phillips somewhere.
Here he is. He's just coming around now. Card evaluation hairpin.
So he's having a bad run as Braden Phillips, having a DNF in the Mustang and the mainland muscle. And now from 3rd place. From 3rd place he's dropped back to way down the field there, 10th in that last lap. It's all Andy Knight. He said he was going to send it this race. Angus Fogg sent it just a wee bit more to get that lap record, 103.07. There's a couple of cars towards the rear of the field, the 70 car.
It's the Falcon Futura.
That's a Mark Street from Tauranga. The 222 car, I think it is.
Triple one.
Or the 167, I can't quite remember. Triple one, Ian Easton.
Ian Easton in the Mustang.
Yeah, he ended up in the kitty litter yesterday.
He did, yeah. A bit of a lock-up from him there, just heading down the draft line back straight.
Leaders go through again. It's still Andy Knight. 1.2 seconds still the gap between himself and Angus Fogg. Much Foggy can do about it. He's not been held up from behind or anything like that, so big gap though back to Craig Boot, 13 seconds down the track in 3rd place. Nick Ross in 4th. Lance Hughes doing a good job in the old Tirana, the 84, sitting there in the 5th place.
Galbraith and the Charger there just on screen.
That's our the race leader into the hairpin. That's the gap, 1st to 2nd.
Foggy's just closed that up
just a
little bit.
Still be around that 1 second gap though. So still got a fair bit to find with what have we got left? A couple of, 5 laps left to go. It's a 10 lapper.
Yep, 4 laps now as they cross the stripe.
So 4 laps left to go for the race leaders. Andy Knight comes from a big motorsport family. Oh, problems for Andy Knight down at Marshall Transport. He went on the entry there, looked pretty good, and then all of a sudden, mid-corner,
he's just come to a grinding halt.
Yeah, it looks like he's back up to speed though again. So must have missed a gear or done something, or was just slowed right down. And Angus Fogg shoots through up to the lead, so that was a bit unexpected, I think, from Angus Fogg. Look at the flames flying out the back of that Mustang up round through McKissick. Very impressive indeed. There's Andy Knight on shot in the box at Camaro.
Well, if that was driver error, he's going to be disappointed with himself.
He will be. He's still not up to speed though, by the looks of it. See what he's like down the front straight, but definitely had a moment down there at Marshall Transport. Maybe missed a gear. So a couple of laps left to go for Angus Fogg. Looks like he's back up to speed, Andy Knight.
Yeah, 109 that time, so he dropped about 5 seconds off his previous lap times.
Good battle still going on for third and fourth. Craig Boot and Nick Ross. Boot still hanging on, the Mustang. Here's the shot there.
Ross all over the back of him.
Flame shooting out the side of that car. These cars running quite high spec V8s in them, obviously basically NASCAR engines in most of them. And they can tune the old flames in and out of them. We know Angus Fogg likes tuning a bit of flame into the back of the car when she's in roll mode. She'll fly a bit out.
Past one of the back markers there, that's Stretton in the Futura.
Yeah, we'll try and get out of the way for Andy Knight. Getting held up a wee bit Knight there from Stretton, but he gets out of the way in the end, he gets through. So he's starting to catch back up there, Andy Knight, he's back up to speed. 2 laps left to go for Angus Fogg. This car was talked about over there at Bathurst a couple of years ago, and he went over 300 kilometres an hour down the back straight. Quickest car there on track, even quicker than the supercars, and a lot of people stood up, took notice, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it was up around the 320 mark, and got a little bit of a slap on the back of the hand for that one. It's going 30 odd k an hour faster than a V8 supercar.
That's right, but it's what we expect from Foggy. Loves going fast because he's coming up on more lap traffic there in the form of the Valiant. Stays out of the way.
That's allowed Andy Knight to get
right on the back
close
there,
to the back of Fogg.
Around the through the right-handed kink into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Closes right on the back of Angus Fogg now. So Foggy, he'll be a pretty hard man to try and get past as well. He'll defend as good as he gets.
They have 1 lap to do it, Andy Knight. The last lap board will be coming out. There it is now. So let's just see what he can do.
They have to do it on the back straight. So get a good run out of Marshall Transport Sweep will be what Andy Knight wants.
He's trying hard, just took the wheel out in the dirt there into turn 1. Foggy getting sideways.
Getting a wee slide on, trying to get the power down nice and early, and he's got the job done, I think, Angus Fogg. Got enough gap there. I don't think Andy Knight's going to get him as a head down towards John Jones Steele. Close up at the end, but she's all tight from there on in.
Let's see what happens round towards McKissick, whether he can force the issue. He's right on his bumper. Don't think he's going to get anything done.
It's pretty tied up through there. We seen Fogg though get forced wide yesterday, didn't we? In the same spot.
Look at that, Andy Knight just having a wee sniff up the inside, but not quite there yet.
So into the hairpin for the last time.
Oh, this time around he's on the inside. No, he's backed out of it.
So Angus Fogg through the left-handed sweeper, looking pretty good. I don't think Andy Knight's close enough to have a run down towards the line. Here they go down through the king. Angus Fogg has got the lights on. He's going to take the race win in the end, but only just from Andy Knight. 0.04 of a second between the two of them. Knight had a good lunge towards the end and takes the race win. We go back down the track to Craig Boot and Nick Ross. Ross has got a bit of a run, but Craig Boot's going to hang on to that 3rd place. Nick Ross will stay 4th. Lance Hughes a good run in 5th place in the Tirana. Grant Crosby crosses the line in 6th. And back to the next battle. It's Hamish Frew in the end gets through on that Braden Phillips, who was up in the top 3 for the first 2 or 3 laps and must have had a problem somewhere on the track. And Steve Scholes in that number 33 car. Clark Hopkins. Still a few of them left to come. Stephen Ware. the 167 Mustang. The J.A. Russell Mountain Shop car. The dark blue one.
HQ number 13. It's Kate Coey.
Yeah. Tony Galbraith, Mark Easton, a couple of DNSs did not start. It's Mike Wallace and Rod Heyman, who of course did the first Central Muscle race yesterday morning and then thought, hang on, I've got to get through the weekend. Double running's probably not for me. In fact, running's probably not for him.
He's probably still celebrating after that last win over Johnny Hepburn.
Well, I think he's been on cloud nine since getting pole. So, Andy Knight, yeah, good effort in the end, but just that one issue that he had in the car might have been a missed gear change or something like that. Allowed Angus Fogg to get through. So we got Adam Jones down there from Fast Files.
I'm sure Andy will let us know in the interview.
On standby, yeah. Of course, Andy's pretty straight up. He'll tell us whether he made the mistake or not. But he's out of the car already. And Angus Fogg just pulling in that beautiful Mustang. Very long car, isn't it, standing beside it, and from where he's sitting in the car, he's basically sitting in the back seat, so he's got a long way out in front of him. But we'll cross down to Adam down there with Angus Fogg.
Normally I ask the questions first, but Angus had a question for me. What was it?
Did he get me?
0.04 of a second you got it.
I didn't even know he was there.
Wow.
Didn't have a clue he was there. Ah.
The start wasn't so good for you, but you came back.
No, I stalled the start because I put a taller different overnight and tried the same technique as yesterday, which worked well, but no, just went off the power and stalled. But anyway, got going again. Well, that's amazing that I won because I backed right out for the last couple of corners and didn't even look at my mirror. I thought Andy's broken down, but he obviously just had a little hiccup and then got going again. That thing's fast this weekend, man, I tell you. Woo.
So you're having a good weekend, though?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Anytime you're burning around Timaru in a nice sunny day and having a proper race, it's great. And Andy's obviously a very fierce competitor and great to race with as well. So it's a pleasure.
You guys go way back.
We kind of do. I go back a bit further than him, but he's done a lot of stuff over the years as well, which I think helps. The more experience you get in different vehicles and your crew, and it all just becomes second nature. And we have a great time as well as being very hard-fought competitors on the track.
So next up, you've got a North versus South. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we've got our Central Muscle Cars handicap race next, and then the North versus South. To be honest, I'm not very happy with the way they've think they're going to run it. I just think it should be simple north south on the grid, but they've got some weird and wonderful handicap drive through the pits thing. But anyway, I suppose it is what it is. I'm just a dumb competitor, so what would I know?
Your car's fast though.
It's all right. Yeah, it's amazingly it's not as fast as it was here 6 years ago with the little engine in it. So that tells us something, doesn't it? It's not all about the engine.
Oh, well, Scope's coming up. You like that track too?
Yeah, of course. Any track you're going good at, you like. So, looking forward to Scope. It's another fantastic South Island meeting. So, looking forward to putting on a good show.
All right, thanks. All right, we'll get over to Andy Knight. Where's he? Just looking for him. Oh, here he is. Things are going good at the beginning of the race, and what happened?
Oh, we came out of the second S, and I got up on the curb, and don't know what happened, but it popped out of gear. I sort of coasted around the last corner, let Angus by thinking it had broken a axle or something. Then went, oh shit, might try a gear, and it was a gear. So then the chase was on, but not enough. That little bit of lap traffic helped us, but I would have needed a couple of laps to work over him to try and do it. But hey, it made a good race at the end.
Yeah, and a real good race at the end because it was very, very tight.
Yeah, I shouldn't have got on the brake down there. I should have actually just shot straight past it.
Well done, Ray. I didn't know you were there.
Yeah, so no, hey, it was good, and I'm sure we'll have another good one this Arvo, and shame it was like that. It would have been better if Foggy had caught me and then we actually got to battle, but it is what it is, and move on.
All right, onwards and upwards. We'll get over here to Craig quickly. Craig, P3. The last race you said you won't see me on the podium again, but here you are.
Yeah, it was a good race actually. Obviously Angus and Nighty racing their own race.
Well, we just got to move because they're trying to get the trucks in here for the trucks to go out. So come over here, Craig. Sorry, a little bit of a moving feast, but we've got the Hilton haulage trucks coming in because obviously trucks go out, they have to clear the track. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, no, look, it was good. I knew that Nighty and Foggy were going to have their own race, but I had a couple of 3 fast cars behind me that are similar speed, so unfortunately young Braden got a bit excited and took my door out, and that sort of fired me up a bit, so I was pretty happy with the third. I felt I deserved it, and yeah, bring on the next race.
Awesome, well done. All right, we'll go back up to you, Paul, because it looks like the trucks aren't too far from going out on track for the last race before lunch.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Great job down there interviewing the drivers, and congratulations to Angus Fogg, who was lucky to get there in the end. Obviously didn't see Andy Knight rearing up in the mirror, but got the first race of the day for the super trucks. We'll have the lunch break after this, so there are plenty of things happening in the pits. We'll have the kids out there having their rides at lunchtime. Harley, Harriet, Eli, Heidi, Ruby, May, Charlie, Lucas and Reggie will all go out there for the kids and race cars lunchtime rides. So congratulations to those. But up next, as I say, it's the NZ Super Trucks. Everyone comes to see them. We've still got the 10 trucks running, so that's all good stuff. And at the moment, the John Jones Steel truck out there, the old twin steer, going around there. Been a long time sponsor of the corner at the end of the back straight, John Jones, so good to see them still involved there and loaning us one of their trucks as the pace truck for this weekend.
The boys have been busy this week making that thing shine like a diamond, haven't they?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be the apprentice on the race week, that's for sure. You'd be a tin of show and shine, and away you go with a few rags, and we'll see you 40 hours later.
As you say, John Jones, big supporter of the Timaru International Motor Raceway here, run by the South Canterbury Car Club. So it's good to see them get some extra promotion with that lovely MAN diesel.
Yes, big thanks once again to Trust Aoraki for supporting the South Canterbury Car Club, bringing the trucks here this weekend as they do every year. It's our biggest event of the year here at Levels, and don't forget, in a couple of weeks' time we'll be back here for the Southern Festival of Speed, well, the Southern Classic here at Levels Raceway, with the Classics, which will also feature Team Kiwi Racing. We'll bring in their supercar here that ran at Bathurst a few years ago, and that car's been rebuilt. We'll be doing hot laps at certain points of the weekend, so be something to look forward to, the supercar here at Levels in a couple of weeks. So the truck's just coming out onto the track. Alex Little will obviously be the lad to beat, four-time truck champ at only 24 years of age, so he's going pretty good, isn't he, with young Alex? And then also too, Troy Wheeler had a good run in the 28 truck in the Freightliner Century.
Yeah, so Alex Little finally broke the lap record, which has stood here for 23 years. Andrew Porter's held it. Alex has gone under it a couple of times in the last couple of years, but only in qualifying or in practice, and of course to make the lap record official has to do it in a race. So we thought we were going to break the news to him yesterday, and he comes in and he's like, oh no, I knew that, it came up on the transponder on the dash. So
oh yeah, they've got all the mod cons on board those trucks these days, Brendan, that's for sure. But 8-lap race for them. It's a rolling reverse grid, so we'll have the slow trucks off the start, which always mixes it up with the fast guys trying to come through. Brent Collins finished third yesterday, local man, and he'll be looking for well, they'll be working frantically on that. He wasn't happy after that race, even though he finished third, that his still truck wasn't quite handling the best.
Yeah, he said he's getting a bit of axle tramp, but when you've got, I don't know what, 2,000 horsepower and all that torque.
I don't think he's got as much, because he's a B-class truck. He hasn't got as much as the other trucks in front of him. So out of all the little team trucks, he's got 3 trucks there with Malcolm, Alex and obviously Brent, that he's in the B-class truck, so he hasn't got the big motor in it.
He was hoping to get some new tyres, so we'll see whether the tyre fairy put some new tyres under his pillow overnight.
He's hoping.
Anyway, there's one of the beddies. We love the KM Bedfords. Tony Brand, George Jones, yes, running those machines.
George Jones winning the battle of the Bedfords at the moment, the young fella, 25 years of age. His father Brent obviously ran this number 10 for a number of years, and now George's turn to carry on the reins of the Bedford.
So I guess we'll claim them as locals. They're just up the road in Ashburton. We haven't got any South Canterbury Timaru peddlers in the super trucks, so we will claim.
Got Brent Collins.
Oh, Perry, where are they? Do we want to claim that?
Yeah, well, they're on the north side of the Perrywall River.
Oh, are they? Oh, they're on the side of the river. Oh,
that's the boundary.
Right. That's the boundary, is it?
Yep, apparently so. Mind you, they do own some land on the other side of the river too, so who knows? But it's going to be Ron Solder leads them away in truck number 63, the ex-Denny Holm truck there.
Yeah, cool to have that here.
And then beside him, Tony Brandon, the number 8. Wee Betty, a bit of a size difference between the two trucks when you see them side by side there. The second row, Troy Etting beside George Jones. And then it'll be David West, Malcolm Little will start off the next row. Brent Collins will start off row 4 with Troy Wheeler. And then we've got Alex Little and Mark King off the back. Of course, Mark wasn't here yesterday. He had someone else driving it. And it's good to see Mark back though in the 24. He'll race it in this race. And then in the development race a wee bit later on, we'll see Ash Hay, the old loose cannon, get back behind the wheel of that thing and no doubt put on a good show for the crowd. And the Napa Super Truck's also got a good caravan parked up there with all the merchandise. See a lot of truck merchandise being worn around the place. The caps are just $10. They don't break the bank. If you want a nice Super Truck hat, head up there in the lunchtime break and get one off them. They could probably bring a couple up here. Brendan, need one for the collection.
Well, their promotions manager was up here earlier with 3 hats, and I thought, oh, that'll be B2, B1 and Paul, but no, it was for the 3 place getters for the Central Muscle Cars. Unfortunately, they ended up with the new hats, but I think I'd look quite smart in a hat like that.
It's your job at lunchtime, Brendan, is to add to the collection. As the trucks head up round through the McKissick curve, should be tight stuff there through the wee right-handed kink and then into this hairpin. Know what it's like in a car. It should be pretty much a handful in one of these trucks. As we'll see the lights out in the John Jones safety truck. And it's Ron Salter who will start off that pole position. Beside him is the truck of Tony Brand. Down through the kink they go, just waiting on the lights for the Napa Super Trucks. Race 2 of the weekend here at the Trust Aoraki Super Truck Race Meeting, still side by side. Ron Salter and Tony Brand as they head down to the Parenco S's. It's going to be Salter that comes out the other end in front. Troy Edding trying to have a wee look up the inside of the bend as they head up towards Marshall Transport Sweeper. No way through though. Wee Beatty going around the outside. Further back, just trying to see who's making inroads from the back there. No one as such. It's going to be Ron Salter leads them down to they get to the 100-metre board. Malcolm Little, a good start from him, up to 3rd place in truck number 25. They had 100 miles an hour, and then she stop and have a wee look around and see how the grass is growing until they get down there to the 100-metre board, throw both of the anchors out the back, and hopefully the thing stops. And Ron Salter leading the way. He's been around truck racing for a long time, Ron. I remember back here long before I was even commentating that he was racing here at Levels, and has been in and out of it over the years, and good to see him back here leading around through McKissick down into the hairpin for the first time. And Tony Brand is still hanging on to that 2nd place in the Bedford. Can't really see what was going on from that previous shot because all of the diesel smoke, but it's eating up to 2nd. Where has the Brand gone? He's gone way back down the field to about 5th or 6th as the trucks come down through the kink. Troy Etting, what can he do? Malcolm Little, Troy Wheeler's on a bit of a charge from 4th as well. Have a dive down the inside, Troy Wheeler on Malcolm Little. Side by side the two of them as they go down into Parenco. He's got the job done up to 3rd now for Troy Wheeler. Good passing move on Malcolm Little as they go back through Marshall Transport Sweeper. Still Salter hanging on over Troy Etting. And it's the 2 experienced dudes at the back there. Troy Wheeler in 3rd place, Malcolm Little in 4th. Brent Collins, I think it is, in the 44. And then Alex Little just goes through on Tony Brand in the Bedford. So Brand winning that battle at the moment between the 2 Bedfords as we go down towards the big braking zone there in these machines. And like I was saying yesterday, Brendan, they get to 100 miles an hour quicker than most race cars that are out the back in the paddock there. So you can imagine the torque of them as they go up round through McKissick curve. Salter still doing a good job. Edding coming under some pressure now from Troy Wheeler. And right on the back of him is Malcolm Little. So they come through the wee right-hand kink into the heavy braking zone. Look at them all lining up now in behind Ron Salter. through the left-handed sweeper, still hanging on, line astern. Bones is coming up on the back of them. Alex Little's on the back of this train now as well as they come down through the King onto the front straight. Salter's still doing a good job. 3 laps down. He also set the fastest lap of the race, but now it's gone to Brent Collins. Alex Little actually, 120.8. They're getting quicker and quicker. I think the truck lap record was broken here yesterday, obviously, which is a low 118. I think it was. For 20 years it stood. Andrew Porter had it all those years ago. And here goes Troy Wheeler. Gets the pedal down to the middle. Goes through up the inside of Troy Etting. So up to second place now. Dave West just having a passing move on one of the Bedfords. Hasn't been the best weekend for the West racing team. And have been down in the results from where they'd like to be. Troy Wheeler now up the inside of Ron Salter as they go into McKissick Curve. And he's got the job done. So Troy Wheeler up to the lead. Ron Salter back to second, and it's Malcolm Little in the third now. You've got all the 3 Little Team Racing trucks there. Brent Collins in 4th. Then it's Alex Little. And Etting's gone down to 5th place now as they come out of the hairpin again. Troy Wheeler, multiple truck champ. And not too far behind him, there's a couple more of them in the form of Malcolm Little and Alex Little. Down to reel off another one. So this time Troy Wheeler, another one of the Freightliner Sentries. I think there's 4 of them out there in the field. And just look at the lines taken through the car and co racing. Some of them putting a front tyre up on the ripple strip. It's really unsettled the trucks too much. And there goes the race leader, Troy Wheeler. Just gapping it a wee bit now from Salter, who's just holding up Brent Collins, who's up the 3rd now. He goes Alex Little side by side with his father down to the braking zone. Malcolm might let him go, and he might not too. But father and son going hammer and tongs at it. But Alex comes out the other side in front. You can tell the difference between the 2 trucks. Malcolm's one's a wee bit shorter, not as high in the cab as what Alex's one is. And of course Alex wearing the NZ1, the current New Zealand truck racing champion. And Salter just holding Bones up a wee bit there through the McKissick Curve. He might try and have a dive up the inside. Bones, no. So all those 3 little trucks, line astern, tucked in behind Ron Salter. It's allowing Troy Wheeler to get away. Fastest lap of the race, Troy Wheeler, 120.5 through the right-handed sweeper down the front straight. And still it is Troy Wheeler in the 28 truck. And there we go. Bones Collins finally goes through up to second, up the inside of Salter. Salter back to 3rd, still running in a good position there though. Tucked in behind, he's got Alex Little. Pulls out, has a wee look on the run to McKissick. No way through for Alex. So he's clear out a wee bit now. Troy Wheeler, 4.9 seconds the lead back to Brent Collins. And a good run from Bones, a 3rd yesterday, 2nd at the moment. Alex Little up to 3rd. Ron Salter though, still got his nose up the inside. And Malcolm Little there just in between the 2 of them. Salter pulls back in and lets Alex go by. So a bit of dust being kicked up the top there by Troy Wheeler, our race leader. And like I said, 4.9 seconds the lead last time through. And with the limiters down the back straight, really got to make your time up through all the corners. We'll see if Bones can do anything about that with a couple of laps left to go. In fact, it might be last lap board out this time, Brendan, for these super trucks. 3 laps left to go. Oh, you did, right. Yep. So it'll be 3 laps left to go for Troy Wheeler. Here he is in the number 28. And doing it easy. Looking back in the mirrors, here's Bones Collins in the 44 truck. And the gap, 5.5. So he stretched it out a wee bit more there, Troy Wheeler. Malcolm Little just having a dive down the inside of Ron Salter and goes through, but has to take to the grass. He's taking the shortcut there, and also Troy eating out in the grass as well on the trucks. Allows Dave West up the inside, so Westy up another spot. And a couple of trucks starting to get a bit loose as they get deep into the race. And Malcolm Little got the passing move done in the end on Ron Salter, albeit taken to the grass. Race leader up round the top end of the track though. Troy Wheeler. As I say, multiple truck racing championships under his belt. And same with the two guys, well, not Brent Collins, he hasn't had a truck title yet, but Alex and Malcolm, not too far behind, certainly have. So doing it nice and easy out in the front, Troy Wheeler. Diesel smoke coming out the back as the foot goes down, trying to get the power out nice and early. And we heard Alex talk about driving one of these things a little bit earlier on in the day, and he was saying that you can't overdrive them. You overdrive them, you actually go slow. You've got to slow yourself up. And consistency is the key to speed in one of these things.
Generally smooth as fast.
Smooth as fast. And same with the super trucks.
So Alex Little just moving up onto the bumper of Brent Collins in the 44 truck as race leader Troy Wheeler heads on down the draft line back straight into John Jones Steel. Then we've got the two Bedfords.
Yeah, it's Tony Brand in front at the moment of George Jones, so if Tony can stay in front between him and George, it'll be one apiece for the super trucks. Having a good battle now on screen. It's George having a wee look up the inside of Tony Brand, but of course they're both sitting at 100 mile an hour there, so really it comes down to who's got the better brakes down the top end, or who's got the biggest set of undies on, you might say. But at the moment, it's Tony Brand. Comes out of the cloud of smoke, and George Jones tucked right in behind him. So good battle going between those, being a crowd favourite. So I know one of those trucks, I'm not too sure which one it is, as the last lap board comes out for Troy Wheeler, but one of those Bedfords used to, the cab was got from Fairley Transport up there so many years ago. So the rumour has it. So there goes father and son having a good battle there.
Well, that's Bones and,
that's Bones and Alex.
Bones and Alex. Well, Bones isn't aware that Alex is his son, so you might have to break that to him gently. Coming out of the Marshall Transport sweeper off down the draft line, back straight.
Yeah,
Alex moves to the outside, but once they get to 160k, they can just sit there and wave each other through the window.
Yeah, of course, Bones is in the B-class truck, Alex in the A-class truck. Oh, Troy Eaton going slow down across the line. It's a real shame for him. He was running up here around third or fourth place earlier on in the race. These battles still continuing between Bones and Alex, getting up through the McKisson curve now. Pretty hard to try and pass a truck up through there, that's for sure. And at the moment, Bones got his truck positioned quite nicely, and the A-class truck in behind him. And hard on the brakes, down through the gears. Mostly automatic gearbox in these things. Checkered flag is out though for Troy Wheeler. Is going to come down and take the race win here for the Napa Super Trucks. And great stuff from him, emphatically doing it by a long shot. We go back to Brent Collins, going to come through for second. He'll be pretty stoked with that, Brent, I would say. He had no answer really for Troy Wheeler out in front. And Alex Little takes third place. Malcolm Little just comes through for fourth in truck 25. And then the battle of the Bedfords, still Salter managed to hang on to over West. And Tony Brand wins the battle of the Bedfords. That's one apiece for the super trucks for the Bedfords.
So George Jones dropped back a little bit there, so I'm not sure if he had a moment in the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, or he just thought, yeah, no, I'll just leave it there. I'm not going to try and damage the thing. First meeting in the truck, so good effort. So great stuff from the Napa Super Trucks. Congratulations to Troy Wheeler and the 28 team, and also to the rest of the podium getters there, Brent Collins and reigning champ Alex Little. So that is the lunch break. We will be back here in half an hour's time or so, probably a little bit more. And we're just running probably 5 minutes late, but it doesn't really matter too much. We're going to have some kids going out for rides in the lunch break, so always look forward to seeing the kids' faces when they get out of those cars and the grins on them. So hopefully they enjoy it, and we'll be back here up the commentary box. Brendan Nichols, Paul Lancaster and Brendan Cooney. We'll see you then after the lunch break.
So I'm just here with Alex. So P3, a bit of tough work in the traffic.
Yeah, we didn't really have a really good break through the pack on the first couple of our laps, so yeah, had a bit of a work to do for the rest of the race.
So the battle between you two guys in 2 and 3 was a good one?
Yeah, it was a really good one. Just kind of ran the laps and ran the brakes a bit. But yeah, just try to do my best right to the very end of the race.
So how much harder is it when you're in the traffic in terms of like heating tyres, the brakes and things like that?
It's not really about the tyres or the brakes, it's more about trying to keep the engine temperature down. When you're behind trucks, sometimes the engine can get a bit hot, so you kind of got to like fan out down the streets to get that cold air.
All right, on that note, I better let you get the truck moving again.
Yeah, all good. Cheers, mate.
All right, thanks, man. We'll try and get round to the winner, Troy Wheeler, who's just on the weighbridge at the moment. He's, of course, left-hand drive, so we have to go around the other side. I think they look like the... What's this grab? Jump up here and have a quick word. How was that, working your way through the traffic?
That was really entertaining. I really enjoyed that one. It was great.
And you came home P2?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's we had a pretty good run that time.
So Troy just got a little bit away, so you couldn't quite catch him?
Oh, the first one, get through, get a clean run, get the clean air, and they can put down some laps, so got to get through first.
And how are you finding that traffic? It's quite a narrow track with some big trucks too wide.
We've been here a long time now, so we know our way around.
Yeah, awesome. And so what's up for you've got a little bit of work to do to tidy things up or get faster, or what do you need for the end of the day?
Try and get younger, I think, if it's possible, yeah.
Oh, well, but experience and age is a good thing, isn't it?
Oh, it's you get wiser, and then you think about the gaps that's available and think, my judgment says it ain't quite enough anymore, but when you're young and you can get it done, you can get it done.
All right, well done, P2, you've got to be happy, so we'll just try and talk to Troy in P1. Thanks, man. Fly him down here, and I think they've finished weighing him. They're writing up the ticket on it, so just dropping him down. He's given us a thumbs up, so we're just going to move forward a little bit and then we'll grab that interview. Yeah, sweet as. So of course all of the trucks have to be weighed. They've got a minimum weight of 5.3 tonnes, which is actually quite light for something that big. Here he comes. I'll climb up to him. I'll just climb up to you. Oh, you want to come down? Okay. He's coming out for us. Still hooked up. Just watch your cord there. Well, you got away. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, very happy.
Was the traffic just playing to your favour and hold the other guys back a little, or what do you reckon?
I guess we're a little bit lucky with our grid, and we managed to get through some of those faster trucks that were on the inside. Look at this
good racing, good racing. Awesome. We've brought everyone to the winners' podium. We even got the dog here. So, I mean, obviously once you get a little bit of gap, those other guys are getting caught a little bit, right? So you just got away.
Oh, yeah, they're probably worrying about who's behind them. If you get out there by yourself, it's a lot easier.
Awesome. Well done. One more to go.
Yeah, one more to go, yep.
Enjoy. Thanks, man. Who have you got with you there?
This is wee Arlo, Mackenzie's wee dog.
Awesome. So good race. You got a little bit caught in the traffic there.
No, but that's good. That's racing, and that's where the fun happens at motorsport. Doesn't really matter how the trucks are going or anything at that point. Just go and race and have a bit of fun and maybe a bit of defensive driving, but the things we do.
So how do you find, we've got quite a narrow track for to try and get 2 trucks wide to do a bit of overtaking through the slower ones?
It's quite daunting in the tight stuff, and really you don't want to hit anyone else, but it's sometimes a wee bit unavoidable, but I think we got away with it that time, but it must have been pretty close.
There's a little bit of conversation about claiming you as a hometown boy, whether you were where you weren't your hometown, are you?
Yep, down the road, Farmer.
There we go. So that solves that one. All right, it's lunch break now. So we're just going to take a little break and get our camera guys some lunch, and we'll see you again for the race in about 25 minutes time. Cheers. Thanks. I'm just with Tony here, and I'm looking at your truck and I'm going, it's got two big spouts out the back, it looks pretty cool. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
So the truck is just KM Bedford, and it runs a 6V92 twin turbo supercharged intercooled engine. It's running at about 800 horsepower and a bit different from a standard truck. Pulls about just under 3,000 RPM, and yeah, to make the horsepower and run all disc brakes right round, and just good suspension in the back, but in the front we still run the old Leafs that it had as a Bedford and the same steering box and all that sort of carry on. So sorry?
So being an older truck, I mean obviously there's quite an array of trucks on the grid, so for people that don't know, just explain how it all works. I mean, you having an older truck and the front runners and faster machinery.
So we're all fairly well the same weight, where there's a classic class now. It didn't used to be. We had A and B class last year, so everyone had to be, I could be 5 tonne, as light as 5, and they all had to be 5.5, and now all the big trucks, horsepower trucks, are 5.3 minimum, and we can go down to 5 tonne, but we've sort of kept it at about 5.2. We'll find out shortly when we go with those scales, but we think about 5.250. So it's sort of no restriction on horsepower. There's for the guys, but we just keep the truck how it is basically, and you get a reverse grid races. next race there'll be a time in there, and that's normally that race we're here for. But we're probably not going to get much of a break because it's still fairly close to the other guys. So
we'll see how we go. So what got you into truck racing?
So Brent Jones, he's got the black Bedford. Don't know if you saw that out there, but my brother worked for him, and he bought the black Bedford, but he had this and he wanted to sell it. My brother invited me down there for Christmas one year, and he says, you won't be able to resist buying this truck. I've never done motor racing, and go down there and I said, oh, that'd be cool in my shed at home. But Brent, he made me shake hands with him and say I'd race it for one season, and with me driving it, as he wouldn't sell it. So I said, oh, righto. And then 13, 14 years later.
So you're in, and that was it?
Yeah, and we love it. It's just something different, and they're a good group of people, and it's just, we have a lot of fun.
So are you in trucking, or you've got a background in driving these kind of things?
No, I'm not. I'm a logging contractor in North Canterbury, but we've got a couple of other businesses, a workshop, and let's go on a dealership. But I've driven trucks, but not like this. Before I come here, I hadn't, but hey, it's obviously pretty easy if I can do it.
Good learning curve, shall we say?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the last race, and we love watching these trucks out here. I just especially love the look of your one with the big pipes out the back. Was that was a choice to?
It came like that off Brent when we bought it, but when we put a different engine in, and it was about 600 odd horse when we got it, and we basically kept it the same. And there's such a following for this truck here. Like posters, we go through a lot of posters. There's a lot of signing, even though we're not the front runners, but people just like the old truck. And a lot of people, we've got my vintage people who have driven them as young fellas. And
awesome. Well, if you want to go down, if you're here in the track, if you want to go down to the end of the pit, so you've got an area where you can get posters and signing.
Yeah, we're right at the end. We decide. Me or Craig, my son-in-law, he drives the truck in the last race, and we're normally down there sitting around in our chairs, and we're more than happy if kids come in and talk to us. And
So get down there, take a look at these trucks. You can get a signature from the drivers. They might even let you sit in the seat and have a look at it.
Yeah, no, they're fine hopping in.
There we go. Yeah. So awesome, man. We're going to go out there for the first race after lunch now.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Not too far away from getting the afternoon's proceedings underway here at the Thunder Down Under Trust Aoraki 2026 version. Good to see those kids get out of the car at lunchtime and see some of the grids on the grids on their faces. Paul Lancaster up here in the commentary box along with Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney. We bring you the action all weekend, and wherever you are around the bank or around the world as we are on live stream, thanks to Premier Installation. Then I hope you're enjoying the coverage from the Fast Files team. Adam and Tristan and the crew down there. It's been pretty hot in the comms van down there, no doubt. Doing a good job down there as well. And as I say, we'll get the action underway very shortly with the 2K Cup, thanks to Digital Fusion, Craig Saunders and all the crew there. The last race for the 2K Cup for the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under. Good to see so many people in the pits at lunchtime having a look around and take some photos. Plenty of merchandise being moved and posters and stuff that all the kids are getting. And hope you're enjoying your time on the bank here at Levels Raceway. We're back here shortly with the 2K Cup. Rightio, welcome back to the track. Paul Lancaster, Brendan Nichols up here on the mic with you. And welcome to everybody through the live stream as well. Getting the afternoon's action underway, the last race of the weekend for the 2K Cup, thanks to Digital Fusion. Craig Saunders and the team there once again stepping up to sponsor the 2K Cup South Island. And a good group of cars coming out as we see the starting grid. There is going to be, it's a reverse grid from the last race, a reverse marble draw. And so Cody Harford, Carl Storm going to start off the front row. Mark Van Asperen, Peter Thompson will be second row. Johnny Prince, he's drawn P5. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes from there. And looking down through the top 20 anyway. Ben Gorman starting 15th, so he's been the sort of middle of the pack. And came through to, got through the last race, very good from about the same position to finish third, I think it was, or fourth. And so he will look to come through a few of the slower guys in front. Anthony Kay in there in the 47 car. He will start off grid 6, XNZ 6 racer, Anthony Kay. A couple of new BMWs out there on the track too, car 142. So 3 BMWs out there, of course 2K Cup. If you go back to the original rules, you had to buy the car for under $2,000. It must be available on the street for $2,000 or less. Obviously you can't find a DC2 Integra for under around 8 now. So
I blame Graham Reynolds for that.
Yes, well, blame quite a few of them. Rex Edgar would be another one. He's written a few of them off, but he's still got a few of them down there tucked away in the shed, but very hard to get a DC2 Bug-Eye Integra with the B18C motor in them, race motor. And Alex Sprague will start from way down the back, so he's got a bit of work to do. Current series champion, or well, not champion, leader I should say. And but these BMWs will pick them up pretty cheap now, so once the car's been approved onto the 2K Cup list, then that opens the door up for more of them to come in. So they might have been available at 2K a wee while ago, but certainly not now. And I think they've moved the age limit too. It used to be up to 1996, and I think they've gone out to 2000 now for the year of the car. As they start forming up on the grid there, Chopper Stevenson, let's see where he's going to start. And he's coming up to the front there. Not too sure why he's not on our list as being up there. P2.
The high-vis Honda number 900.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a high-vis, Brendan. I'd call that more a Karatana yellow.
Oh, banana milkshake maybe?
Yeah, definitely not high-vis though. But,
so Chopper was interviewed this morning by Andrew on the bank as one of the punters.
Yes.
And said that is one of his favourite classes is the muscle cars.
Take a bit of getting these guys all set up for their last race of the weekend. Looking at Alex Sprague to see where he's slotting in. Not too bad. Up there beside, tucked in beside number 2 NZ. Which is maybe...
Farron Poulter, is it? Number 2, Honda Integra?
Yes, that'll be him. He's not on that Farron Poulter, yeah. Number 2, Graham Reynolds. So missing Graham Reynolds, I think, unless he's a wee bit further back. So we'll be waiting on the lights for the 2K Cup, thanks to Digital Fusion. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are. And make sure you hit a like or share it or do whatever you do on Facebook. And get everyone, as many people watching it as we can. Digital Fusion, away we go. Bit of a slow start there from the 999. Cody Harford, half asleep there off P1. Allows Chopper to get away nicely in the bright yellow Honda, the 900. So Chopper out in front. Then it's Harford from Jeff Poulter. Mark Van Asperen, Warren Reynolds up there in the mix as well. And runs through Parenco quite nicely. 3 wide in a couple of spots. But all through there and through Marshall Transport nicely. Down the back straight first time, Chopper Stevenson. Here goes Warren Reynolds in the 129. Having a wee look on Mark Van Asperen in the 4. In fact, it's not Van Asperen, it's Jeff Poulter he's having a look at. And he goes through, so it's been a lightning start for Warren Reynolds. 5th up to 3rd. And a good start from him in the Honda Integra. Now he's looking up the inside of Harford, up to second place there now for Reynolds. Trying to chase down another one of his cars up in front there, the 900. Got a whole car yard of DC2s up there. They have the Reynolds family. And around through the right-hand kick, bit of dustbin kicked up the top end. And into the car's valuation here, but for the first time, Pleasant Point local Chopper Stevenson will be looking forward, hopefully not looking back, because he's got a mirror full of Warren Reynolds. And keep an eye on where Alex Sprague is. Ben Gormack's another one that's trying to make up a few spots. Come through to reel off lap number 1. And Nicole Beardsley will be another one to watch. He's up to 4th place in the BMW, number 325. Alex Sprague up to 6th, so he's had a good first lap. The young guy from back there in about the 6th or 7th row of the grid. And we're onto the Honda Integra. Here goes Reynolds now having a look at Chopper and goes through in the car, number 129, 2 DC2s out the front. And I think Chopper might have just said, look, it's your car, mate, away you go. And I'll look after you from behind. And could be a good race for Warren Reynolds to win. Got a bit of back up and behind there. Chopper might try and keep a couple of these Toyotas a little bit further back, or Carl Beardsley will be the one he's trying to hold back in the BMW. We know Carl's very, very quick and has won plenty of races too in that Beamer, number 325. Round through McKissick, through the wee right-hand kink into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Not close enough to force any sort of move into the hairpin there was Carl Beardsley. Left-handed sweep. It's Stevenson from Reynolds. Reynolds coming under some pressure now from Cody Harford in the Toyota. Trying to have a look around the outside as they go through the kink. And still side by side the two of them. But here comes Beardsley, going to have a look up the inside as he down in the braking zone. Beardsley, no, not enough room there, but he'll go through on Harford. So he goes up a spot. Chopper hangs onto it. Bit of a brake block up there further back in the pack as they start to compress. And young Ben back there getting held up by a couple of the slower cars. Ben Gormack as we're back to the front. It's Warren Reynolds. Got a good lead at the moment. Here goes the BMW trying to go past Chopper Stevenson. As they head down towards Par and Co. John Jones. He's got the job done already. So up to second now. So Warren Reynolds will have to just keep the hammer up it. And he'll see that Beardsley's already got the job done on Chopper. Chopper still got Harford all over the back of him in the 999 car. And then Alex Sprague. Here comes Sprague up the inside of Harford. As they go through Kissick Curve, he'll get side by side with him. And if he can stick with him through there, he'll have the left-hand run through the left-handed sweeper. Stay side by side through the hairpin. His nose up the inside, is he? Still side by side. He got the job done, young Alex, up to 4th place. So it's a great passing move from him. Already this early on in the race, like as I said, he started back in about the 7th row, and now he's going past Chopper, so he's up to 3rd place already, the young fella. And one of the Haas ambassadors here today, Haas House of Sports Simulation in Timaru down there. Alex does a lot of sim racing down there, and in fact cleans up most of the leaderboards down there. Been in, make sure you get down there in the Arcade, have a bit of a look. Here goes Graham Reynolds. Having a look. Oh no, that's Gabby, isn't it? Gabby Thompson. Yes, running the number 3. Trying to go up the inside of Chopper as well. It looks like he's got the job done. That's another Reynolds car. So there's 4 Reynolds cars out there. Father and son, Warren and Graham, and then obviously Chopper and the car of Graham Reynolds, number 3. Chopper getting eaten up a little bit back here. Now Pogler goes through on him as well. So starting to fall down the list. There's the Chopper. Get about the race leader just for a couple of laps. A wee bit of time up his sleeve has Warren Reynolds down through the king. Come down to reel off another one. A couple of seconds back to Carl Beardsley in the 325 car. 1.2 seconds in fact the gap. No one's broken out at the moment. Fastest lap of the race at 19.2 from Alex Sprague. So everybody's watching their times.
with the heat on the circuit this afternoon, Paul, might not be in the right operating window for the faster lap times.
That's correct. Of course, they're running a new tyre now too. They did run the Dunlop Teresa's for a long time. And they're running a different tyre now, which I don't know if it's any quicker or not. Obviously it's not, otherwise the times would be quicker all the time. Just trying to see whereabouts Ben Gormack is. He's down there at 18th place. Johnny Prince 17th, Graham Reynolds 16th. Some good battles with them, battles all the way down the pack. There's Ben Gormack trying to have a look at Johnny Prince. These two, Prince has been around the 2K Cup scene for quite a while in the Caliber Design Toyota. And just about won a race this morning, didn't he? But lucked out in the last lap or two. They still had a good second place, but Ben Gormack all over the back of him. Another young Plus racer. Takes part in all the leaderboards down there in the competitions. We will have some good racing coming from their live stream as well, Brendan. And of course we do the commentary for the sim racing.
Get to commentate the circuits all over the world, Paul.
Oh, it's pretty good, isn't it? But no, it's good stuff.
So Alex Sprague, car 50, he is into the 118s, a 118.5. All the other drivers are low to mid 119s.
So he's
front of the pack.
He's on a charge, current championship leader, and banked a shed load of points this morning. So looking pretty good to still be the round leader or the championship leader after this round. So Warren Reynolds still hanging on to that lead. Doesn't look like Beardsley's getting much closer, as he's going to have a mirror full of Ron with the Honda very shortly in the forms of Alex Sprague.
So that'll take the pressure off Warren Reynolds. Last time across the stripe, coming down the Premier front straight, Warren's lead with just over a second. Back to Carl Beardsley.
Yes, it's been pretty much there, although Beardsley looks a wee bit closer this time. Not close enough to force a move though at the end of the front straight as they come down to reel off another one. Sprague there in third place. It's been a Sprague plague all weekend, isn't it, with Alex and Corbin getting towards the front of the pack and winning races everywhere. So we get back to Gab Thompson now in fourth place. He's starting to fall back into the clutches of Cody Harford again. Battle's going on down through the pack as well.
So that lap it was a 1:19.6 for Warren Reynolds and P1. Carl Beardsley, a 1:19.0, which has allowed Carl to close the back to a gap to half a second, just as they go into John Jones Steele now and right on his tail. Just looking at the battle off down the back straight. Bit of a Toyota ruckus.
Certainly is. And if you're looking to get the 2K Cup, there are a few cars lying around for sale. You know, $4 or $5 grand to pick you up a decent car that's ready to go. And, you know, you pay a bit more, obviously, for a Integra or something like that. But if you're looking to get an entry level, that'll get you. They're getting the safety gear underway.
Carl Beardsley trying to have a go down the inside of Warren Reynolds through the left-hand sweeper out of the card evaluation here, pin across the stripe they go.
Yes,
he moves to the inside, as does Alex Sprague.
Sprague up the inside now of Beardsley for second. Still side by side, the two of them. Beardsley's got the inside line though on the Exeter Par & Co, but Sprague's still hanging there out wide. He might try and do the crossover or stay out wide there, but either way, he's on a charge. These top three guys out in front. Reynolds still hanging on if you're looking out the window. Here goes the power of Ron to the Honda. Just gets his nose in front of the big BMW and up to second. So good passing move there around the outside from Alex Sprague. Now he's going to have a look up the inside of Warren Reynolds down into the braking zone of John Jones Steele. And is he going to go through? Still side by side. They come out the other side. Sprague might have the inside line. Beardsley puts a couple of wheels out in the dirt. And Sprague's going to go through in the number 50 24 Red Racing Integra and up to the lead for the young fella from Timaru. And hopefully we should see him start gapping away a wee bit from Warren Reynolds, who should hopefully hold Beardsley up a bit in that just as quick BMW out of the Carter's valuation hairpin now. Spraybeard's out for the first time. Reynolds still hanging on to second place. Beardsley looking racy in the BMWs. They come through the left-handed sweeper. Down through the kink. Might eye Reynolds up down at the end of the front straight here. Sprague starting to pull away with a good wee race lead, but Benson's not close enough to force any sort of move on Reynolds. A bit of a gap back to Gabby Thompson there in the Integra. He's seen the light and went Honda in Gav Thompson. And good to see Gabby back. He had a hiatus for a couple of seasons and then couldn't take it anymore and had to get back into it. As now we've got Beardsley attacking the back of that 129 Honda Integra of Warren Reynolds. In fact, should get the job done around the outside. Got the job done before they get to John Jones Steele, up to second place now, so he's on a charge to try and catch up to Alex Sprague, who's disappeared out of shot. There he is there. So he's already a couple of seconds up the road. Young Alex, able to get this one out of the way and sit back and relax. And I wouldn't say crack a cold one afterwards, Brendan, because he's only 16.
He might allow himself a Coke with sugar rather than an unleaded.
That's right, but he's out of the hairpin, looking pretty good. The 24 Red Racing Honda Integra. And he goes on, that's Gabby Thompson. Last lap borders out for Alex. One to go for the weekend, and it hasn't broken out. No one's broken out in this race. In fact, the fastest lap is Alex Sprague in 18.5, so a long way off the 17.4 or whatever was done in
qualifying
by Ben Gormack in the last race when he broke out. So last lap ball coming through. Gormack's only managed to, well, he's still 15th, tucked in behind Johnny Prince. And Greg Mitchell won 13th, and Greg won the last race. They've had a bit of a struggle trying to get through on some of these slower cars. Down the back there. So it's all about the track position, isn't it? As the, you see on screen here, the 711 and the 212 having a go. It's Eddie Watson and Chaz Frew. Carl Storm tucked in behind them in the 97. So last lap for them, but looking good for Alex Sprague again. Second and a half over Beardsley last time, a wee bit more dust kicked up at the top end of the track. It's Farron Poulter just sitting in front of Jeff in the 78. Chicken flag is out though. Here comes Alex Sprague. He's going to take the race win for 24 Red Racing, and it's a perfect weekend for Alex. Good points. Beardsley will be second. Reynolds in the third comes, and the end comes through in third. Gabby Thompson fourth. Bit of a gap back to Harford, who in the end finishes fifth after starting off that front row. Farron Poulter, Jeff Poulter, Andy Watson, Chaz Frew, and Carl Storm. Some good stuff from those guys. Good coming through from the back of the pack there for Alex. Take the race win.
So the high-vis Honda number 900 comes through 17th. Chopper Stevenson started on the front row.
Yes, so long way down the end, wasn't he, Chopper? Best lap time of 1:22.
Just getting back into it.
Yeah, just out there competing. Chicken flag out, 777 just going through. It's Georgia Hill and the Toyota Celica from Christchurch. So they'll be able to park up. Some will probably head home. But great stuff from the 2K Cup. And no Michael Gunstone for the last couple of races today, so did not have to Michael overnight, but he was parked up with the Honda Tornio, so bad luck for him.
So there's the top 10: Alex Sprague, Carl Beardsley, Warren Reynolds, Gav Thompson, Cody Harford, Farron Poulter, Jeff Poulter, Andy Watson, Chaz Frew and Carl Storm. Then we have Jeremy Todd, Scotty James, Greg Mitchell, Jonathan Prince, Ben Gormack, Graham Reynolds, Chopper Stevenson, Greg Barclay, Mark Van Asperen and Anthony Kay. Steve Hill, Quentin Stanger, Peter Thompson, Phil Joyce, Sam Joyce and Georgia Hill in the 777 machine.
Yeah, so 55 seconds from first place to last place, not too bad. Up next though, it is the Oscars. Looking forward once again to the Oscars. Always puts on a good show, good huge field of cars. And it's been a pretty good weekend. Obviously not for Andrew Gibson yesterday, getting punted out of the race. But big thanks once again to Kumo Tyres for bringing us all. We go down to Adam down there. He's got young Alex Sprague with him.
Well, Alex, things went pretty well in that race for you. You made it through the pack okay and sort of gave them a clean set of heels at the end.
Yeah, it was a really good race, starting about mid-pack and about 14th. Managed to get a good start, a good first few laps, and then I was just on a mission trying to push as hard as I could to pass as many cars as I could.
And staying within the allocated time as well, which is always a trick.
Yes, the breakout time has been pretty hard to go about this weekend, but yeah, really happy with a drive like that.
Awesome, well done. Another P1, so we'll come over here to the Beamer. P2 and the best of European.
Yeah, I was doing my best out there, but Sprague again, he's got some pace. We had a lot of fun though, it was a good race, nice clean race, so can't complain with that.
And you're fighting quite hard to get past the Honda there at the end.
Yeah, when that VT kicks in, mate, they're pretty quick in a straight line and a bit lighter than the big old Beamer as well, you know.
So do you have weight restrictions for the different...
No, we don't have a weight restriction, but it's got to run pretty much factory engine, so it's all pretty even Stevens, but the car's got different strengths, so it makes it a lot of fun. Racing's good and hard, and yeah, that's what it's all about.
Good to see a good Beamer out there.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
All right, P3.
Yeah.
You happy with that? It was a pretty tough race.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, really. First time out on the new Nankang tyres, so yeah, still getting to grips with things.
Through the midpoint of the race, you were probably feeling quite confident?
Yeah, feeling pretty confident, but Carl and Alex, they're another two quick drivers, and saw them approaching, thought, here we go. But no, it's hot and fast out there. Awesome day.
So good battle with the Beamer near the end of the race for you?
Yeah, good battle. He was pushing me pretty hard and, made his way through. But yeah,
Come home nice and clean, car's good?
Yep, car's going good, all clean, back on the trailer home with no damage, which is nice.
All right, well, a great weekend for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Sure, so back over to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Warren Reynolds down there with Adam, and then Carl Beardsley, the deep, gravelly voice of Carl Beardsley, and then the young, fresh voice of Alex Sprague. It's a great weekend for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup. They put the cars on the trailer, and some of them might crack open a cold one. But anyhow, it's back to the Oscars, Super Saloons, thanks to Kumo Tyres. And what have we got here? Brendan, looking forward to an 8-lap race, reverse grid handicap. So
good win this morning for the Gumboot Racing team. Tim Dossett in the Lancer had a good launch off the line, hooked it away.
You'll have it all to do though with the reverse grid. Good to see Jeff Gray back out there in the Temuka Motorcycles number 97. He just trundled around in the race this morning. He sort of struck troubles halfway through. Welcome back in Brendan Cooney to commentary. There's Courts Reef car, car number 122. It's Mark Neville. He got the time penalty this morning for jumping the start, so he'll be hoping he's got it under control this time. And we'll just have a look and see who's going to be on the front row. Should be Dean Cook in the number 81 Toyota 86 come up to the front row with the Marcus Mulcahy in the RX8 number 451. Second row should be John Ling and Michael Diver. Why was Michael Diver starting off P4? I thought he would have been down the back. Surely he's one of the fast guys. Warren Walker as well, starting from P5.
Yeah, it does seem a bit odd. He's been up the point end of the field all weekend, really,
that's right.
as Michael Diver.
Should be reverse grid handicap. Josh Ward there in the 6th as well. Fourth row, Paul Brooks and Jared Hanson in that very rapid wee Datsun 1600.
Yeah, nice to see that still going after its incident yesterday. A few running repairs overnight and this morning.
Yeah, had a bit of a coming together with Jared Carnegie and the wee short wheelbase starlet there down at the Marshall Transport Sweeper, and actually got him on the left side and then got him on the right side on the way past when he was spinning round. So a wee bit of a panel damage there for JC and his...
Yeah, and he's in an odd starting position there too, Paul. He's right down the back of the grid with the fast boys.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Yeah, some of them are doing a lap less. So these front guys, the front group, they actually only need to do 7 laps as opposed to 8. So they get a lap in credit.
cuts the corner there. Does Diver, sorry. Laying in the next group.
He'll be looking at getting away to a good start there, Michael Diver. It could be a good chance for him to take a race win, but I question the starting position. But it's Marcus Mulcahy leads him down the back straight for the first time in the RX8 from Diver. And then it's Dean Cook in the second of the 86s. So the next lot go. See, I thought the NZ6s would be off the front for sure.
Yeah.
Someone locks a brake up there, one of the Holdens, the 24/7 Ryko Filbers car.
Chris Brown in an odd starting position there too, I would have thought.
And here's the next two. Getting the power down. Looks like Steve Ross is going to win the drag race between himself and Timmy Dossett.
Well, Dossie did chuck a wheel off the side into the grass. That wouldn't help the start.
Not at all. You can see Cam Davies back up to speed in the RX8. Obviously fixed whatever issue that he had in DNF in the race previous. As the race leader comes through, Marcus Mulcahy in 4.51. Of course, the unofficial race leader, now that they've done a lap, is car number 25. Because they were a lap in credit, so car number 25, we pick him up as unofficially the race leader.
So that's the VK Commodore.
It is, so we'll pick that up.
Wherever he is. Here he comes now.
So this is the official race leader. As Cam Davies tries to go around the outside. She's always dangerous there, trying to go around the outside through the kink down onto the front straight. Oh, someone's out in the grass there. Who is that? Not too sure who that was. Someone had a pretty close moment there with one of the wee Hondas.
There is our race leader on screen, Darren Harding in the V6 powered VK Commodore.
Marty Russell tucked him behind him in second place. Going down the back straight now. Marty Russell lining him up. The old VL Commodore. Steve Ross is coming through now to unlap himself. So even though he goes flying through on Mick Ross in that Holden, he's just unlapped himself. So he's got a whole lap to get around to get back up to that lead. He's only got 7 laps to do it. 6 laps now.
Really?
Yeah, so he's got to have 10, 15 seconds a lap on some of these other cars. But the race leader at the moment is car number 27, Marty Russell. And 25, Darren Harding's tucked in behind him. Just the way they work the handicap system there. You've got Dossett now trying to unlap himself. He goes through on Harding's. He'll get Marty Russell easy enough around the outside down on the front straight. So he's got a lot of work to do as well. And there's a big gap between him and Ross. So they were together off the start line. And Ross is just about ready to come back down onto the back straight. And Dossett only just got through on those leaders. So
he's obviously been held up in traffic.
Being held up somewhere or had a bit of an issue. So Marty Russell now, unofficially your race leader, or officially your race leader, in the 27 car. So here we have the hammer down 25, and you got the 24/7 car of Mike McCarthy in third place, and Jared Carnegie in the wee Starlet, the wee Freeman Roofing number 82 sitting fourth. That's Marcus Mulcahy, he's on shot in the RX8. He's your race leader. 25 there, the old VL Commodore, looks like the early NZ V8s. Touring cars when they first come out, that's what one of these is. Not too sure whose X car it was or anything like that. There were quite a few of them running around years ago. Here's your race leader though, Marty Russell, big fella from Dunedin.
Interesting that Marty Russell passed that 25 car down the back straight. Those VK Commodores, I think they're the lightest Commodore that they built. They're really light. So surprising that the big old VN up and past it. Same engine.
So Tim Dossett, fastest lap of the race. But a long way to go to catch back around on these leaders. Marcus Mulcahy there with the big wing on the back of the RX8. Michael Diver tucked in behind him. They're down in 6th and 7th. Chris Brown just going through Andrew Bartlett through down the front straight. So he's up another one, Chris Brown. 13th. Oh, there's someone out in the dirt. I think that was Mike McCarthy in the 24/7. Ryko Filters holding. Wheels out in the grass. Marty Russell will be looking in the mirrors, wondering where these big fast cars are coming.
You can see there Timmy Dossett's fastest man on track at the moment.
He's absolutely flying. 102.8. Still a long way off that lap record time of 59.99 from Cameron Jones. A couple of years ago here.
The Liqui Moly RX-7.
Jimmy Lindbergh just putting some pressure on Callum Stocker. Trying to get through on him. But no way through there either. Dossie not too far off the back of them. Jeff Gray.
Let's see, he's got his issue ironed out. He just circulated last race, didn't he? Trying to pick up a few points.
Yeah, well, Jeff, that car was out of action for a number of years, and then he, when they had Pukekohe had their last ever race meeting, he ever raced at Puke, and it was going to be his only chance, so he got the car going again, all the way up to Puke, and partook in the last ever Pukekohe meeting, and of course he had dramas up there too, did a gearbox, but managed to track one down up there through social media, I think, and wanged her in on the Sunday night. They finished the race on the Sunday, so that. Motorcycles out there, take the side by side out there from Piers down again, looks after us with the lowest gear.
Heavily involved with
who's that having a spin? That's Dean Cook.
That's Cook, yep.
Well, Cookie having a spin up there in the middle of the McKissick curve. Over 86, hopefully you get that thing going again. But Steve Ross trying to fight his way through. He's down there in 20th place, so he's got a fastest to make before he gets back up to the lead. It's still Marty Russell by 2.6 seconds. He's down the back straight now. And here comes Marcus Mulcahy up to second, goes through on Darren Hardings. So it shouldn't be too long before we see him up the front. Chris Brown too's not far away. But only a couple of laps left to go. In fact, they should get the last lap board through next time.
McCarthy out in the dirt again. Russell, I beg your pardon.
Right, it's our race leader, Mulcahy tucked in behind him. Should see a change for the lead here. Mulcahy round the outside. And he'll have the inside line coming into the Carter's valuation hairpin. So that's a change for the lead. Mulcahy up to P1. Who's that back in third place there? Is it Diver? It is. 77 cars going to go around the outside of Marty Russell. Will come down. Last lap board is out for Mulcahy. Looking for a race win in the RX-8. Diver up to second. So it's Russell down to third. Jeff Gray up to fourth. Chris Brown fifth. So they're starting to catch up a couple of these slower ones. Steve Ross just goes through now. He made up 8 places in that last lap, Steve Ross, up to 12th now. But I don't think he's going to have enough time to get up there.
Well, Chris Brown might be...
Yeah, he could be a dark horse.
Could be a dark horse here in the top part of the circuit.
He's just gone through up to third now for Chris Brown. And the big red whale, they call the car. It's had lots of development over the year. They sort of had to cut back on the development of it just to keep the reliability up. Who's that with more trouble there?
Jeff Gray
again, slowing down. Up through McKissick. So perhaps the thing's getting a wee bit hot towards the end of the race. The race leaders out through the left-handed sweeper. Coming down through the kink. Looks like Diver's not close enough to force any sort of move. Here comes Chris Brown, but Mulcahy's going to take the race win. Diver will take second, Chris Brown third, and back to fourth place. Who's going to get it? Now it's going to be the 57 of Paul Brock. Steve Ross ends up fifth. Terry Phillips sixth. Marty Russell in the end seventh. Cam Davies eighth. Gary Duncan. Timmy Dossett comes home in 10th in the end. So some good fight backs through the field there. Steve Ross in 2 laps made up 15 places. So another lap was all he'd need. He'd be at the front.
Well, the handicappers did a pretty good job there.
Did a pretty good job there, that's for sure. Marcus Mulcahy takes the race win. Fastest lap of the race, Timmy Dossett, 102.8. run through the finishing positions shortly. Dean Cook having a spin. He's up down there in 23rd. But congratulations. Marcus Mulcahy takes the race win. That 451 car. Marcus all the way from Ashburton. Another car out of Ashburton. Disappoint the Oscars. They can park up and get the cars on the trailer, and no doubt the Oscars will definitely be one or two of them opened up. A nice hot day like today. Good handicapping from the handicappers. Marcus Mulcahy taking out the race in the end by just under a second from Michael Diver. Chris Brown takes third. Paul Brooks fourth. Steve Ross fifth. Terry Phillips, Marty Russell, Cam Davies eighth. And Gary Duncan. Another good run in his new car, 9th. Timmy Dossett, 10th. Yeah, Andrew Barton, 11th. Mark Neville, Darren Harding, Mike McCarthy, Warren Walker, Jimmy Lindbergh ends up 16th. Jared Carnegie, Callum Stocker, Josh Wardley on Fox. And then Matty Cronin in the 86, Jeff Bray. Dean Cook after that spin ends up 23rd. And Jared Hanson, John Ling, Tony Hubert, and Mick Ross not making the start line. So, a shame for those guys, but that's it for the Oscars. Thanks to Kumo Tyres, and we will catch up with them next time at Levels. Up next though, it's the Napa Formula Fords, the young fellas, and hopefully Dylan Peach's team has got that car sorted out. Well, let's head downstairs to Adam Jones, and he's got Marcus Mulcahy with him.
Hey Marcus, he's just taken his helmet off here, so we'll just give him 1 second. That went pretty well for you, right?
Pretty good, mate. Pretty stoked. New engine, it's pissing oil out everywhere, and we just all got there. So pretty happy. Thanks very much.
Good run through the traffic, yeah?
Auto gas, White Horse Motors, my wife, and the car.
Good run through the traffic, yeah?
Tried pretty hard, pushed a little bit hard. I got clipped at the start. I don't know, door wouldn't open, so, but yeah, pretty happy.
So tell everyone what's a new engine, what's in this beast?
It's LS3, sequential box, Nissan diff. Welded up the axles last night and just gave it arseholes today. Oh, sorry. But yeah, pretty good.
Awesome, well done, P1.
Thank you.
All right. How you doing? Good, thank you. Got a good run through the traffic there in the handicap. The handicapper did a good job.
Yeah, it did, yeah, it was right on the money, eh? So yeah, having good fun with my old mate Marcus, so it was good.
He's just showing off his new LS3 by revving it up next to us.
Yeah, he's only a little bit quicker than a wee Honda, so.
So talk us through the race.
Well, I was pretty lucky. It was just ended up being the two of us, really, just to go through, catch up the slow markers and stay in front of the quick boys that were coming pretty quick.
Looking in your mirrors?
Yeah, I saw them down the back straight, how far they were closing in on us, so yeah.
Awesome, well done. And for the season for you, how are things going?
Yeah, I got a first today in the SS and this second in this one, so pretty happy so far, so yeah.
Awesome, well, great day out in the sun here at Levels Raceway.
Beautiful day, thank you very much.
Back over to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks Adam. So Michael Diver there, and Marcus Mulcahy, the race winner, obviously pretty ecstatic about that. Yeah, so he's dead right. Great crowd here, beautiful day. We've had a share of rain the last week, but it's about time we've seen a bit of the big yellow, and it's definitely out this afternoon. Nice wee gentle breeze out there. Where else would you rather be? Would be my philosophy of the day.
Yeah.
Where else would you rather be?
Had that conversation with a few people in the lunch break, and they all agreed that here was it.
Right, so we've got the Napa New Zealand Formula Ford Championship, and also the South Island Championship being run at the same time. So Marco Manson is the young guy to beat. Car number 69, a wee Spectrum, being looked after by the Penrose crew this weekend, James and James's father, and I see Marco's mum's here as well, keeping an eye on proceedings. We understand Seb Manson, his older brother, will start 10th in the New Zealand Grand Prix down there at that other race circuit this afternoon. So beside Marco on the front row, we've got car number 21, Toby Musico, one of the Australian drivers out here. I think he's the young guy that they've sent out here to learn how to drive on tarmac, because he wants to be a rally driver in Europe, so they're going to send him over there. And of course a lot of the rallying over there is done on tarmac, so he's getting a bit of tarmac experience out here in the form of Formula Ford under the guise of Nigel Barclay and the Racing Projects crew. Second on the grid, Seb. Third on the grid, Seb Iskandari. Keep an eye on him beside Maxim Kerwin. Away we go. Bit of a slow start there from the 21, Toby Musico, but in the end, Marco gets his nose in front. And
we've got contact.
We've got contact there between someone. Not too sure who that was. No cars flying through the air of bits and pieces, but maybe a bit of toe out in one of the wheels though. Let's pick a number up on that. Is that Jake Bryant, number 77?
Yep.
So Jake Bryant's probably got something knocked out of place. It doesn't take much to upset the telemetry of the suspension in these things, but in saying that, it looks like he's back up to speed, albeit down the end of the field, which is a bit of a shame. He's been up around that 4th, 5th place, Jake Bryant, as leaders come up into the McKissick curve. That big long left-hander that goes around and gets tighter and tighter the further you get into it. Then you pop out the other side, a wee right-handed kink, and into the Carter's valuation hairpin. And down the first gear for these wee nimble Formula Fords. Marco Manson taking over from where he's been most of the weekend, which is out in front. Matthew Basso down there in 6th place in the red Formula Ford 16. He had a good run in the race previous, finishing 3rd. He's tucked in behind Jacob Begg, who's had a good start. Jacob is sitting in 5th there at the moment. Dylan Pench down in 9th. He's gone up a spot or 2. So Dylan's got a wee bit of work to do from back there, but we've seen him come back from 8th yesterday to have a 4th place finish. So if he's done it once, he could do it again. As Kerwin now having a look on the car of Toby Musico, the 21, as they head down towards John Jones Steel. He'll try and go through up the inside, does he? And he might get the job done. Looks like he has. So a good move there from Maxim Kerwin. Also setting the fastest lap in the last, fastest race lap in the last race. Last lap, 100 minute 8.6, I should say. He's the race leader, young Marco Manson. We are with him at lunchtime. Fella, and I said, "What are you going to do in the future?" He says, "I don't know." He's a wee bit too young to go to a TRS just yet. So. We'll see what his future holds, but whatever it is, it's going to be pretty bright, I would imagine. The young fella comes through to reel off another one, 2 laps down in the NZ South Island Formula Ford Championship. Once again, thanks to Napa in Yokohama, bringing them here this weekend. Peach still down there in 9th, having a mid-pack battle down there, because most of these cars are within a couple of tenths of a second to one another, so really it's all about that position. He's got the 35 of Isaac Feature tucked in behind him.
Maxim Kerwin still the fastest man on the track, that previous lap as well, right up on the tail of Marco Manson there now.
He is, didn't he? He did a great passing move there towards the end of the race this morning, where he went right then left and really left Marco wondering where he was on the track, and where he was up the inside through to first place. But Marco come back strongly and took that position back next time through. So down through the kink they come again, still Marco Manson. Kerwin nowhere near fast enough to force any sort of move. Bit of a gap back to the 21. Toby Musico having a good run here, same as Seb Iskandari there in 4th place. Matthew Basso. So the 3 Aussies, line astern, tucked in behind Kerwin. Here's Jacob Begg sitting there in 6th place in the number 18. This is the battle for the lead though. 69, Marco Manson. Kerwin, is he going to try the same again? Go left or right? This time he goes right, try and goes around the outside down into the braking zone, but Manson's still got that nose in front and will lead them out the other side. So he comes across the middle of the track defensive. Up the inside goes Kerwin. Once again, he's got the job done. Up the inside of young Manson. And also tucked in behind the 2 Aussies. They want a piece of the cake as well. It's Musico and Iskandari are on the gearbox as well. She's a 4-way battle out in front as they come into the Carter's valuation here, but still Maxim Kerwin getting the job done. Now he's got to keep Manson behind, which is going to be the hardest job. Getting past is only one thing, but still a few laps left to go in the race. Down across the stripe to reel off another one. This time Kerwin in front from Manson, Musico, Iskandari, Basso a little bit further back there in the red car. Into the Marshall Transport sweeper they go. And who gets a toe down the back straight this time? Keep your eyes on Manson there in second place. Also third place, Musico's been looking racy all race as they start to get a bit of a toe down towards John Jones Steele. Kerwin goes defensive in the middle of the track. Manson tries to go around the outside, side by side with them. Coming out the other side, Manson's got the job done, gets the lead back again. Great stuff from the young fella. Goes through to the race lead again, up through the McKissick curve. It's still all four cars line astern though. The two young Aussies tucked in behind with Musico and Iskandari in the Napa number 44. Manson leads them out of the hairpin through the left-handed sweeper. Kerwin still sitting in second place. Is he close enough to do anything down here at the end of the front straight through the kink? Manson holds centre of the track. Kerwin has a wee look down the inside, has a look on the outside. No way through though, stays in line. Great stuff from the young fellas. Still back there in fifth place, it's Matt Basso in car 16. He's trying to catch on at the back of this, but he's not having much luck there. In the lonely fifth position. Then it's Peach back in sixth, who's made up 3 spots. A good comeback from him in this race so far, but now Manson coming under pressure from Kerwin again. Kerwin trying to go around the outside to repeat the pass. Couple of laps previous. I don't think he's deep enough this time. Manson should still hold the lead. He does. Comes up the straight in the middle of the track, being very defensive as Kerwin's still on the back of his gearbox and no way through. So it's still Manson from Kerwin. Then Musico, Iskandari through the right-handed kink and into the Carter's valuation here, but hard on the brakes. Don't want to make a mistake or miss a gear there or you're in trouble. But all 4 of them through there quite nicely. And once again, down through the kink. And Basso there from fifth place, slowly catching on to the back of these 4 guys as they come through with 3 laps left to go. Great stuff from the, 12, it's a 12 lap race, so we've got 6 laps left to go, only halfway through. So he's got a fair bit of defending to go on there. Marco Manson is. Kerwin still over the gearbox as they head down the draft line back straight once again. Looking very racy out. Pulls out nice and early to try and get that run down. Pulls back in behind him. Now we've got Musico trying to go around the outside of the 2 of them down to the braking zone. Musico trying to go around the outside of Kerwin. It's still a Manson. It looks like Musico's up the inside. He's side by side with Kerwin. He should have the pass done. He has. Musico up to second. Now Iskandari having a wee sniff up the inside as well. Trying to force Kerwin back to 4th place. And he's got the job done. So Kerwin now second down to 4th. The 2 young Aussies work their way through. And now we've got Marco Manson. He's got a couple of young Aussie guys trying to take the mantle away from him for the weekend. Down through the right-handed kink. Onto the front straight. No one close enough to force a move, but it's a 5-way fight for out in the front there as they closing under brakes. There's Dylan Peach now. He's going to try and get on the back of him. He's got plenty of time left to catch these guys up, perhaps get another couple of spots. But once again, down the draft line back straight. And all to do there with now we've got that's Iskandari coming under pressure from Kerwin to take that position back. Kerwin back up to 3rd. Great pass once again from young Maxim Kerwin. And passing going on all through the field, in fact, if you look all the way down through. But these guys out in front, some great stuff with young Basso now getting onto the back of this lot. But it's Marco Manson. Still hanging on. Toby Musico in car number 21. Seb Iskandari in the 44 Napa car. And through the hairpin they go. Nice composed drive out in front from Manson at the moment. He come under a wee bit of pressure earlier on from Kerwin. Just keeping a nice wee gap between himself and the 21 of Musico at the moment. Down into the hard braking zone, through Power & Co, sliding the wee chassis around there. See Basso getting a nice wee slide going on as well. Track's obviously slipping up a wee bit. Fastest lap of the race on 1:05.9 from Maxim Kerwin, which is, the record's at 1:05.2. Still a wee way off, but still a fast time indeed. There's a Dylan Peach down there, a 6.5, his quickest time. So Jacob Begg having a good drag as well with Toby McCormick and Isaac Fletcher, who's ended up down there in 10th place. But these top 5, she's all on. Manson just starting to clear away a wee bit from this chasing battle as Musico's coming under pressure once again from Kerwin. He wants that second place back. From 2nd to 4th that last lap, another one back. But it's playing into the hands of Marco Manson. He comes down with 3 laps left to go. The young fella from Auckland, car number 69, and Musico now. Kerwin all over the back of him. Then it's Iskandari. Basso. So we've got 3 Aussies in there. So great stuff from the Napa Formula Fords. Look at that gap Manson's got now. Out over a second. Back to Musico. And here's Kerwin having a look at Musico down towards John Jones Steele, trying to go around the outside. Looks like he's got the job done before he gets to turn, and he does. So up to second again for Maxim Kerwin from Auckland. And he's got a bit of a chase now to try and catch up to Manson again, second and a bit, as well as still having Toby Musico hanging out the back of his gearbox. And back into the Carter's valuation happen for Manson. Look at the battle behind, 4-car battle going on there. Matt Basso and car 16 on the back of the slot. Down through the king. And it's still Manson, 2 laps left to go. Kerwin, can he hang on to that second place? Keep the Aussies tucked in behind. Of course, all these 3 guys have been sent out here to get some mileage. Been looked after from Nigel Barclay. And at the moment, these guys have come on towards the end of the weekend. And I don't think that Musico's close enough to force any sort of move at the back of Kerwin as disappear off around up the wee straight towards the McKissick curve. All getting a wee bit out of shape there was Musico, a couple of wheels out in the dirt. He's got Iskandari still tucked in behind him, the Napa sponsored car. Well, it certainly unsettles you somewhere or another, whether you're taking the foot off the accelerator a little bit or getting a wee bit out of shape. As I say, just lost a wee bit of momentum there. Musico comes down for the last lap board for young Marco Manson. Kerwin still hanging on to the second, so the battle's for 3rd and 4th at the moment. 16 car just getting a little bit out of shape there as he got into the entry of Par & Co. At Basso, but he's back there in 5th, and a pretty good run too there for 5th. They all freight train now down the back straight. No one really close enough to force any sort of move between those top 4 or 5. And in the end, Pitch not too far off the action. Could have done with a few more laps to catch on the back of these guys. But that's the battle there, is between Musico and Iskandari. A couple of teammates out of Australia. That's for the 3rd and 4th placing. But the race leader out of the Carter's valuation hairpin for the last time for the weekend for young Marco Manson. He's going to come down through the king, and checkered flag will be out for him. Take another race win. An excellent weekend for the young fella. And Kerwin has recovered to 2nd. Musico will take 3rd. Iskandari 4th. Then it's Basso, Dylan Petch. Got a DNF from car number 26 just coming in, Dyson Freeman. A couple of laps down. Jacob Begg in the end finishes 9th, Isaac Fletcher 10th. Jake Bryan, after having that first corner way excursion, finishes 11th from Cameron Freeman. And then William Beck. Olivius Lawrenson did not start the race. But a good, clean weekend for this young guy, Marco Manson. And I think we'll see a bright future for this young guy. And just such a young, fresh-looking guy today, talking to him. Skinny, if he stood sideways, you wouldn't see the fella. But there we go, Marco Manson, Maxim Kerwin, Toby Musico is in your top 3. I think it's the first time we've seen one of the Aussies in the top 3. Seb Eskandari 4th, Matt Basso, John Petch recovers to 6th. Campbell Owens, Tope McCormick, Jacob Begg 9th, then Isaac Fletcher. Jake Bryant, Cameron Freeman, William Beck. Dyson Freeman just pulling in with the lap or 2 to go. As I just said, Olivia Lawrenson did not start. So that's great stuff for the NZ Formula Fords. And that'll do them. They'll be packing up. Up next we've got the mainland muscle cars 8-lap race. And it's a reverse grid handicap. Always mixes it up. We'll pass it over to the commentary team. And Brendan Nichols and Tony Johnson.
All right, we'll hand off down to Andrew there, which is with our first 3 place getters for the Napa Formula Fords. Over to you, Andrew.
Just here with Toby Musco. How did that go? I mean, it was a pretty tough race. There was a lot going on in front of you and behind you.
Yeah, it was a great race. I just didn't have the pace to hold on to second place, but yeah, I'm happy with third. But yeah, it was a really tough race. Good racing.
How did you find in the 12 laps, just sort of the pace came and went, or you had pretty consistent?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, it was nice, clean racing, and I think 12 laps. Yeah, it's a long race for this track, and it's a very physically intense track. So yeah, keeping consistent is pretty hard. But, yeah.
Thank you. We'll just try and get. So, talk us through your race there. You got to the lead, but then you went all the way back to 4th, but found some good composure to come back through again.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing there in the end, only getting 2nd. Fell back through, but I was able to get back up to 2nd, so not too bad.
So a lot of that overtaking opportunity here seems to be off the back straight. You probably made some, be happy with some of the moves you've made down there for the weekend, yeah?
Yeah, some of the moves down the end there were pretty solid. Got around them, and I was able to try catch Marco somewhat, but not enough.
So what's the next round for you, and how are you feeling about things going through the season now?
Next round's at Hampton Downs, which should be good. So yeah.
Awesome, well done P2. So we'll just get Marco coming through now. Here he comes. Just been weighed. Great race. You had really good composure to come back after you got overtaken for the lead there, and then you sort of shot away. Talk us through the race.
Yeah. Well, I led for a little bit at the start, and then dropped down to 2nd, and then managed to find my way back to the lead and just pull a little bit of a gap through the race. So really happy.
So the car came to you at the end, or?
Yeah, the car did come to me at the end. It was a pretty well set up car, thanks to Tom, and yeah, it had really good pace. So yeah, really happy.
So how do you find that the end of the straight there, that seems to be where all the opportunities were. How were you finding that fast corner, and obviously you had to take the lead back there?
Yeah, with a little bit of a headwind, it mean draft was a pretty big thing. Making a move there was one of the only spots you can, so made the most of it with a good draft and managed to go around the outside, so yeah, really good.
So, great weekend for you.
Yeah, really good. I'm pretty happy with that. Almost a full clean sweep.
So your season's going pretty well, obviously going into another round now. How are you feeling?
I'm pretty confident. Hopefully I can do as good as this weekend or for the rest of the weekends, but we'll wait and see. Hampton
Downs a home track for you, is it?
I don't really know. I mean, I kind of always drive at Ruapuna, so I'd say I'm home in North Island, but probably home track is probably Ruapuna.
Right. Well, congratulations, great weekend, and look forward to seeing you racing throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, thanks. See ya.
Back over to you guys.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, young Marcus Mance, I'm going to be looking out for him in the future. Surely big things to come, but now we have the Allied 24/7 Fuel Mainland Muscle Cars. Have Tony Johnson back up here for expert comments. What's been happening in the downtime, all that time you've had since the last race?
Well, for the last 5 minutes, Brendan, I've been watching the timing screens in that Formula Ford race, and to my horror, those young blokes and those slow-looking cars are recording exactly the same lap times as the fastest of our mainland muscle cars.
Do we tell you it's a 1600 Cortina motor at the back of it?
No, let's ignore all that stuff. Ignore the details. Gee, they're fast. Hey, they don't look it, but they're incredibly fast little cars.
Smooth as fast. That's why they are fast. Smooth as fast. Those young fellas have a bright future ahead of them. So now we've got a reverse grid handicap race. We've got the good old GTR XU1 there, 071 on the front row of the grid. David King.
And when you've got 14 or 15 or 1600 kilograms underneath you, smooth is a little more difficult.
And it was good. We saw Rod and Sandra out at lunchtime taking the kids for rides. That would have been a buzz for a couple of young motorsport enthusiasts.
Sure would be, wouldn't it? Gee. Or it put them off completely because it's so hot and uncomfortable and noisy. Maybe the parents will be grateful it's put them off forever.
Yeah, let's go get a mountain bike. All right, so we're just waiting for the grid to form up, just letting, well, Mike Small, he's the president, we'll give him any accommodation he needs.
Yep. You'll see Braden Phillips is not driving his blue Mustang. He actually blew the engine in that last race. So here he is on the back of the grid in his red Chevy Monza. So
good to have a backup, isn't it?
Wouldn't it be? Boy. Most of us would love to have one car.
So you don't have the Commodore sitting in the shed anymore?
No, well, I do, but that's exactly it. It's sitting in the shed.
Alrighty, and we're away. That's number 71, leading the reverse grid field away. David King in the GTR XU1 Tirana. He's the 6-cylinder machine out there with all the V8s. And then 216 is away. Tony Dempson, the 44 car there beside him. Gary Shaw in the Ford Falcon. Got the next group away. 55 car there on the outside of the circuit. Barry Morgan looks like he's had a little nudge from someone earlier on today.
Yeah, that was yesterday afternoon.
Was it yesterday?
Remember when we saw the reverse grid handicap race yesterday and there was a bunch of cars stacked up behind Barry? Yeah.
All right, getting the faster cars starting to roll off the line now. Now we're just waiting for the fast three at the back. Johnny Hepburn hooks it up well. He gets the HQ number 52 off the line. Braden there in number 43 in the Chevy Monza.
And here they go again. The president of the South Canterbury Car Club and the vice president of the South Canterbury Car Club fighting tooth and nail going into John Jones. That's been a familiar sight all weekend.
Here we go. Race leader David King in the GTR XU1 Tirana.
And there's Braden Phillips has just gone by Johnny Hepburn, so that puts Braden in front of the fast three at the back.
Only race at the moment for race leader David King. What are they, 3.3 litres?
Yeah, it's
the old 202.
Yeah.
Obviously Bathurst dominant in their day.
The rain helped, didn't it?
Rain helped. It certainly did.
Yeah, so Kingy's not going to get any of that today.
No, then we've got the Scott machine running across the line, doing a 108.8. Brian Scott in the Chevy Camaro. Steve McLaughlin's on his tailpipe. There we go. Braden goes through in the Monza. So how do Braden's times compare Mustang to Monza? The Monza's a lot faster car?
Yeah, maybe not a lot faster. It's probably a second or a second and a half quicker. So the Mustang is actually a perfect car for Braden for mainland muscle cars. It just fits in really nicely. Whereas the Monza is really a central muscle car. You would say just that little faster in amongst the top pack. But no, we're quite happy for Braden to jump out of the broken Mustang. The Monza is a great car to buy, and it's neat. It's really neat, because there's so many of us in mainland muscle cars are old buggers, to be honest. And it's just great having young Braden. He is less than half of the age of the next youngest driver in mainland muscle cars.
I'm in a car club a bit like that. All right, so we're just looking at Colin Campbell there. He had a race win in the reverse grid yesterday in the number 4 Tirana. He's come all the way down from the North Island to see how the mainlanders do it. He's having a good time while he's here.
Yeah, he's loving it. He's leaving the car here. It lives down here now, and Colin flies down from Tauranga to racing the South Island. How cool is that?
So Barry Morgan, Mike Small having a good drag down the back straight. Mike Small's got the inside line going into John Jones Steele. He's going to take the position. Just up in front of him is Gary Shaw in the Ford Falcon. Sandra Eden's lovely fastback Tirana.
Yeah, that's the prettiest car in the grid according to many. It is beautiful.
Then got the 216, they've got the sedan up the road, Tony Dempson. Just going through the card evaluation hairpin now, that pack being led by the number 4 car of Colin Campbell. He's second on the track at the moment as the race leader. David King goes across the line.
So I'll tell you who's moving up the field really well. Keep an eye out for him. Number 27, it's the blue 4-door XP or thereabouts.
John Smolenski is a bit of a sleeper.
He is, and boy, he's going good. That's a pre-65 car. And pre-65 spec, all he's done is switched to a limber slip diff, which of course we allow, and gone to 17-inch wheels, which enables him to have grippier tyres. And suddenly he's gone from high 111s to mid 109s, and he's fitting in really well with our mid pack.
It just gets past Tony Denson there, going down the draft line back straight before they turn left into John Jones Steele. That pack has the 44 car Gary Shaw at the front of it. And we've got Mike Small trying to go through on Tony Denson just as they head through the Gerald McKissick curve. And then they've got the right-hand kink before they get into the slowest part of the circuit. Card evaluation happen. We can see race leader Dave King. He's getting hunted down by Colin Campbell, who was the winner of the reverse grid race yesterday.
I don't think he'll have the same run of luck though this time.
The handicappers are onto him now.
Yeah, Colin's got John's Blue Falcon coming up pretty rapidly. Mike Small's coming at him. I wouldn't be betting on Colin Campbell today.
Okay, so fastest lap of the race currently, number 52, Johnny Hepburn in the red Monaro, doing a 106.0. Just looking at the Scott Camaro go down the back straight now. He gets past Tony Denson in the 216 numbered Trana. He's going to be followed through
that's a big
by the Mustang. Yeah, it's going to be
big pack at John Jones now. Look at them all.
Getting a little bit busy going through John Jones. It's not so bad when you see the Mini 7s go through there, that many cars, but the muscle cars take up a bit more circuit. Well, Braden's not doing too badly in that Monza either, is he?
Yeah, it's a fast car, and he's a heck of a good driver. He really is a talent, that young
So
guy.
he's just looking through the card evaluation hairpin now. With the race leaders coming through. New leader, car 4. It is yesterday's reverse squid winner, Colin Campbell, in the yellow Tirana. 44 car goes through. Mike Small gets past David King as well before he throws out some anchors to pull up through the Par & Co S's.
Yeah, Mike Small will be on his back pretty quick. Mike will get past Gary Shaw in the white Falcon pretty easily as soon as they get onto the back straight. There he goes. He's past Gary Shaw and now he's flat out hunting down.
There we go. Also Tinnelly's coming through in the Monaro. He's just sitting on the inside of John Smolenski as they break to go through the left-hander at John Jones. So current race leader, car 4, Colin Campbell. Mike Small running P2 in the Mustang. Then we've got the 44 car, Gary Shaw. Johnny Hepburn just going around the outside of some competitors there, trying to make some progress.
John Smolenski doesn't give an easy, he just sort of stays where he wants to be regardless of what Bruce Tumley's been trying to do, getting around the outside of him.
Okay, so it's going to be 2 laps to go for the race leader as they come down the start-finish straight across the line. It is Colin Campbell, but Mike Small is closing him down. Braden McKenzie coming through in the Chevy Monza. Very smart-looking machine in red. Okay, through the Marshall Transport sweeper as Mike Small got the netties in a straight line to get past that Tirana. Not this time, he down the back straight they go, the draft line back straight once again. Oh,
3 wide. Gee, that's brave.
Wonder if Gary Shaw breathed in as that happened.
Yeah.
Into John Jones Steele. They'll make it safely though.
Yep, great to see.
So Mike Small just trying to go through the inside.
No.
Who's that? Tinley pushed out into the grass.
Yep. Somebody's out and kicking up a whole lot of dust.
Looks like he hasn't ended up on the sand trap though, so hopefully he can get going again as Mike Small takes the lead. The inside line going through the McKissick curve into the out evaluation hairpin. He's slowly pulling away from Colin Campbell in the number 4 Tirana. There's the front runner though. One of the fastest men out there, Braden Phillips.
So last lap?
Last lap board.
Okay, my money is on Braden Phillips to take this one.
Ooh.
Oh, he had a lock up approaching turn 1, I think.
Yeah. So maybe not Braden Phillips now.
I take that back.
You want to take your $20 back?
Yep.
Okay, so Mike Small is the race leader in his lovely 67 Mustang.
Braden's not going to do it now.
Colin Campbell, Braden Phillips,
He'll
Johnny Hepburn in the HQ. The spirit of Shore Street, I suppose it is. Down there from the Timaru Metal Recyclers.
Braden will get Colin Campbell, no problem, but he's not going to catch Mike Small.
Okay, is Johnny Hepburn going to get through on Colin? He certainly is. Hangs him out to dry through the left-hander. Then Rod Heyman, Scott Camaro, Steve McLaughlin in car 69.
Oh, Braden's gone around again, I think, is it? Is that Braden Phillips?
I wonder if he's got a soft tyre or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, the race win is going to go to the South Canterbury Car Club president, Mike Small. Johnny Hepburn goes across for P2. Colin Campbell's having a good weekend hunting in the mainland. P3 for him. Rod Heyman goes through 4th. Brian Scott. They're the top 5. We'll just wait for the official results to come up on screen.
That's a Timaru 1-2, right?
Timaru 1-2, we'll take that. Well, we are the centre of the mainland, Tony.
Yeah.
To be expected to a certain degree. So there's the Tinley car, it recovers.
That's good.
Goes through P16. Oh gosh, that was a little bit of excitement, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, another great race. That was really neat, and always fantastic when you see all the cars finish without any damage. It's just awesome.
So a couple of spins there from Braden Phillips. Interesting to see if he's got a puncher or just a little bit enthusiastic on the loud pedal.
Yep, he would have been.
But look at that. Mike Small's going to wave his arm off out the window there. He's celebrating his win. Mike Small, P1, Johnny Hepburn, Colin Campbell, Rod Heyman, Brian Scott, Steve McLaughlin. Braden Phillips had a couple of spins there but managed to come through in 7th. Gary Shaw, Hamish Frew, John Smolenski in the Falcon. Then Barry Morgan, Dwayne Ingley, David King, Sandra Eden, Tony Denson, Bruce Tinley. It's not a bad little bit of excitement there, and we're looking forward to seeing these cars out again for the North versus South Challenge. So that's going to be a little bit more complicated than a normal race. Do you understand the rules, Tony? Are you able to explain them to us?
Yeah, the basics. So the first thing to remember about the final race today, the North versus South, is it is not mainland muscle cars versus central muscle cars, right? That's the big thing.
It's a state of origin challenge.
It's a state of origin.
Yep.
State of origin, absolutely. And of course, interestingly, some of the fastest central muscle cars drivers are South Islanders. So South Island is going to have Andy Knight on the side.
Yep.
And so all the normal rules don't count. It's just an all-in reverse grid handicap race.
Okay, we've got Adam down there with race winner Mike Small.
So I'm just here with Mike. He's just getting his helmet off there, but he's looking pretty happy. You can take your helmet off. You've got a minute.
I'll jump out, mate.
You'll jump out. He's going to. He can't hear anything, so he's going to jump out of the car. We'll just give him a second. There we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you, mate. Thank you very much. Wow, I certainly didn't expect that, but it would appear that even at 68 years old, you can still win a race, so I'm over the moon.
How were you feeling when you knew they were coming and you got that lead?
I had a couple of really lucky breaks. There was a gap where I needed it, and I took advantage of that, of course, and I did quite a few manoeuvres under braking, and it just handed the thing to me on a plate. So, hey, couldn't be happier.
Did you see Braden coming, or?
I was very, very well aware of where he was. Oh, yes.
He had a wee slip and slide at the end, though.
I thought he had disappeared. Yep.
Well done. You seem pretty happy on that warm down lap. Gave the crowd a good wave.
Well, I'll tell you what, being the president of the South Canterbury Car Club, to see all those people here today is so fantastic. So I just gave them a wave to say, hey, thank you very much.
Well done. The car's nice and clean. You're going to do one more.
Nothing to do to it.
Oh, well done. All right. Congratulations. We'll just go see Colin over here. Third. Well done.
Yeah, hung on there. Braden overdrove, which was lucky for me. He fell off the track a couple of times, so managed to stay in front of him. It was good.
So you got out front there for a bit, but they sort of came at you?
Yeah, I didn't think I had as good a handicap this time. They didn't want me to win twice.
Well done, though. You've got to be happy.
I'm delighted. Look, mate, the car's going well. It's doing exactly what it should do, so you can't ask for more. Beautiful day. Put it on the trailer straight and still running.
So you're not going to do the last one?
No. I've got 3 more meetings to do in the South Island before we can go home, so look after it for that.
Fair enough, well done.
Cheers, mate.
Good to see you, and we want to see that Escort back out soon.
Yeah, a couple of years.
Well done. Just looking for Johnny Hepburn. I think he might have gone through already. So we will go back to you guys upstairs because everybody's coming in and filling the pits up with trucks and stuff. So back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Adam Jones down there in the pit lane, doing a great job, and looks like old Collie there. He needs a brew or two or a bit of water or something. Be pretty hot in those cars, no doubt. But in the end, a great win to Mike Small.
Yeah, he was pretty happy about that too. The arm was out the window pretty much all the way around that warm down lap. And even when he come into the pits and driving past the pits, it was still outside the window waving. So happy man.
He will be. So up next, it's the Super Trucks. Race 3 for them. 8 laps. It's a rolling reverse split grid. So they'll reverse them up again. And to set them off at different times as well. We'll give them a bit of gap is what they'll do. So 10 trucks still running as far as I know.
Yeah, and the handicappers have been on point today, so hopefully they've got it right for these guys as well. Doing a very good job.
Brent Collins finishing second in that race this morning. See what he can do from a wee bit further back. And great crowd out there, just went outside for a bit of a look round and bumped into the old cousin Tony Meggett down there. He's been looked after by the South Canterbury Toyota crew down there. Free beers apparently. Wouldn't mind a couple of beers up here if a couple of spears going. Okay, we're going to go down to pit lane again briefly for Adam Jones.
So we've just got the end of the weekend winners for Oscar here. We just missed the shaking of the champagne. We're going to try and make you do it again, but you'd finished with that.
Yeah, we got that over and done with. Yeah.
So you happy with the weekend? You won it for Oscar?
Yeah. No, we had a good run, but yeah, we had no third gear today, so we had a few problems, but that's life.
Awesome, and so we'll see you back again for the next Oscar round.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
Well done. Congratulations. So P2 for the weekend, Tim?
Yeah, pretty good. Can't complain.
I saw in that last race you've made pretty hard work. You had a few little moments through the grass.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, sometimes these fellas don't see you, and you just got to stay out of trouble as much as I can. So, but a good old Steve, he went all right for an old pensioner.
All right, we got some. There's some champagne for you there, and you got Mike's just presenting the awards. Oh look, we got more champagne. They get it to do it twice. I'll just move back here a little bit. We'll get the P3 once they've done their thing with the champagne. Here we go. And just note there, Tim's still got his gumboots on, so he'll be okay. He'll have nice dry feet. And we'll just get our P3 interview for the weekend. This one, don't run off. We just wanted to stay in the dry, so we'd save the interview for it. So good weekend on P3 there.
Yep, lovely weekend, good crowd, good clean racing, and good weather. So really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Awesome. And so what's next?
I I guess we do it all again in a couple of weeks. Yeah. Yep.
Great, love the retro Goodyear hat too.
Yeah, got to bring it out. It's Dad's old hat. Yep.
Great, all right, congratulations. So that's the 1, 2 and 3 for Oscar. I think we might have more awards, Howard. Oh, we've got to go to the other end. Okay, 2K Cup awards, so that's happening down the other end. So I'll just go back to the commentary team as we reposition. And we've got the end of round awards for 2K Cup. So I'll throw back to you guys upstairs and we'll run off after Howard.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, good luck trying to keep up with Howard. We know he's an athlete, and he'll be sprinting his way down to the 2K Cup. Parker Ferme, no doubt.
Well, he did walk the wrong way across the screen there before he was heading down to 2K Cup.
So we'll bring the trucks out onto the track in the meantime, so that to hurry up and get up there if they want to get an awards ceremony in. So Steve Ross taking the round win for the Oscars. Second place, Timmy Gumboots Dossett, and then third, Cam Davies. Well driven there, nice consistent weekend there for Cam and the White Horse Motors RX-8. But we bring out the Napa Super Trucks for race 3. And of course, the race at the end of the day will be the Elephant Series trucks. Same trucks, different drivers for the Jim Thickett Memorial Flying Farewell.
Yeah, always a popular race, that one. And as we do mention each year, Jim Thickett, great supporter of the car club and a real character to boot.
Yeah, I come across a couple of jobs with Jimmy, with lifting some septic tanks and stuff in for us on the odd occasion. And he's always a good operator and spent many hours out here donating his time. So just standing by with Adam there, they're just trying to sort out the 2K Cup presentations. Pretty hot down there for... Okay, so we're not going to cut down Adam. We'll hear from him a little bit later on as the Super Trucks get underway behind the John Jones Steel safety truck.
Will be Troy Etting and Mark King on the front row of the grid. George Jones and Tony Brand, Dave West, Ron Salter on the third row. Malcolm Little, Alex Little, Brent Collins and Troy Wheeler bringing up the rear.
Yeah, so the two Bedford side by side. It's one apiece so far for bragging rights for George Jones and Tony Brand. So we'll see how we go in race 3, starting beside one another. Good to see Mark King back behind the wheel. He must have been out of the country or somewhere yesterday, but he wasn't here driving the truck, so he had to start off the back of the grid this morning. And he's off the front row of the grid for this one, beside Troy Etting in the Easy Moves number 7. Just the one truck here this year for the Easy Moves team. We've seen a couple of them, Troy and Connor Etting, but no Connor Etting here this year. Go back to the third row, Dave West. Pretty quiet weekend by his standards here at Levels. We start beside Ron Salter in that big Scania. And then we go back to the
Team Little.
Team Little, basically, with Troy Wheeler at the back there as well. Starting beside Bones Collins in the 44 truck. So away we go in the John Jones safety truck. John Jones Steel, a long time sponsor of the corner down the end of the back straight. So just look at all that, the black smoke as they wind the turbos up, get off the mark. And then we'll have a bit of a gap back to the next couple of trucks. So there's a reverse grid split.
Now they have to try and maintain that gap.
Give it set speed they've got to sit at. You see Malcolm Riddle's truck now, that's a lot shorter than the other two trucks in his team there, with Alex Little in truck 1. And Bones Collins in the 44 truck, Troy Wheeler there in 28. Winner yesterday, Troy was. Track that gap, but it's a fair bit to try and catch up, especially when the these things are governed to 100 miles an hour, you're going to make up all your pace through the corners or in the late braking. So once again, a big thanks to Napa and Trust Aoraki for bringing the trucks here this weekend. Trust Aoraki getting behind the car club for the umpteenth year. I'm not too sure how many years they've brought us the trucks here to Levels Raceway. They are still on board. Premier Installation bringing you the live stream from wherever you are around the town, country or around the world. I know we had 6,000 or 7,000 hits on the live stream yesterday. Getting out there, the safety truck pulls off now, and it's going to be Mark King and Troy Etting set for the start, waiting on the green lights. They're still red and are off. Troy Etting's got the jump. He's going to lead them down into par and co-S's from Mark King. Then it'll be Tony Brand leads the two Bedfords. George Jones back there in the fourth position. Bit of a gap back to the next two trucks.
That seems to have closed up awfully rapidly, that gap. Big gap back to the fast boys at the back.
Yeah, don't know what's happened to Bones. He's dropped back a wee bit from Troy Wheeler, who he was starting side by side with, getting all out of shape. Brent Collins at the back.
So Ron Salter almost up on the back of the two Bedfords. Hasn't taken him long to get there.
It'd be a good race for him or the likes of Dave West to come through. But it's all about the passing, isn't it? And these big beasts around this tight wee track at Levels. I mean, a lot of these Formula 4 guys think this is a wee go-kart track, let alone driving a big super truck around here. And you can see Troy Etting taking it wide line. It's a curve, he's going to lead them into the Marcus valuation here, but in the easy moves, number 7. Got a bit of a wing on the back of it, which really isn't doing a hell of a lot of work. Touching behind the curve there, but it's a wee bit racing. Down through the kink, Troy Etting. Reel off lap number 1. Then it's Mark King, Tony Brand, George Jones and Ron Salter.
Ron Salter in the background there, just looking at making a move on George Jones. Ron Salter was the fastest up until just a minute ago, when Alex Little was now the fastest man on track.
Trying to push the wee Bedford out wide to get the nose up in front. Ron Salter back to the areas there. Should go through on the wee Bedford. They both get to 100 miles an hour, and that's where it stays. If you go 1 kilometre, I think you're allowed to hit 1 kilometre for a split second, but you've got to pull back. If you stay there for over a couple of seconds, then that's when you get penalised.
Well, I know Bones got caught last year with that. I think his truck, he worked out that if he plucked an extra gear, it took him over speed. So he just left it in 1 gear lower. That was at the end of the back straight.
Pretty busy in the back Ron Salter there. George Jones, Dave West. Line astern, come round into the rear front. He's the race leader, Troy Etting still. Out in front by a second and a half it was last time, back to Mark King, the 24 truck. Tony Brand still doing a good job on the wing Bedford as they come down through the kink onto the front straight. Looking pretty good at the moment for Troy Etting. He goes through at a 1:22. Here's George Jones trying to have a sneak up the inside of Ron Salter down into still side by side with them. The two of them, too wide. They're coming out of Par & Co on the way up to the Marshall Transport sweeper.
Salter just held his line right in the middle of the track.
He did, but Jones looking pretty racy though in the wee Bedford as they get the power down side by side, the two of them down the back straight, but the Salter truck just got a wee bit more oomph from getting up to that 100 miles an hour. And Dave West is also getting in there, wants a wee bit of the action in the Freightliner Argosy. Race leader though, 2.5 seconds was the gap first to second. Looks like it's a wee bit bigger there now for Troy Etting, as these guys are starting to get held up a wee bit by Tony Brand there, doing a good job in 3rd place in truck number 8. Trying to keep Salter in behind, then George Jones. Look at the freight train now as they go through the Kissick curve. We've got Alex Little getting on the back of Westy now as well. So line up the trucks coming out of that hairpin.
This is all going to help the two guys out the front.
Of course, everyone will be screaming for a Bedford to get on the podium. So we'll see what Tony Brand can do. He's got Salter all over the back of him, trying to have a wee look. Salter goes wide. Here goes Jones up the inside, trying to go through on Salter, down in the braking zone like he did last time. They went too wide through there, and not quite a touch. But looking very racy. And was that Alex Little up the inside of Dave West?
Yeah, too wide once again through turn 1.
So it's eating still. 4 seconds the gap was first to second, so he's clearing out a wee bit there over the 24 truck, Mark King. And we've still got Tony Brand hanging on to that third from Salter. And Jones has cleared it away a wee bit now, and Troy Wheeler. So where did Troy come from and all of that? He's managed to get through on Dave West. So he's come from nowhere, Troy Wheeler.
Well, he was in 8th.
He was. He's jumped up. So it must have been a bit of an excursion there from Alex Little and Dave West. And somewhere Troy Wheeler's got through. Must have been down at the sweeper. There's our leader, Troy Etting, in the easy move number 7. 4 seconds the gap. Back to Mark King in second place. Bedford, Tony Brand still hanging on the third. Everyone's got their fingers and toes crossed, hoping he can keep it there. Salters in behind him. Then it's the second Bedford, George Jones, who's had a great drive so far in this race, being very defensive and attacking at the same time. He's got Troy Wheeler trying to go around the outside of him as they head down to the braking zone, but still Tony Brand hanging on to third place from Salter, and still we've got Jones hanging in there in that 5th place. We've got Wheeler having a wee sniff up the inside now as they go into the Marshall Transport sweeper. It looks like he's pushed him out wide, has Troy Wheeler, so he's got the job done. So Jones now down to 6th.
Here comes Little.
Yeah, Little's having a wee look at him as well. Getting up side by side with him. And it'll come down to who's better under brakes. It looks like Little's going to go through on the Bedford. So he couldn't hang on to it, George Jones, but look at Tony Brand. He's got a big truck either side of him.
Wide there.
Troy Wheeler trying to go up the inside. He's got Salter trying to go around the outside, but still hanging on to that third place is Tony Brand. Ron Salter's gone down the spot now as Tony Wheeler sneaks his way through. Troy Wheeler, I should say. Sneaks his way through up to 4th. Little's gone with him, so Little's up to 5th. Etting's long gone, not even in shot. There's the second place truck, number 24. Bit of a touch between Alex Little and Troy Wheeler. Troy Wheeler comes back at him, gives him a wee nudge in the side, Alex Little, and hangs on to that 4th place. There's our race leader, Troy Etting, going through Parenco now.
6.2 seconds now.
Yes, the gap back to Mark King. It's Tony Brand coming under all sorts of pressure now. A bit of a touch between himself and Troy Wheeler. Troy Wheeler puts a couple of wheels out in the grass, pushes the Bedford out in the grass. Now he's up the inside, Troy Wheeler. Into Marshall Transport sweeper. He's pushed the Bedford out wide, and Alex Little's going to go through as well. So Tony Brand, he held on to that 3rd place for as long as he could. He's shot down to 5th now as he gets punted out of the way. And Ron Salter's the next one that's going to try and get through on him. But our race leader's still Troy Etting. Looks like he's slowed up a bit, has he? Has he slowed up?
I just don't think there's anyone in the background to gauge against. I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought it looks like he'd slowed up. Ron Salter now having a wee dive at Tony Brand at the entrance of McKissick Curve. Jones wants to get that spot back as well. He's tucked in behind him in the big Scania. So she's all on further back. Malcolm Little on the back of Jones. Dave West tucked in the back of him, back to the Carter's Transport, Carter's Valuation hairpin. There's the second place man, was in the number 24. We go back to Tony Brett, or Troy Wheeler it is now. Oh, bit of a touch there between the Ron Salter truck and George Jones, and just momentarily flipped the Bedford into the air, and down he comes. There's a touch of the wheels there for the wee Bedford.
Well, I stand corrected, Paul. 3 seconds now the lead between Troy Etting and Mark King, so you're right. Took 3 seconds out of that lap.
Yeah, I thought he had a wee problem up the top end of the track. Looks like he's back up to speed though. With the number 7 truck. And now who's this having a wee dive? Malcolm Little up the inside of Salter.
Troy Wheeler's just gone through on Mark King as well.
few passing moves starting to happen. Dave West up the side, Salter now too. Brent Collins tucked in there. He wants his way through too in the B-class truck. But Troy Etting is going to come back down and should just about get the last lap ball this time through for him. He's having a pretty solid race out there as these quick guys struggling to get through earlier on in the race. Oh, Westy getting a wheel out in that gravel trap. They're kicking up a lot of dust. But at the moment, race leader Troy Etting is out of the hairpin. He's already heading down the tank. He's going to come down.
He's slowing up.
He is slowing up. We thought he had a problem. Plenty of smoke coming out. I'd say he's lost drive or lost a gear.
Oh, he's away again.
He's away again. Looks like he was coughing a bit. She was sending out a lot of smoke. So Troy Etting going from 6-second lead down to third place now already, as the rest of the trucks are starting to gather him up as well. There's Malcolm Little getting a wee slide on. He's got Tony Brand tucked in behind him. Dave West. Alex Little. Got Brent Collins up to third now. Trying to put a move on Etting. Goes through up to second. So he's got a lap and a half to try and catch on to the back of Troy Etting, his bones.
Well, he's got half a lap, I think. So the last lap board's out.
Oh, it is too.
So
half a lap.
Half a lap, yeah.
So Troy Etting still continuing but slumming in that number 7. Holding that inside line, trying to get as many points as he can. At the moment, showing second on the timing screen, but I think he's down to third because Collins just went past him. Pretty busy stuff further down though. Tony Brand still holding on over Alex Little. So Reader out of the hairpin. Down he comes. It's going to take the checkered flag.
Etting's just pulling off, so he's not even going to finish the race.
Troy Wheeler takes the race win. Second place will go to Brent Collins. Another second placing, good points haul for him. Malcolm Little was going to come through for third. And then it's going to be Alex Little for fourth. Tony Brand ends up fifth in the wee Bedford. Dave West. And then George Jones, Mark King. And what happened to Ron Salter?
Well, he's just coming around now. He's obviously had a issue.
He was right in it, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's only running slow as well. So
most of it. So it's bad luck for Ron.
It looks like Troy's got his truck going.
Ron's got a flat tyre on Ron's truck. He did have a wee nudge with the Bedford, so that would have flattened that outside right rear tyre.
So Battle of the Bedfords won by Tony Brand.
Yes.
That lot there.
2-1 to him at the moment from George Jones, but George put on a good show as well, I must say, and held his rhythm for quite a while until too many of these big trucks got on top of him. And congratulations once again to Troy Wheeler, another win over Brent Collins. Malcolm Little third. Good to see Malcolm on the podium again. Alex Little fourth. Tony Brand, Dave West, George Jones, Mark King, Ron Salter, just having that flat tyre towards the end, and Troy Etting, who led for most of the race, but has struck some sort of problem there. Sort of started to appear halfway through the race. And bad luck for him. So 10 trucks, we'll see them a little bit later on. The last race of the day, race number 36, so we're getting through the races. Up next though, it's the race 31, the SS Cup. I'll hand over to Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney. See you again soon.
So as the super trucks roll into the pits, we're just waiting for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field to get out onto the circuit once the marshals and recovery vehicles are back in place. So good win there to Troy Wheeler in the super trucks, with local lad Brent Collins coming home second, Malcolm Little third. Alec. Okay, down to Adam in the pits for the place getters for the super trucks.
Hello, I'm Adam, by the way. We got the number marked up last time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Brett was the second. Yeah. Oh, okay, here we go. So we're here with Malcolm Little, P3.
It's a bit of work then. Keep my wits about me, be careful and just run through the field nice and easily.
It's kind of like the Southern Motorway for some of that race.
Oh look, the guys are really good when they know you're on the tail, they give you a little bit of space, you can pass nice and cleanly, so no, good race, we really enjoyed that.
Awesome, so good weekend for you?
Yeah, great weekend, the trucks are all in one piece, no damage to deal with, so we're happy with that, yeah.
So now you hand it over for the development?
Yeah, we'll put the fast kid in the truck now, see what he can do. Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, but I guess he'll get it done, and he'll shave a whole lot of time off mine, so.
All right, but good weekend for everyone. The truck's nice and straight. Go home and have a beer.
I think so, yep, well done for everybody.
Thank you. We'll just try and get through forward to P2 and P1 as they're getting away. Oh, here's Troy behind us. Troy's over here out of the truck so we can get him to just come down, so cut away from Tristan and I'll get the winner. Pretty good weekend for you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Good, got the work done in the traffic?
Yeah, we got through. There was a bit of argy-bargy amongst a few trucks there, but we got through.
I just got my comms in my ear.
All right, looks like we've lost the feed from the pits, so we're just waiting for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field to head back out onto the circuit for this afternoon's race.
Reverse grid handicap by class once again. Another nightmare for the commentators to try and keep up with. But we do end up with all sorts of carnage, and it's great for the spectators. Lots of needle threading going on and whatnot. I can see the arms being waved down there on the dummy grid.
So Carmen Lindbergh in the MX-5 leading the field out this afternoon. Of course we had the red flag this morning, a wall line coming off the 82 car. That was the WRX Subaru, the Pro Sport car of Josh Mitchell. Left a lot of oil on the top of the circuit. He had an engine bay fire. It's very unfortunate for Josh. He was running well yesterday, had a podium finish. So it's Carmen Lindbergh just getting a bit of temperature into the tyres. 350 car heading on down the back straight.
Jason Kelly heading out of the track. The car, I assume it's got a driver in it. Knows its way around the track incredibly well, as we've talked about before.
Yeah, 902 car, Lyndon Prebble just heading on down the back straight. Hopefully he's got the hatch on and shut properly this time.
So it's going to be Africa Barker and Tony Herbert on the front row of the grid. Mike McCarthy and Mike Hammer in the Super Sixes. Marty Russell and Corey Ashworth on the next row. Ben Van Heeswick, Ross Jones, Glenn Wendelbourne and Andrew Brunton. First 5 rows of the grid.
So Andrew Brunton has been running a Mazda RX-8 in the Pro 8 class, but now he's let Lincoln do that. So Andrew's now running a GT86 Toyota, number 25. He was one of the drivers, those very lucky kids. A few laps of wheels during our lunch break today.
So yeah, we did have that car and Mike Small with the Mustang, and there was a Commodore as well, Oscar Commodore. So those kids would have been grinning ear to ear, I would imagine.
Yep. Thank you very much to those drivers for making the cars available to give those young motorsport enthusiasts a rather remarkable experience. So we've got the 42 car just pulling up onto the grid. It's Ben Van Heeswick starting out of P7 in one of the Super Sixes.
Car number 66, Trevor Parmenter, just pulling up into his grid position there. You can see the Celica coming through there, number 151. That is Corey Ashworth out of Ashburton. Former 2K Cupper, stepped up into the SS Cup.
So Tim Leonard, number 24, the 24 Red Racing Nissan.
Yeah, Tim got that car last year, didn't he? It was a purchase for him. I think that was an was it Rex Edgar or someone that car come from? Ryan Austin, that's where that car came from. So Tim doing very well in that car.
Ryan Austin, a Formula Oscar champion, and a RX-7 with an SR20 Nissan turbo engine in it. Won the championship a number of years ago.
You can see Africa Barker in the Pulsar, just pulling up to his position on the grid, car number 55.
Out of Africa?
Yeah, new to the class once again. Done a round or two, but sounds like he's having a great time.
24/7 Ryco car. That really, as I said, that really needs a set of mud flaps, set of spotlights, and a whip aerial. It's been doing a little bit of rallycross this weekend. They'll be pulling into P2 the 241 car of Tony Herbert.
Right, lights are on, just waiting for them to go out. Little creep in the box there from Herbert, but I don't think he broke out. Side by side as they head down to turn 1, who's going to take it? It's going to be
Tony Herbert leading the
Africa Barker.
Class 1 field away. So now we're waiting for the lights to come on for Class 2.
So lights are on. We are go for Class 2. Great start from number 38, that's Belinda Hargraves.
Just see Carmen Lindbergh got her MX-5 off the line very well. She's cutting her way through the field as they hook through the Power & Co S's. They'll head off to the Marshall Transport Sweeper and off down the draft line back straight. And while that's been happening, we've got the Class A field heading away. They're going to be led by Lincoln Brunton.
98, Peter Sutherland. He's off the back of the grid there. He's struck a bit of trouble, I think, heading into turn 1.
So A group now heading off down the draft line back straight. Lincoln Brunton just tucked in behind the other RX-8.
That's Richard Simpson getting up past Lincoln there, taking the lead into the John Jones corner.
Okay, now the A group comes through, still being led by the 241 car, Tony Herbert. Mike Hammer goes through, Marty Russell just focusing on the Group 2 at the top part of the circuit. They're going through the Gerald McKissick curve. Fastest lap 1:20 for Marty Russell, but we'll be waiting for Group 2 to come through and the times will start to tumble. Just got the, coming over the straight now, led by the number 29, that Datsun 280Z, the Jason Kelly machine. Graham Malou, Trent Parmenter, Chris McLeod roll through.
That's still Richard Simpson as we head down the front straight. Corney's opened up quite a handy lead there. We have 7 or 8 car lengths over the chasing pack.
Just going through the bar and coeses now. There's Linda Hargraves. Oh, we had a little bit of a moment up the top. That's the Matt Ryan. Was it? No, down through Marshall Transport, Matt Ryan. Off out in the grass, and that was the RX8, the Cunliffe car. My gosh, he's making hay while the sun shines, isn't he? Leading the group into John Jones Steele. And we've got Group 1 coming across the start-finish line once again.
Still Tony Herbert, Mike Hammer, Marty Russell and Mike McCarthy.
You know, these Super 6 guys could work together.
They could.
They take up an awful lot of track, those Falcons and Holdens.
Oh, it could be like teams and stock cars.
Yeah.
You would hope not.
Not let the little Japanese cars come through.
There's 5 Super 6s, and then the 510 there's Glenn Rendleborn in the Volkswagen Golf, just at the back of that lead group.
So Mike Hammer trying to go around the outside of Tony Herbert as they go through John Jones Steele. He's going to take the position.
Herbert may even lose a couple of spots there.
Got the 27
got
car
Marty
rolling
Russell around the outside as well, but Herbert's just holding the inside line, not giving it up easily. Looks like he's going to keep the position. Russell will just tuck in behind him, wasn't up far enough to be able to take the inside line at the card evaluations hairpin.
Back through the field. It's the 515 car.
That's James Swaney.
Honda. Back at that old Graham Lewis Volkswagen.
Yes, the second Volkswagen in the group.
Tony Herbert's gone off. Jason Kelly rolls through past the car 55, which started on the front row. Africa Barker.
Car number 25 has just gone off there at turn 1 as well.
Andrew Brunton.
Andrew Brunton.
GT86. The race leader, car 17, Mike Hammer, into John Jones Steele.
He's just opened up a bit of a gap. There has Mike Hammer.
Yeah, the old NZ6 is doing right.
Oh, so we've got a flag out too for cars 137 and 65. So that is Jacob Cunliffe in the RX8 and Matt Ryan.
We did see them off in the grass. Unfortunately, it's right in front of the control tower here, so the motorsport stewards would find it very hard to miss.
Must have taken a good view on something there.
All right, so coming through the kink down the front straight, now supported by ProWear once again. Mike Hammer, Marty Russell, still Tony Herbert, Ben Van Heswick. So the car and coes as they go into the Marshall Transport sweeper. My gosh, that number 29, Jason Kelly's doing some hunting, isn't he?
Isn't he? 4 laps to go. You'd have to think that
he might do quite
well
at
with a shot. He's got half the back straight to try and catch up as he goes through. Gets past Andrew Brunton. Amongst others, he's going to back up another 3 spots.
Darren Willis, Ross Jones were ahead of Andrew.
So that's Ray there from Temuka there in the 200 SX on screen. Brad Ray, number 16, very well presented car, a little bit confusing. Nissan sponsored by Honda.
Out of John Jones Steele he comes. And that smart red looking Nissan Silvia, although I do want to stop telling people how smart their cars look. I put 2 of them into the bank yesterday. There is Swaney, because his dad was one of them in the Altezza.
The fastest man on track at the moment is Dave McLean. And the number 158.
That's the black Honda Integra. He was looking very smart in the practice sessions on Friday when I was sitting at the north end of the circuit.
So no change at the top. Still Mike Hammer, Marty Russell, Tony Herbert. Herman Lindbergh coming into shot there. Brad Ray.
Good shot of them coming down the ProWear front straight.
Richard Simpson now under a whole heap of pressure. He's got a gaggle of cars behind him, 7 or 8, 9 cars. Pressure's on.
Someone's been pushed out into the grass. Was that Mr. Alou, was it? Graham Alou in the Volkswagen. Out of the Marshall Transport sweeper off the draft line back straight once again. Lincoln Brunton. Following the other RX-8 through as they head down the draft line back straight up to John Jones Steel.
So a big group of cars there just heading into John Jones, very busy. Get around there safely. Someone out in the dirt.
So race leader still Mike Campbell, number 17 Holden.
Look what's sitting there in 4th place, Brendan.
Is it that missile of a Datsun?
Certainly is, about to be 3rd place by the look of it. Heading around the Volkswagen.
All right, so Jason Kelly takes car 29 up to P2 down the Pro rear front straight into the Power & Co S's.
So 2 laps up his sleeve to make that lead and then hold it.
He's hunting a couple of Super 6s now up in front. Coming out of the Marshall Transport sweeper off down the draft line back straight. Good old Datsun pretty quick in a straight line compared to the Super 6s.
We'll get at least one of them, I would think. Slightly later braking. Oh no, he's backed out of it. Let him go through. So that's Marty Russell. So Kelly right on the tail of the 2 lead Super 6s, Mike Hammer and Marty Russell. Kelly goes up the inside of Russell. Heading around towards McKissick. He's now going to get right up on the back of Mike Hammer.
Move to the other side of the circuit and get onto the inside going into the braking zone. Out of evaluation, not this time. So a good run out of the hairpin.
It's a tight line around the hairpin.
It's the trigger. Coming down the Pro rear front straight once again. He's going to go around the outside and take the lead. So new race leader. He's going to get the last lap orders. Jason Kelly, he's looking pretty good at the moment with those Super 6s in the Volkswagen number 53, Alan Garnett. Behind him, a little bit of a wheel lift there. Who was that? Marty Russell getting up over the curb in the Super 6. As the rest of the pack comes through the Power & Co S's. So Jason Kelly.
Already stretched out a 60 or 70 metre lead.
Got the 158 car coming through. There's Trevor Parmenter, goes past Herbert. Down the draft line back straight into John Jones.
Big brake lock up there by Marty Russell heading into John Jones. Mike Hammer, Russell. That's Alan Garnett, Ben Van Heswick.
Ben Van Heswick, is he able to get on the podium? He's looking pretty racy. All over the back of that Volkswagen of Alan Garnett. Anyway, there's our race leader coming out of the card evaluation hairpin. Left-hand sleeper, right-hand kink. He's going to be on the Pro rear front straight. Jason Kelly and car number 29 is going to take out the checkered flag for the reverse grid race for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field. Congratulations to Jason.
And here comes Van Heswick. He's not quite going to do it.
So, it's a little bit
tight. He was close.
A little bit tight on the line, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here comes the rest of the hunting pack.
Trevor Parmenter, Carmen Limburg in 8th, Tony Herbert, Corey Ashworth round out the top 10.
Right,
so great racing there from the 24 Red SS Cup. Once again, the handicappers done a sterling job.
So Matthew Ryan, Jason Cunniff have a little bit of a moment there. Oh
so
no,
that's Brad Ray on screen there.
Oh, that's all right. You're the one that mentioned that one, B2. That one's on you.
Oh well, you know, take a bit of heat off you, mate.
So good result there. Jason Kelly, number 29 in the 280Z.
Well, he had a win last time we were here too, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he'll be stoked.
I think those Kellys, they must have quite a big wall in their garage with trophies they've collected over the years in that machine.
I would say so.
Paul thinks that the Kellys might have a house just for the trophy cabinet. Anyway, Jason Kelly takes the race win for the SS Cup field. Mike Hammer, Marty Russell, Alan Garnett, Dave McLean, Ben Van Heswick, Trevor Parmenter, Carmen Lindbergh came through in 8th, Tony Herbert, Corey Ashworth round out the top 10. Then we have Richard Simpson, Ross Jones, Warren Walker, Flynn Mitchell, Lincoln Brunton, Jacob Cunniff, Mel Waters, Andrew Brunton, Darren Wills, Mike McCarthy, Lyndon Preble, James Swaney, Glenn Wendelburn, Graham Alou, Chris McLeod, Tim Leonard, Alpha Kapaka, who started on the front row, and then Matt Ryan, Brad Ray was a lap down, and Belinda Hargrave, she must have had a moment, 4 laps down, and Peter Sutherland, Steve Parker, Michael Dover not classed. Alrighty, down to the pits to have a chat to Adam.
Okay, so up next it's the Central Muscle Cars 10 lap race. Reverse grid handicap, so it'll be another beauty. And of course they'll have another race as well, and they'll have a couple of races to get their breath back, and then they'll be back for the North-South Challenge. So still got a few races left on the cards. Central Muscle Cars, then the Mini 7s, looking forward to that. Adam Box crowned the new NZ champion from that race previous. Congratulations to Adam Box.
Okay.
And the Pro 8s. Then the Muscle Cars, North and South, and then we'll finish it off for the race 36 the weekend, the Development Series trucks for the Jim Thickett Memorial. Flying farewell. So you can hear the rumble of the cars down there. Thank you very much. How you going? Yes. Yes. Okay, so the car's coming out onto the track. Angus Fogg, the race winner last time, but only just. He didn't see Andy Knight coming at him. Andy Knight was the leader of the race for most of it. Okay, we're going to cross to Adam again. They're having a few technical difficulties down there. Hopefully we got him this time.
Here with Brent Bones Collins, the final race of the day. Eventful, tell us what happened.
Oh, that was a hell of a good race. There's a lot of action happening in front of me, and it's just what you got to wait for in these sort of races, because as you catch up with the slower trucks, they go really good, but they're a wee bit slower, and it just bunches everyone together, and that's exactly what happened. And there's been a bit of kerfuffle with Troy and Alex. Troy at his old games again hit Alex off the track, so we're not sure what's going to happen with that. We had a good battle, come off it. It was a great race, and we did this one for Mum. She passed away. That's it.
Well, that's really nice to be able to do that, yeah. So 2 P2s, and you should, it looks like you might have the weekend.
Yep, hope so.
Right on. Good one, man.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Thanks, Brent. That was Brent Collins, just getting emotional as you'd expect. His mother Bonnie passed away a couple of weeks ago, so thoughts and prayers go out to the Collins family, and quite understandably their Bones quite emotional about that one, finishing second, and very good indeed. So, a couple of seconds, he'd be pretty happy. Looks like we've got Mark Stretton in the 70 car already got stuck out there in the grass. So a bit of a problem for him. Already before the race has even started in the Ford Futura. Might be a little bit of a hold up perhaps what they get him, but we'll go back down to Adam anyway. He's got a few more drivers down there.
Okay, we're going to have to go really fast, so I'm going to get the guys to introduce themselves and say where they came in the race and how it went.
Yeah, I'm Jason. I started 22nd, got my way to first, and yeah, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Paigey, Sam and Gary.
Awesome.
Marty from Dunedin. Yeah, just thank you for the sponsors, Hughes Automotive. Who else have we got? Omeg, Nash and Ross, and Absolute Asphalt.
And
your
second.
Yeah.
Well done. And your friends out there yelling out the sponsors'
mate, we're
names.
all yelling out.
And P3.
Yeah, I'm Mike Hammer from Dunedin, come second. Sponsors, Nash and Ross, Absolute Asphalt, club sponsors obviously, and yeah.
Awesome. Really fast interview. Back up to you guys.
Hi family.
Yeah, thanks Adam. Yeah, they're all excited down there. A few of the NZ6 guys, and congratulations Jason Kelly bringing the old wheel home in first place there, the old 280Z. Righto, so reverse grid. Brendan on the front row there. Looks like we've got the car of Ian Easton down there from Palmerston North. The Ford Mustang's going to start off the front row. Mark Stretton was going to start there with him, but no sign of him. Then we go back to second row, car 13. That's Caton Cowie. So, and he's from Auckland. Quite a few of the North Islanders here with the Central Muscle cars, obviously. And no Mike Wallace. You'll see his name on the list for the Central Muscle cars, not racing.
Yeah, he's out, car broken. He's gone home to fix it for Scope. Heyman was running with them yesterday. Rod Heyman, he's opted to just race with the mainland muscle cars. And Phillips has had a problem with one of his cars, so he's now just running the Monza with the mainland muscle cars. Gabrath out with a mechanical.
So the Napa Central Muscle cars always putting on a good show here at Levels Raceway. 10 laps, reverse grid handicap. So we've got the fast guys off the back. Angus Fogg and Andy Knight down there, and the Box It Foundations Camaro. Being looked after by Jody Wilson here this weekend. Jody also had a fair bit to do with Rod Heyman's car, with the ex-Craig Gilbert car. So just the way the start's been delayed while we get rid of that number 70 car, Mark Stretton. Mr. Two Pies down there. He's had a pretty busy weekend. It'll be pretty hot and steamy in that cab, no doubt. Right, just waiting now for the start. There'll be a flag drop to get these cars away. So Big Gav there's got the national flag up. And he's dropped it. Ian Easton, he's a bit slow off the mark there. Busy looking at what's on the bank.
Do we want to say anything about Mustang drivers? Is that not a reflection on them in general?
Now Brendan, that's enough of that.
Alrighty.
So they're giving him a good start. He's around the Marshall Transport sweep already, and still we've got Cowie sitting there, and he's more awake to what's happening around him.
Well, he's in an HQ, isn't he? He's got good taste, that young man.
Second lot underway, it's Hopkins and the 167, is it, of Stephen Neuer. Next group away, Hamish Frew, Stephen Scholes in the 33, then the 22. That's a beautiful car, that one is. And he's underway, Grant Crosby in the Chef Camaro. The next two underway, Boot and Nick Ross. And then finally, drag race down to the first corner there between Andy Knight and Angus Fogg. And he just managed to hang on to it, Andy Knight. He was getting a wee bit out of shape there on the entry of Parr & Co. But through Marshall Transport sweeper they go. Down the back straight, these two. Angus Fogg taking the race win today, only just by 0.04 of a second. So there's Easton, 111 car. He's currently the leader. And it's a long way back to the second car now. Should be Caton Cowie in the
HQ.
The Holden HQ. Here he is now, car number 13. Pretty game to put the number 13 on the side of a race car. It's not often you see a 13 on the side of a race car. Clark Hopkins goes through the third. Neuer. There's the two fast guys coming from the back. Angus Fogg and the J.A. Russell Mustang. Those lights on down through the kink down the front straight, hitting about 210 kilometres an hour, then hitting the brakes.
So Andy Knight 37 seconds behind race leader Ian Easton in the 111 Mustang. Got 9 laps to hunt him down.
105.1 standing, second lap for Andy Knight.
Yeah, we're just looking at Caden Coffey's car coming through the Gerald McKissick curve. Got the awesome looking Tirana hatchback behind him.
Clark Hopkins here in the number 8. So Easton going down. He's just struggling to find third gear there as he's on the brakes as well, the 111 car. And a long way back. I think last time it was about 13 seconds. First to second, here comes Coe. He's starting to come under some pressure now from Hopkins. It's a 14-second lead for Ian Easton as the faster guys come down the front straight, trying to catch up. That's what's good about these reverse grids. Nick Ross now getting passed up the inside by Andy Knight. There goes Hopkins having a go at Coe down towards the end of the back straight. And now Fogg trying to get through on Nick Ross, but it's pretty quick in a straight line, that big Dodge. Quite a long car, isn't it? When you see it going past you, but so is that Mustang.
Well, yeah, you stand beside the J.R. Russell Mustang in the pits, and it's not a small machine, but it's dwarfed as it goes past the big Dodge.
So he gets the job done, Angus Fogg, up the inside of Nick Ross. And his hunt is on to stay with Andy Knight, try and work way through some of the slower cars. But race leader goes through again, 111 of Ian Easton. We reel off another lap as we look at these two fast cars. Coming up on the back of Craig Boot in the 07.
So Clark Hopkins goes through in second, Caden Coffey back to third. Still Steve Neuer, Hamish Frew, Steve Scholes, Grant Crossley, Lance Hughes.
It's the race leader, Ian Easton in the 111. He had a DNF yesterday. So you're looking hard in the mirror. 10 seconds. They lost 4 seconds in that last lap to Clark Hopkins. Coe still hanging on to third place, but Craig Boot starting to close up on the back of him. Sorry, Steve Neuer, I should say.
So Clark Hopkins doing 107s, and Andy Knight and Angus Fogg are in the 104s that are chasing. 7 laps to go when they last crossed the stripe.
Boot, then Knight, Angus Fogg sitting in there as well. Nick Ross just a wee bit further back from this 3-car battle. Leader comes back down the kink to reel off another one. It's very 10 seconds to gap, first to second. Here goes Hopkins through. Gap's down to 6 seconds, first to second. Coe still hanging on to that third place where he was. He still is from Steve Neuer, I should say.
So the leader's a little bit slower that time in traffic. Andy Knight, Angus Fogg now in the 105s. Andy Knight just heading down the back straight now, down the draft line back straight. He's all over Craig Boot's 07 car, goes to the inside as they go through John Jones Steele, takes the place. Angus Fogg doesn't get through though. He's sitting in behind him as they go across the straight at the top end of the circuit.
He gets through now though. So Boot sort of had the inside line, let Foggy through. So Foggy did follow Andy Knight. She's getting busy up there in the hairpin now. The race leader slowly getting reeled in. Ian Easton, here he comes down through the kink, gets a big slide on. Oh, it's been a bit of a pucker moment there for sure. As he crossed it up through that kink onto the front straight. We've seen a bit of carnage there over the years, but he managed to hang on to it.
So Clark Hopkins now got the lead down to 1-2 seconds.
Yeah, Coe coming under pressure from Hamish Frew, Steve Neuer. Looks like Frew's through. Neuer's going to go through as well. In fact, gets a wheel out in the dirt. There it is, Coe, and look how he just gets swamped by 3 or 4 or 5 cars all at once. Boot's going to go through as well, and I don't know if Ross will get him by the time they get down through John Jones Steele, but put a wheel out in the dirt there and all of a sudden lost a bit of traction, and 3 or 4 of them went flying through. There goes Clark Hopkins. So he goes through to take the race lead. Through on Easton. Be a good race for Clark Hopkins to win. But He's got 2 or 3 seconds back to Caden Cowie, who's actually gone down a wee bit further now as the gaggle of cars gets larger. Coming out of the hairpin. Oh, who's that? The smoke coming out.
The triple one car.
Triple one car of Easton, yeah. A lot of smoke out the side of that as the leader comes through. Clark Hopkins in the number 8 car down into Parico. Here comes the rest of them. Through having a dive down the inside. He'll go up to second. So a good passing move from him. There's the triple one car in Easton just holding a few of these other guys up a wee bit now. They all get around him without too much worry. And the fast guys are now got an open space as Andy Knight goes through on Hamish through. Foggy will go with him. So Foggy's doing a good job of just sticking on the back of Andy Knight, letting him do all the picking of lines through these slower cars. Just slowly getting nearer the front. Into the hairpin they go. Andy Knight in the Boxing Foundations. Chev Camaro. In front of him, Grant Crosby in the 22 car. Down the front straight comes the race leader. In fact, they're up to second and third now as Hopkins comes through with a couple of laps left to go. So 3 laps to go it should be. 10 laps for the Central Muscle cars. And it won't be long now before we see Andy Knight and Angus Fogg get through on Clark Hopkins. Flying down the back straight, 230 odd kilometres now. These guys are getting up to, perhaps 240. Don't quite get the job done on this tourney down the back straight, but holds centre of the track. Clark Hopkins goes very defensive. Foggy around the outside of Andy Knight. Takes
there's a touch.
Foggy into the side of Clark Hopkins. Gets a wee bit airborne and has to pull back in, so perhaps a problem for Foggy. He just caught the right rear of Clark Hopkins' car. Hopkins still in the lead, and Knight trying to find a way through, but Fogg was up the inside and actually had the pass done on Knight, and then hit the back of Clark Hopkins and upset the car a wee bit. And Andy Knight managed to get back through. Knight now trying to have a dive up the inside down into Parenco. Still no way through. Hopkins still hanging on to the lead. Now it's Foggy coming back. He might have a look up the inside into Marshall Transport. No way through, but Andy Knight does. He pushes Hopkins wide and should go up through the inside. Takes a race lead. Foggy will go through at the same time up to second. So Hopkins now down to third. Bit of a touch between those two last time, and I thought there might have maybe a puncher coming or a bent rim or something, but they are still all up to speed, and Andy Knight comes out of it in the lead with a lap and a bit left to go with the Boxit Foundations Camaro looking pretty sharp indeed. And talking to Foggy at lunchtime, he said he hasn't really got an answer at the moment to this Boxit Foundations Camaro. It's pretty well hooked up, been well built after by Jody Wilson. As they come down, they should get the still a lap and a bit left to go. So on the last lap board this time, see what Foggy can do. We know he's a good race driver, good racecraft, but you've also got to be able to get past the car in front. And Andy Knight's no slouch. Into the Marshall Transport sweeper for the last time. And down the back straight. Foggy not really close enough to force any sort of move, although you have a wee dive up the inside as they head down into John Jones Steel. He might get the job done, he has, Angus Fogg, but Knight might come back into the crossover. Foggy stays middle of the track, being very defensive, keeps Knight in behind him, so Foggy still in front at the moment. But this is where we've seen Knight have a shot up the inside, round through McKissick, but he had a bit of a slide going on there, lost a bit of momentum. We'll have to leave it till the drag down the back straight, out of the hairpin, through the left-handed sweeper. Angus Fogg in front at the moment from Andy Knight. He's not going to get him from there, Andy Knight. Down through the kink. Foggy's going to come through and take another race win in the J.A. Russell Mustang. Good stuff from him and Andy Knight. Fighting their way through from the back of the pack. Third place is going to go to Clark Hopkins. He's going to take it from through. And then the 22 car of Grant Crosby. Craig Boot in the end finishes 6th, Nick Ross 7th, And Lance Hughes, Steve Scholes and Steve Neuer rounds out the top 10. And we had a couple of did not starts in the mix, but 12 cars in the end. Kate and Coe will come across the line in 11th, and Ian Easton, who started on pole, finishes in 12th. So some good racing from those guys. A wee bit of coming together though between Hopkins and Angus Fogg, but Foggy taking out the race win by half a second over Andy Knight. Then Clark Hopkins third, Hamish Frew, Grant Crosby fifth, Craig Boot, Nick Ross, Lance Hughes, Steve Scholes and Steve Neuer finishing inside the top 10. Then it's Kate and Coe, Ian Easton rounding out the 12 cars. Mark Streeton, of course, stopped out on track, and Tony Galbraith. Braden Phillips did not start the race. So
my gosh, what a passing manoeuvre that was.
Certainly was. It was good stuff from the Central Muscle cars, and we'll have the North-South Challenge coming up in a couple of races' time. So we'll look forward to that one. See, we've got Adam down there waiting on some of the drivers to come in. We'll see Andy Knight in the Boxit Foundations. Will be probably the first one he'll talk to. Andy Knight, he's a young fella. Spent a lot of laps around here in a Formula Ford, the TRS, and then NZ V8s as well. So he's done plenty of laps around here, Andy Knight. And we've got Adam Jones on standby down there, Foggy as well. So just give him a chance to get his hat off, and then we'll cross over to Adam Jones down there in the pit lane.
So we just got Andy Knight taking his helmet off in P2 there. Andy, a lot of work through the traffic there just for the end not to quite be on your side.
Wasn't quite on my side. I should probably didn't get a great run and sort of left it open. Didn't think he was going to go there, but it's a sort of great battle through. Hard work, but it's actually real fun, and we both got to the front, so it shows the handicapping was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you had to pick a lot of different lines to get through that traffic, and I'm sure you're looking in the mirrors at the same time.
Yeah, some of them didn't make it easy, and Angus was right there to try and get me at all those times. So it was tough, and got through it all, and then lost it at the end. So not quite good enough. We'll try again this Arvo.
How are you feeling for one more race of the weekend?
I'm fine. A little bit hot, but have a bottle of water, and I'll be sweet for another one. It's only 8 laps.
All right, very good. I'll just get over to Angus here. Angus.
Yes. Hello.
Got it right at the end.
That was a spastic move, but it worked.
All right, here we go. Come on here, Angus. Talk us through that race. You were following him hard through the traffic, looking for a moment, and got one at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there were lots of moments, sort of. Lots and lots of moments, as you can see. Clark did a real good job of defending there. He had a good run, and yeah, Andy was, as he usually is, very tough to beat, but good, really good to race. Like I said, you can race them real hard and rub, but no big bangs. So that was cool. And in just that last race, I got the last lap. I got a real good run off the turn on going onto the straight. And I thought, well, it's now or never. So I did the big crazy dive and kind of hung it all together. A little bit out of control, but we managed to get round there all right. And Clark was doing a great job of defending. So yeah, we got around, and cars, a bit of a bang room, but we're pretty much one piece and happy to head to Ruapuna.
So a little bit of the steering wheel's feeling a little bit wiggly at the end.
Yeah, a little bit. You just when you've had a wee rub like that, you're not quite sure how your wheels fared, but that one's due for replacement. But it's still holding air, so that's good.
Well done. All right, 2 wins. Clark.
Hey, mate.
Got a little bit of a bang there, but come home P3.
Oh, a bit of a love tap here from Angus. He can't help but touch me. Hey, yeah, look, hard race. So I got to the front then. I sort of didn't look behind, and then I saw Angus and Andy coming, and I thought, oh, well, I'll just defend my line. I'd only defended it once, and him and Andy were fighting behind me, and yeah, managed to let them through, but yeah, not through, without a little bit of damage on the rim there, but hey, you get that.
So not too bad?
No, not too bad at all, mate. Just happy to have a good finish for the weekend and take the car nice and straight to Scope.
Beautiful looking car. Tell us a quick bit about it.
Well, I've been racing with Central now for about 15 odd years. Car's been around for a while. It was built by Rodney Heads in Tauranga. did a wonderful job of it. Needs a bit of a birthday now, but it still goes good, you know, and pretty happy with it. Just love racing with the people, and good to be here.
And earlier in the handicap race, you had a good run through the traffic to get to the front there.
Yeah, I did sort of. I don't know, that's just, with these handicap races, you know, you don't know how fast the other guys are coming from behind you, and obviously these guys are, Angus and Andy are pros at the end of the day. I'm just a weekend warrior. But hey, I'll give it all it's got and head down, ass up, as they say.
All right, on that, we'll head back up to the commentary team for the next race, which is the Minis.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. And Clark Hopkins down there, Angus Fogg and Andy Knight on the podium for the Central Muscle cars. Up next, it's the Mini Sevens. Looking forward to this one. Had an absolute doozer of a race this morning. 3 cars, 0.006 of a second. The gap between first, second and third. Had, you know, real good battle going on there towards the end. But Adam Box taking out the New Zealand Championship. Congratulations to young Adam. New Zealand Championship just over the 2 rounds. One was held up in the North Island, and obviously this one here today. And yeah, he's been trying for, well, dreaming of it for 30 years, he said. So he's finally got it in the bag. Adam Box.
Yes, I thought the voice was going to get up over the old threshold of pain there earlier on, Paul. The excitement in the commentary box.
Well, you can't beat a Mini 7 call, Brendan. We'll see how this one goes.
It was certainly exciting to watch. Once again, one of those classic finishes, as you said. We've had a few of them over the past few years, but that rated right up there.
That was
the
up
best
there
of them.
with that one, wasn't it? There a couple of seasons ago.
Yes, it was.
And no doubt, well, hopefully we'll see something like that again in this one. See them waiting patiently down there in the pit lane. I think we're just waiting to get a car off the track. Right, so we're going to go to Adam for the 2K Cup podium. Adam, over to you.
Okay, so I'm just here with Craig Saunders, and we're about to do the final awards for the weekend for who won in the 2K Cup. So I'll just hand the mic over to him so he can do a quick interview with everyone.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Congratulations, guys. This has been an awesome weekend of very intense close racing in 2K Cup. If you want to have a crack at motorsport, I recommend you come and look at 2K Cup. These guys have been dueling it out, neck and neck. What do you got to say for yourself, Gav? Gav was third, Gav Thompson.
Great weekend, stoked to be here.
Very good. Gav is punting around in this Honda Integra, doing very well, keeping it clean. What about you, Carl? What do you got to say for yourself?
I want to say thank you very much to the 2K Cup committee for organising it. Thank you very much to my wife as well for holding down the fort at home and watching the baby for me. Yeah, it was a great weekend. And, yeah, thrilled to come away with second.
Extremely close racing, well done. Yeah, you better get your ass home. Can I say that? And Alex, congratulations, beautiful driving. What do you got to say for yourself?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a very good weekend. Lots of fun, and the weather's been awesome, which is a bonus.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend weather-wise, and good to see you all keeping it nice and clean. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. There, the 2K Cup presentation. Looks like that young Alex Sprague needs a wee bit of coaching on how to shake a wine bottle. Definitely didn't win the champagne spray there. Beardsley, I think, would take the honours in that department. But back to the last race of the weekend for the Mini Sevens. Thanks to Falcon Tyres for sponsoring them. They'll come out on the grid. And we should see Shane Gray out there again in the 73 car, I think he is. He had that brake issue last time. Oil cooler issue. So he's bypassed that, don't need an oil cooler. And hopefully the thing holds together for 6 laps for the Falcon Tyres Mini 7s. Justin Neal, car number 68, he'll be the man to beat. He's been on fire all weekend. He couldn't quite do it though for the NZ Championship, but we'll see how he gets on in the South Island Championship. Of course, this round counts for both. The NZ Championship all done and dusted though, with Adam Box taking that out. Car number 15, the Sleek and Shine entry. Car number 5, Bailey Patterson there. I think that's been driven by Scott Patterson in this race. Bailey had a good run in that race previous, finishing second. So Scott, his brother, has jumped in. And we'll see how he goes.
Yes, and that Sleek and Shine entry there was the car that Brendan was talking about earlier that has the chameleon graphic on it, so pretty easy to spot.
Yeah, when you walk around it keeps changing colours on you.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Wouldn't want to see it first thing in the morning after a big night, that's for sure. But these Mini 7s, a lot of them, the wraps on them, they're beautiful wee cars. And as you were saying, that you can eat off every part of most of these cars. They're very well prepared. And got some trick gear in them too. When you have a look inside the cabs of them, you know, they're not just your standard road going Mini 7. And what's his handle? Well, Tony Johnston was saying earlier on that these are doing the lap times of a lot of those mainly muscle cars. So see how they get on in this race. It'll be a grid start. So there'll be no reversing up of anything. Chris Armitage in car number 36 will be up the front, no doubt.
Well, we've got the good positions here, Paul. Justin Neal and Adam Box on the front row. Logan Pelling and Scott Patterson on the second row. Lachlan Penrose and Mike Pelling. Paul Benison, Daniel Burberry. And P9 and 10 will be Chris Armitage and Barry Wilson. Shane Gray and Bailey Patterson and Paul Hughes rounding out the field.
So we've got Bailey Patterson in car number 86, so we've swapped them up.
We have swapped them up with two Pattersons out there and his brother as well, as you said.
Yeah, they've swapped cars.
Starting in P4.
Yep. So Scotty in 5 and Bailey in the 86. But New Zealand champ on the front row there in P2, Sleek and Shine, Adam Box. Beside him, the man to beat, car number 68, Justin Neal. And for a wee mini, he's quite a big, tall lad, is Justin Neal. As we wait for the lights to go out, away they go. A pretty good start from everybody. Logan Pelling off the second row got the jump on Scotty Patterson in the number 5 car. Lockie Penrose 2 up the inside of Mike Pelling in the 21. But it's going to be Justin Neal leads the way from Adam Box. Then it's Scotty Patterson. Lead them up through the Marshall Transport sweeper down the back straight for the first time. Only 6 laps for the minis. So early on, as they start freighting their way down the back straight already, Adam Box out having a look around the outside of Justin Neal, and looks like he's got the pass done. Here goes the 17 car having a look as well. Down the inside of Justin Neal, Logan Pelling. Try and go through, he had to back out of it at the last minute and to let Justin Neal through. These cars carrying most of their speed through that corner at the end of the back straight. So Adam Box, a great passing move early on. Logan Pelling looking racy too, but he just had to pull out at the last second on that move on Justin Neal as they go around through McKissick, through the kink, back into the hairpin. He's opened up 3 or 4 car lengths already, Adam Box. Through the card evaluation hairpin. Early on in the race though, remember, even though it's only 6 laps, get yourself right in that position for the run towards the... Oh, who's that with the problem? Scotty Patterson in the number 5 car is slowing down and has issues and got a bumper hanging off the 86 car. That's Bailey Patterson in that one. So both of those cars in the wars, the Patterson brother tyres Mini 7s in the wars as we come back onto the back straight. It's still Adam Box.
It's a flare.
3 or 4 lap car lengths back to Justin Neal, who's not quite getting a tow. Logan Pelling having a good run in 3rd place. Then it's Bailey Patterson, finds himself up to 4th. He started way down the bottom there of the pack. As they head up towards John Jones Steel. So the front 2 guys, Justin Neal noticeably fast, quick, closer now to Adam Box as they go into the McKissick curve. Just a car length between them, so he's gained quite a few car lengths down the back straight that time. Justin Neal got himself in a good little position, looking for another race win here this weekend. Justin Neal, Adam Box being pretty defensive, going into the hairpin, and not too far back Logan Pelling in the 17 car. Bit of a gap back to Scott Patterson. And the 86 got that flare hanging off. Shouldn't be too much of a problem though as they come down the front straight. It's still Adam Box, just opens up a nice wee gap as they come down to the braking zone. You'll know he'll be pretty safe there, not have to worry too much about getting dive bombed by the 68. Sliding through the corners, the little minis, lifting the rear wheels as they go through. The wee slick tyres holding on for dear life as the rest of them come flying through there as well. Mike Pelling there in the 21 car, putting some pressure on Chris Armitage. Sorry, it's the 19 car of Benison. So Armitage has fallen back. It was up further, I should say, on the back of Penrose. And now Mike Pelling in the 21 might have a wee dive on Benison. But he's not close enough. Daniel Bearbury tucked in there in the 85 as well. Barry Wilson goes round the outside of Bearbury. Barry Wilson's car is for sale, the number 9, if anyone's looking at joining the mini fraternity. As the leaders come back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Just happy to sit in behind, I think, Justin Neal. He's going to be counting the laps down, Brendan. He's probably ripping the bits of tape off the side of the door every time he goes through. Just so you know what lap you're on. And at the moment it's still Adam Box. Got 3 or 4 car lengths on Justin Neal. No way Neal's going to get through on down Power & Co at the moment.
All Neal has to do is just stick on the back of him.
That's right. Wait till the last lap. Lord comes out, then have a dive on the last lap. Is what the will be on the doctor's orders. And the flare still hanging out on the back of Bailey Patterson's car, number 86. So now Justin Neal trying to get a toe down the back straight. Starting to close up on the back of Adam Box. Probably pull out to the right hand side. Adam Box holds middle of the track. No way through for Justin Neal. Lockie Penrose looks like he wants to have a go at Scotty Patterson as well. So that's the gap from third place there back to this group of cars, which is Scotty Patterson, Lockie Penrose and Chris Armitage in that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. But the leaders coming back in the hairpin. It's still Adam Box in the Sleek and Shine, number 15. And gets good drive out there, holds about 2 or 3 car lengths back to Justin Neal on the 68. He just keeps that gap quite nice down through the kink, and if you're not right on the bumper there, you're really not going to have a dive down at the end of the front straight here. So pretty safe at the moment for Adam Box. They're starting to drop Logan Pelling back a wee bit there in the lonely 3rd place. Patterson coming under all sorts of pressure though in the form of Lockie Penrose and Chris Armitage for 4th, 5th and 6th. That flare still hanging off the number 86. And it's Bailey Patterson behind the wheel this time of that 86, not Scott. Here's the leaders. They've opened up about a 2-second gap back to 3rd place man, Logan Pelling. I should say lad. Young lad, Logan Pelling. And good to see number 5 car back up to speed, Scotty Patterson. Just having a bit of a drag race down the back straight with Barry Wilson. As we go back to this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Penrose still hanging back in behind the 86 car of Bailey Patterson. Leaders just coming out of the hairpin. Noticeably closer this time. Justin Neal knows he must be getting down on the laps. And it should be the last lap board this time. We'll see as they come down. Last lap board is out, so Justin Neal's got himself in an excellent position. A car length behind Adam Box as they come down into Power & Co. What can he do from here? He'll be wanting good drive out onto that back straight. Adam Box will know this. He's a sitting duck there at the moment with the Justin Neal only a car length between them. He'll try and go centre of the track or go left for a start. Anyway, Adam Box, he'll try and shake him out of the draft. He goes left, then he comes back across to the centre. Justin Neal hasn't quite got the toe to work just yet. Now he starts to close in a bit as they head down towards John Jones Steel for the last time. for the race weekend for them. He's going to try and go around the outside, but Adam Box is still hanging on in that little 15. Goes defensive, stays middle of the track. Justin Neal has a wee look around the outside. No way through. Will try and force Adam Box up high. Box comes across tight down on the bottom line. Still on his bumper, Justin Neal. Just about giving him a bit of a nudge as they come back up towards the wee right-hand kink. Back into the hairpin. Still Adam Box trying to go around the outside now. Justin Neal, if he can keep it there, he'll have the right line coming it down the front straight. Still got his nose up the inside. Justin Neal as they come round the sweeper. Coming down towards the kink, side by side, the two of them. Adam Box just got his nose in front as they come down on the run down the front straight. Bit of a touch between the two of them. Who's going to get it? I think Justin Neal's just going to get it on the line. 0.021 of a second between first and second. Logan Pelling takes third. Lockie Penrose takes fourth. Chris Armitage fifth. Scotty Patterson sixth. But some great stuff there as the next group comes through. Benison, then Mike Pelling. And Scotty Patterson there in the number 5 car. But some great racing there from those front two. Adam Box in the end did a great job defending, but in the end it came down to right on the line. And 0.021 of a second between Justin Neal and Adam Box. That's another rip snort of a race. Justin Neal takes another race win from from Adam Box. And Logan Pelling, good to see him on the podium. And Lachlan Penrose, 4th place. Armitage ends up 5th. Paul Benison, Mike Pelling, good run from him as well. Bailey Patterson ends up 8th. And then it's Barry Wilson, Daniel Bearbury round out the top 10. And then, of course, Shane Gray there and Paul Hughes in the 83 car. Scotty Patterson a lap down. Obviously had a bit of an issue there in the number 5 car. But congratulations, Justin Neal and Adam Box, some fantastic racing. Once again from the Mini 7s, you can see why that's the closest form of motorsport, and it's one that we love calling up here in the commentary box, that's for sure. And as we come down from that race, I'm going to hand over very shortly to Brendan Nichols, B1, for the Mazda Pro 8s, last race of the weekend for them. And then we've got a couple of races left after that, the muscle cars, the North-South Challenge, and then the Jimmy Thickett Memorial Flying Farewell. So I'll be back after this next race. I'll hand over to Brendan Nichols.
Well, once again, Paul Lancaster's going to have to go out and just let his blood pressure drop a little bit. The excitement's just about overcome him. He was just about passing out on the chair here.
He's got to be the only racer now in New Zealand circuits that sounds like he's doing a horse racing commentary.
But it's understandable. Outstanding racing there from the Mini 7s once again. It's just unbelievable how close they are. And Justin Neal once again pretty much must have had his transponder in the end of the bumper overrider.
Alrighty, down to Adam in the pits with Justin Neal, race winner.
So that was another photo finish. Do you know who won?
I don't know.
Well, I'm happy to tell you it was you.
Oh, it must have been tight.
It was like 0.02 of a second.
Man, it was grouse.
You must have the transponder right up in the headlight or something.
I got it on a remote. No, grouse.
You're going to be happy for the weekend?
Yep, brilliant. Thank you.
One all full?
Yeah, I was told to.
So anyone you'd like to thank?
I got to thank my dad, my wife, Mike, Manda, George, Larry, Swift Automotive, Chris Charles, my kids at home, and my wife again, because she puts up with a lot.
Well done, Justin. Cool, we'll go over to Adam. All right, Adam. Just got pipped on the line, but, you know, it was a good race.
Oh, you couldn't get much closer than that. I thought I had him, but no. Justin Neal's pretty good at that. He's hard to beat.
Does the class coordinator tell you to do these photo finishes or something?
Yeah, well, we knew the cameras were out, so we thought, might as well put on a show, eh?
Well done. Well, you still take the title, so you've got to be a happy day.
I'm not going to complain. It's been fantastic.
Awesome. Well done. We'll go and get our P3. I see hanging around. Cool. P3, and for the New Zealand title, what does that mean? Where are you?
Third.
finished third for the New Zealand title, so it's good. Didn't have a very good weekend, but it was good to get a podium for the last race.
So tell us what's been going wrong.
Everything pretty much. Just having no brakes, and then just car handling bad, and just pretty much everything.
So how much is there in setup with these cars?
Oh, you could do a wee bit, but I don't really know much about it yet, so I just play with the shocks, and that's pretty much it.
So how long have you been racing for?
This is my third year in it so far, so it's going pretty good.
So enjoying the end of the weekend at least?
Yeah, at least we had one good race. It was a bit lonely out there, but it was all right.
All right. Well, okay, we've got the RX8s coming up, so I'll throw back to you guys up on the commentary team.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Adam. So it's going to be very hard for the other classes to compete with photo finishes like the Mini 7 team. They've been very entertaining this weekend. Thank you very much to the North Islanders for coming across the ditch, coming on down to the mainland for the 2026 Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Underround. So lining up on the grid now, we have the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8s. And it is a points grid start. So on the front row we have car 84 Corbin Sprague, the 25 car Hamish Evans beside Corbin. Then we've got Sam Knight, Ryan Gallagher, the teenager from Ashburton that's having a sterling weekend, starting out of P4. Ben McConaughey, Jared Pike will be on the third row. Then Caleb Pateman, Lincoln Brunton, Oakley West, Michael Court, Luke Casey, Mel Waters and Dean Van Buren. Away they go. Good hook up off the line from the 25 car Hamish Evans. He's going to lead the field through the Power & Co S as Corbin Sprague's just going to have to follow in behind for the time being. Then we've got the 444 car Sam Knight, Ryan Gallagher. They head off into the Marshall Transport sweeper down the back straight for the first time for their last race this afternoon. Hamish Evans going to leave the field. Corbin Sprague's just got a little bit of a toe on him, going to close in the gap, moves to the left early does Corbin Sprague, makes his intentions known. Sticks him behind though as they go through the left-hander John Jones Steele, cross the short straight at the stop of the circuit.
Look at Corbin Sprague, he's just gone up the inside of Hamish Evans to take the lead.
Nice smooth move.
So made that look once again easy. I'm sure it wasn't, but it looked good.
That's the Sprague plague, isn't it? Into the card evaluation. Hairpin they go. Corbin Sprague, Hamish Evans, Sam Knight in the 444 car. Come out of got the left-hand sweeper, right-hand kink coming down the Pro-Wear straight. Corbin Sprague's going to lead the field across the line. He's got a 7/10 lead over Hamish Evans. Then Sam Knight, Ryan Gallagher, Jared Pike, Ben McConaughey rolls through, as does Caleb Pateman. Power & Co S is then off into the Marshall Transport sweeper they go. Through the left-hander, then off down the draft line back straight. Thank you very much to our new naming rights sponsors coming on board this weekend. Corbin Sprague heading to the end of the draft line straight wheel, turn left through the John Jones Steel corner. Across the little short straight at the top of the circuit once again.
The first four spread out, similar sort of gap between all of them, and then it's back to Jared Pike, Ben McConaughey and Caleb Pateman. A little battle pack going on there. Jared Pike was up on the back of Ryan Gallagher, but just seems to have dropped back slightly.
So Caleb Pateman in the 84 car through the card evaluation here, and then he's got the left-hand sweeper. Comes through the right-hand kink once again down the Pro-Wear front straight. Will be 6 laps to go for Corbin as he crosses the stripe. He had a 7/10 of a second lead last time, now at over 2 seconds over Hamish Evans and Sam Knight. Ryan Gallagher. Lincoln Brunton just goes through car 97. He's holding out 8th over other young gun Oakley West. Into the...
So no positional changes that last lap. All running fairly, what would you say, gappy at the moment. No one's close enough to force anything. Although 97...
It's Oakley West just hanging out on the outside of Lincoln Brunton, goes round the outside.
The two local Timaru youngsters battling it out.
Yep, into the braking zone. Oakley West takes the position over Lincoln Brunton. So where does he sit his car? Right on the inside, going through the McKissick curve. Lincoln Brunton on his tail.
Two quite different lines there from the two of them. One tight, one slightly wider. So head around the card evaluations headpin.
And you can see Lincoln Brunton, he takes a wide line into the card evaluation hairpin so he can get a good launch out of it. Then we go on back to Michael Court, Luke Casey.
Court just makes that pass stick there.
So coming down through the par and co-S's. Sam Knight chasing Hamish Evans. Corbin Sprague's already gapped it to a certain degree. Off down the draft line back straight goes race leader Corbin Sprague. Just looking at
Ryan Gallagher.
Yeah, he's still holding down 4th place as the Ashburton teenager.
Yeah, Jared Pike, number 1, just creeping up behind him. Nobody likes someone creeping up behind them.
So Corbin Sprague had a 3-second lead when he crossed the stripe that time. There is a 2nd place man, Hamish Evans. He's got his mirrors full of Sam Knight, the 444 machine. And we get back to Ryan Gallagher, who's now got Jared Pike on his tail.
Looking to go around the outside and try and get that inside line for the next corner. Not quite up far enough, tucks that back in behind Gallagher, does Pike.
So Corbin Sprague just taking it easy now. He's not under any pressure. Went under the lap record time 3 times yesterday, and it was his own lap record, so he wasn't that cut up about it.
No.
Into the par and co-S's. So can Ryan Gallagher hold Jared Pike at bay through the Marshall Transport sweeper? Get a good run out of here. Carry that speed all the way down the draft line back straight. See if he can pull off something going into John Jones Steel. Just coming down the front straight now. We've got the 66 car.
It's Dean Van Buren, our rookie for the weekend. Out there circulating around and staying out of trouble and doing himself proud.
So Hamish Evans still got Sam Knight all over his bumper going through McKissick curve. And they have the little right hand kink before they head into the card evaluation hairpin. Can be a passing opportunity if you can get your nose inside the car in front, or if you can hang around the outside fast enough, you'll be inside for the left-hander through the sweeper. No change of a position though for those 4 cars. Corbin Sprague goes across the line once again, does a 1:08.8.
So 3 laps to go for the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8.
So Corbin now got his lead out to 5 seconds over Hamish Evans, who's got Sam Knight trying to go get his nose down the inside coming out of the Marshall Transport sweeper.
He just can't seem to quite get close enough.
And Hamish just got a good run out of the sweeper that time.
Yeah, it's only kind of a car length or 2 in it. If you could just, Sam Knight, just get a car length out of it, he'll be right in the mix, be able to get a bit of a toe down that back straight, but it's just not quite happening for him.
So race leader Corbin Sprague just goes out of shot, but here's where the battle is at the moment. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Jared Pike just taking a wider line, hoping to give himself the inside run into card evaluation hairpin.
It's Corbin Sprague once again, just heading down onto the front straight as we go back to that battle pack. And it looks like there might have been a move in there, was there, Brendan, just off the side of screen? No, not quite.
Not quite.
It's the 2 silver cars, bit of an illusion.
So another fastest lap goes to race leader Corbin Sprague, 1:08.3. Into the braking zone they go. No change of position into the par and co-S's as they come off the Pro Wedge straight. Sam Knight gets a little bit wide and then cuts in, trying to get a good run.
Well, he's closer this time.
Yeah,
if you can get the drive out of the Marshall Transport sweeper, but then you look again. It's Evans has just got that little bit of extra drive out of the sweeper.
Yeah, it just picks the right line. You can just see Sam Knight closing up a little as he gets into the draft into John Jones Steel. Not close enough to pull off anything exciting. Now through across the short straight at the top of the circuit. Just got the 66 car, Dean Van Buren, going across the start-finish straight.
So line astern for the first 4. Similar gap between all 4 of them.
Into the card evaluation hairpin.
Just bunching up a little bit there, coming through the hairpin. A bit of pressure on young Ryan Gallagher from Jared Pike, caught up onto his bumper as we see Corbin Sprague cutting a lonely figure there, coming through turn 1.
Yeah,
the chasing pack.
Another fastest lap for Corbin Sprague. He's going to be timed to change over as Taylor Swift CD as he cruises round on the last lap. He's got nearly 8 seconds over Hamish Evans as he heads down the draft line back straight. Just watching the chasing pack though coming out of the Marshall Transport sweeper. Sam Knight still trying to do something about Hamish Evans.
Well, he's closer now than he has been in the last 3 or 4 laps, but still not close enough, I don't think. He looks like he's just going to have a little sniff, but he's not close enough to get either side.
Can he get his nose up the inside coming into the McKissick curve? Not this time. Looks like Jared Pike's out in the grass. Ryan Gallagher doing a very good job keeping Jared Pike at bay.
And there he is, Corbin Sprague coming around the final couple of corners onto the front straight.
Okay, there's the chasing pack. Sam Knight gets a little bit out of shape. That's going to take the pressure off Hamish Evans.
Checkered flag for Corbin Sprague once again.
That Sprague plague continues on.
Hamish Evans will take second, Sam Knight third, and it'll be another great drive from Ryan Gallagher for fourth, Jared Pike fifth.
There we go, Caleb Pateman rolls through.
Ben McConaughey, Oakley West, Lincoln Brunton, Michael Court, Luke Casey, and it will be Dean Van Buren.
So we'll just wait for the official results to come up on our timing screen. Once again, good racing there from the Kumho Tyres Mazda Pro 8's. Convincing win to Corbin Sprague in car 84. Good long shot of the circuit. We've got Gav on the flag.
Here's Dean Van Buren crossing the line.
In car 66. Mel Waters' car 45 was a did not start.
Yeah, he did.
He
He started,
did he?
but no, did not finish.
Did not finish. Oh no, 4 laps completed. Oh, a lot of smoke out of the Mazda, says Paul Lancaster, that's done a little bit of a reconnaissance run. Alrighty, Corbin Sprague, Hamish Evans, Sam Knight, Ryan Gallagher, Jared Pike, Caleb Pateman, Ben McConaughey, Oakley West, Lincoln Brunton and Michael Court. That's the top 10. Then we've got Luke Casey and Dean Van Buren. Mel Waters, 4 laps not completed. So congratulations to race winner Corbin Sprague. Got a thumbs up there as he rolls down the ASAP car transport pit lane. Adam will be waiting for our place getters in the pits. Car 25, Hamish Evans pulls in behind him. Good racing this weekend from the Kumho Tyres Mazda Pro 8 field. There we go, we can look down, we can see the Mazda RX-8 Whisperer, Jared Parmenter sitting in there. Oakley West bringing the Marshall Transport Livery 85 car into the pit lane.
He had a great battle with Lincoln Brunton there, Oakley West. The two of them all raced, just watching down the bank there. And Hamish Evans in the end held on to second place. So Adam's on standby down there. He's going to have a quick yarn with the young Oakley West. So we'll cross over to you, Adam. We'll let him get his hat off. He's only about 12 years old, weighs probably about 22 kgs. But we'll flick you over to Adam and Oakley West.
Just getting his helmet off here, so just give him a second. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Happy with that result, especially coming from the mid-pack. So, yeah, pretty solid weekend.
So, how long have you been racing in the RX-8s?
This is my first season. I did a season in 2K Cup before, so yeah, pretty stoked with the car. It's a good car, handles good.
So how are you finding the transition into the faster car?
Yeah, it's much better. More to think about when you're driving, like the slicks and, you know, just rear-wheel drive and stuff. Yeah.
And so for the season, how are things looking?
Sitting about 7th or 8th overall, so pretty happy with that for my first time. get going next year. Yeah.
Well done, good racing. So we'll try and get through to some of the. We'll try and get through the winner of the race. Obviously, he's just being interviewed for some other stuff, but we'll just sort of jump across because the muscle car's going out, of course. Just standing by. Corbin, a nice win for you. You really sort of stretched it out at the end there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that race. The car was absolutely amazing. I can't thank Dad, Gareth Haywood, Jared Parmento enough for giving me an amazing car. Yeah, got a pretty average start. Hamish got me off the line, but I managed to put some pressure on him up the top and got him into turn 5. And from there on, just got into my groove and put down some consistent lap times. And yeah, really, really nice win.
Really nice drive out there in the front, sort of on your own. Once you've got a bit of space, you sort of really have to keep concentration up, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's nice to have clean air, but yeah, it doesn't take much for a little something to go wrong, so full concentration was very crucial.
Well done, and for the weekend, that means you take the weekend, right?
Yeah, round 1, which is super stoked, extend our championship lead, so yeah, I can't complain.
Well done, okay, we'll just quickly jump across here. All right, Sam.
Hello.
Well done. Yeah. Nice tight race between P2 and P6, right?
Yeah, no, it was really close. Struggled a lot with power steering all weekend, didn't have it at all that race, but no, it was good fun out there, eh?
Awesome. And so for the weekend, how are the results looking for you?
Yeah, really good. Happy with these results, yeah.
And for the season?
Yeah, build coming back up. Had a bit of bad luck at Teretonga a few months ago, so yeah, just coming back through.
How do you catch Corbin?
I don't know. He's pretty quick. He's pretty quick. Yeah.
All right, we'll try and get to this last position on the grid. Just going to quickly jump in here as I get on the grid. So that was a really tight race for 2 and 3. Talk us through it.
Oh yeah, got a really good start. Got to the lead. Corbin got me out the back, and then the rest of the race was just trying to manage the car. The thing was just handling like a dog, so it was just more of just case of just trying to hold position and try not to let Sam through. Yeah, I could see all these RX-8s in the mirrors, but I was just like, I've just got to stick to my own lines and just keep my head down and not make any mistakes, which I did and got rewarded with the result.
Well done. We better get out to the track because they're all on the grid ready to go, so over to you guys in the commentary team.
Thank you very much, Adam. Down there with Hamish Evans, Corbin Sprague and Sam Knight, the podium down there for the RX-8s. Thanks to Kumo Tyres for bringing them here once again. Also, I must take note, Oakley West and Lincoln Brunton, a great wee battle amongst those two young fellas a wee bit further down the pack. But we've got the Napa Central muscle cars and the mainland muscle cars out there mixing it up with a north-south challenge. How we set this out, Tony?
So it's not quite mainland muscle versus central muscle. It's not quite north versus south. It's state of origin. All right? Think state of origin. The guys who live in the North Island are racing for north, and you will see a little green sticker on their windscreen, green sticker that says N, and the guys racing for south will have a red sticker that says S on the windscreen.
First 3 cars away there. Gary Shaw just got held up a wee bit there off the second row from the the wee Tirana, and manages to get, or not get past him in fact. As the next group go away, it's Coe in the number 13 and 27 John Smolinski. Then it's Bruce Tinley and Mike Small, couple of fierce competitors there. Then the 167 is Steve Neuer. Then we go back to Clark Hopkins, the 69 of Steve McLaughlin, and then Steve Scholes. Back to the next group, Johnny Hepburn for the South Island. Then it's the 84 and the 81. So Nick Ross as well, got the Plymouth underway, obviously North Island, and then here we've got a North-South, with obviously Andy Knight being from Christchurch, so he's in the South Island team, so we'll claim him this time as they all wind themselves down the back straight.
Now, one quick thing to understand in relation to this is the configuration of Levels Raceway is such that if you take into account the speed differential between the fastest and the slowest cars, we can't have a normal reverse grid handicap. You've seen it, but in fact the very fastest cars at the back need an even bigger handicap than what we're able to provide. So what you're going to see during the course of the race, and this will be between lap 2 and lap 7, will be a drive-through handicap, not a drive-through penalty, but a drive-through handicap for 5 of the 5 fastest cars.
Right.
Those 5 fastest cars, just to let you know, keep an eye out for them. You'll see them duck into the pits. They are Andy Knight in the number 5 Camaro, Johnny Hepburn in the red number 52 Monaro.
Well, Craig Boot just on his way in now, just had 2 wheels on the grass there, just about locked it up coming into the pits.
There we go. So there's their first one in. Craig Boot in the 07 Mustang. The remaining 2 that you're going to see coming in is Rod Heyman, number 56, white Camaro, and Nick Ross in the white Challenger, number 700. So that's the 5 you'll see doing a drive-through handicap.
Righto, so at the moment out the front, Sandra Eden in the number 12 car. She's leading the way. She doesn't have to come into the pits. So she's doing a good job for the South Island.
So that's interesting, eh? Craig Boot getting it out of the way as quick as he can.
Yeah.
And it gives them fresh air, right? These guys will have thought about that. Possibly puts them in a really good position if they can.
I did sit in on the driver's briefing there at lunchtime with the North-South guys, and they were getting explained that this is just a demonstration race, but a lot of them did take it. They were asking a lot of questions.
Look, what we were trying to achieve.
Oh, we've got a spinner up there. I think it's Rod Heyman, is it?
Uh-oh.
A couple of them out. There might be a Frew up there as well.
Yeah, looks like it. Hamish Frew and Rod Heyman.
Yeah.
Yep. Hopefully they both managed to do that on their own.
So we've got coming through the pits now, Johnny Hepburn in the 52 car, Nick Ross and Andy Knight and Angus Frog all following each other in. That's the cars that have to do their drive-through. Doesn't look like Rod's moving up there.
So that's it, Paul. That's all the drive-through handicaps done.
Yeah,
so we're just going to see a normal handicap race from there.
Hamish Frew coming into the pits with a bit of damage on the front of that car. In fact, the big hit on the right-hand front of Hamish Frew. The old guard's torn up a bit.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what we didn't want,
Yep.
what they were explained to. So.
Yep. So look, the whole purpose of this was just to try and get as many muscle cars on the grid as we could for the spectators.
Surely we've got a safety car coming out. Doesn't look like Rod's going anywhere. Parked on the inside there. They might just have the double wave yellows up there through that section of the track. Sandra Eden though, the number 12, she's heading down the back straight, followed by Gary Shaw in the 44 car. So it's a South Island, first North Island car is the 13 HQ, sitting there in 3rd place. Smolenski's in 4th. So you got South Island 5th at 6th, and Tinley's going to have a look up the inside of Mike Small as he is no way through there. So Rod Heyman still sitting there on the grass just up by the hairpin.
Now how it works is everybody gets a point per position. So first place gets 1 point, second place gets 2 points, and so on. And it's the team that accumulate the least number of points becomes the winner.
So what have we got up for grabs? Some sort of trophy?
Quite a lot of beer.
Quite a lot of beer.
And this combined with Scope, because we're all racing together at Scope next weekend. If anybody's thinking about that, you're going to see combined mainland muscle cars and central muscle cars racing together at Scope. There is a North versus South trophy up for grabs for the winning team. So this is the first time. This is quite a big thing, Paul. It's the first time we've ever sort of really got together as 2 quite separate racing entities and joined forces to try and put on a good show for everyone.
So Andy Knight's managed to drop Angus Fogg a fair bit. Drop back a wee bit there in the J.A. Russell Mustang, get a wee bit of a slide going on through Power & Co. So they sliding it as he gets the power down as well. And Sandra Eden leading the way by 2 seconds. Safety car is out. It's taken a while to pull it, but they've brought the safety car out.
And that's the last thing you want in a reverse grid handicap race, right? Because it
depends where you are on the track.
It kind of stuffs a reverse grid handicap race.
Well, it does, yeah. It's going to ruin it for Sandra, that's for sure.
Yeah.
She's had a big lead out there in front.
Yeah.
And the number 12 Tirana, and then Gary Shaw in the 44 car. Coe there sitting in 3rd, still the first of the North Islanders. And these guys just seeing the flag now.
So the fast guys at the back, that just the best thing they can see in a reverse grid handicap race is a safety car, because that just bunches everybody up, and all of that disadvantage that they had in terms of the gaps is gone.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably just about going to be the race, because we see the haulage safety truck underway. to head round there to pick Rod's car up, and Rod's had a clean weekend. Last thing he needed was a bit of damage to the car.
He has. It's a real shame for Rod because he's had a fantastic weekend, a couple of wins, super clean racing, and really did a great job of racing, absolutely door handle to door handle with Johnny Hepburn up through. Remember the last race 4, we saw them going side by side through John Jones.
He's got some damage on the front of that car on the left-hand side, front guard, and if they are calling for a Hilton haulage truck, then obviously he's got some damage to the front of that car steering wise. So that's a real shame for Rod, because no doubt he'd be heading up to Scope next weekend as well.
Yeah, he was. Hopefully he still is, and same for Hamish Frew. So we're 5 laps into an 8-lap race, right? So 3 laps to go. You're dead right, Paul. It's pretty unlikely that.
Pretty unlikely we'll see any more action.
Yeah.
For this race, that's for sure.
Yeah, right. So it's going to. Well, let's not speak too soon. But if it does finish under a safety car, which is highly probable, that's going to give Sandra Eden the win.
Yeah, when you look at the South Island cars there.
A lot of South Island cars up in the first. Yeah.
So looking pretty good. Steve Scholes there in 33. He's the South Island.
So actually, what we all want as South Islanders, we all actually want this to finish under safety, right? Because the South Islanders going to win hands down.
Looks that way.
If we get a couple of laps of racing in, it might be a different story.
I don't think we're going to take a wee bit of time to get that truck onto the back, the car on the back of the truck. Took a couple of laps to call the safety car. I thought maybe if they left it that long, leave it another couple of laps just to run some double yellows up there, but
somebody must have decided it wasn't in a safe place after all.
That's correct. So last thing you do want is to be sitting there in a race car and having another car come sliding at you across the grass.
It's a really horrible feeling, even if you're out of the car and you're safe as the driver, knowing that your car's parked in a dodgy position and other cars are doing phenomenal speed. You're sort of well aware that if somebody else makes the same mistake you did, that could be the end of your car.
Could be the end of it, yeah. So no, Rod, of course, just been campaigning this car, be the second year. It's the ex-Craig Gilbert car. Spends a bit of time down at White Horse Motors there. I was down working at my Matty the other week and seen it in the garage at White Horse Motors.
Well, whoever's looking after it's doing a good job, because, gee, it's been reliable and incredibly fast in Rod's hands.
So, still in behind the Timaru Motors safety ute. Sandra Eden, the number 12. Of course, the wife of Mike Eden, who's not out there today, as he had the problem with the...
Yeah, the cooling system problems that have been plaguing him for a while, but I'm sure he's close to getting it sorted. It's just a alignment problem between the drive belts, and as soon as they get on top of that, it'll be fine.
So Craig Boots had a pretty good weekend in the 07 car. Was one of the North Islanders.
I've got to say that Angus and Andy Knight have put on a great show throughout the weekend, haven't they?
Certainly have.
Just astonishing, the speed of those two cars, and both phenomenal drivers.
It's not often you see someone have the wood on Angus Fogg, is it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So yeah, top marks. Hats off to both of those guys. They've really done an incredible job, and entertained all of us, including all the mainland muscle guys that have been standing on the bank watching.
So we've got 7 laps. Given the 10-lap race of they, or 8 laps. There was a bit of a
8, yeah.
Bit of controversy about that at lunchtime too. How many laps are we doing?
Yeah, 8. So it's an 8-lap race. So
I've done 7. So this is it. Last time through will be checkered flag. And it looks like the lights have gone out on the safety truck, so she might be a 1-lap dash. Still haven't got that Hilton haulage truck off there.
They haven't got the last lap board out, have they?
No, the lights had gone out on the truck, so that's made me think that they were...
Yep, your man's got the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out. So So they're going to finish under safety. Sandra Eden will take the race win. From Gary Shaw, Cowie will take third, Mike Small fourth. So it's South Island, North Island, South Island, South Island, South Island, North Island, South Island, North Island. So it looks like it's pretty much a South Island win, I think.
Well, that's good, but a good race would have been better, huh?
That's right.
It's a real shame.
So hopefully there's not too much damage on that car for Rod. As I say, it looks like one of the guards was sticking up a wee bit from the TV shot. So Sandra Eden takes the race win for the muscle cars North versus South. Gary Shaw second, then it's Cowie, Mike Small, John Smolinski, Bruce Tinley, Steve McLaughlin, Steve Scholes, Lance Hughes, Steve Neuer, doesn't really matter, Clark Hopkins, Johnny Hepburn, David King, Andy Knight, Craig Boot, Angus Fogg, Rod Heyman down there at 18th, Hamish Frew, and Ian Easton. Thank you very much, Tony Johnson, for your comments throughout the weekend, and we'll catch up with you next time. And very soon we will cross down to Adam, who's busy down there in the pit lane, trying to sort out probably Sandra Eden, no doubt. So a bit of an anticlimax there at the end for the North-South Challenge. But still got one big race to go, and it's the Super Trucks Jim Thickett Memorial 6-lap race, rolling reverse grid, and the development drivers should be behind the wheel. It'll be interesting to see who will be behind the wheel of which truck. So we're getting all the safety guys, the flaggies and everyone off the track. They'll be heading for an early shower or an early beer, whichever way you look at it.
Just see Mr. and Mrs. Gumboots giving us a wave there down on the bank.
I've just seen them down one, giving it a bit of a vortex on the way down. No doubt I'll have a couple more of those this evening as the debrief will continue.
Oh, no Bedfords. No Bedfords in the race, Paul.
Oh no, what's going on? It was 2-1.
It was 2-1.
2-1 to Tony Brand, I think it was, wasn't it?
Mechanicals for both trucks.
Oh, that's a bit of a bugger. Yeah, but they've done well to get through to the last race of the day. Normally the attrition rate, they start falling off from Friday. But nonetheless, still got 8 trucks ready to head out for the Jim Thickett Memorial. And we'll have a look at Rod Heyman's car as it comes in on the back of that truck. Adam's still on standby down there, trying to track down someone. Could interview the cameraman, Adam, see how his day's gone. But Rod Heyman, he'll be sitting in that truck, and she'll be a busy week on the farm down there, no doubt, pulling this thing to bits, trying to get it ready for next weekend at the Scope, and then no doubt back here at Levels for in 2 weeks' time for the Southern Classic. Just let you know that Team Kiwi will have the original V8 supercar here in 2 weeks. And yeah, a bit of damage on the front there. Not too bad though, nothing that Rod and his crew can't fix. Probably one front guard and straighten the steering rack maybe. And perhaps the odd wishbone. But apart from that, I think they'll fix that easy enough.
So some tractor parts will be required. This will go through the books as tractor parts.
Yeah, we can't mention that, Brendan. The accountant doesn't like it. So anyhow, Adam Jones down there looking a wee bit...
looking for a friend to talk to.
Yes.
Adam No Mates.
Yeah, Adam No Mates. No, he's looking for Sandra Eden. She was the one that took out that race, even though it was under safety car.
Yeah, Sandra Eden, Gary Shaw, Kate and Cowie. 1, 2, 3.
So So it's been a good weekend here once again at Levels. Big thanks to Trust Aoraki and obviously Premier Insulation for bringing the live feed to everyone out there today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the feed here from Levels Raceway. And we'll cross down to Adam now. He's got the race winner, Sandra Eden.
So we were running around trying to find the, we got 1 and 2 at least. So Sandra, well done, you got a win.
Yeah, thank you. It was pretty awesome out there, yeah.
How were you feeling before the yellow flag and you saw these cars coming?
Well, I thought there was going to be a safety car, then they were all catching up to me. I thought, oh man, I'm really going to have to put my foot down and go for it, because Gary was coming up. I kept seeing him on my rear vision mirror. So yeah.
Good to get a win.
Yeah, it was great to get a win. Yeah.
You're representing the south, of course?
No, I'm a north.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. We don't know what the result is for that, but Gary, P2?
Yeah, P2, pretty pleased with that. It's a shame it was yellow, but hey, it's good racing anyway. And it was going to get real busy really quickly, but it didn't quite happen. But hey, there's always next week up at Scope.
So you're happy with the weekend?
Very, very happy. I had the old Falcon going good. She's going all right, and nothing to be done for next week apart from a bit of a bulk check and do it again.
I saw you skipping up over the ripple strips.
Oh yeah. Yeah, a bit of edges. I put a lock diff in it. Now the front wheel keeps popping up all over the place and all this sort of carries on. But no, it's a lot of fun.
And we'll see you at Scope next weekend.
Absolutely, definitely.
And we'll be live for that. So any picks for who's going to take this north versus south?
Oh no, it's up to anybody. It's just a bit of fun. So it's really good fun. Yeah.
It will be the south, of course.
No, it will not.
Oh, there we go. One from the north, one from the south. So back over to you, Paul, for the final race of the day.
Thank you very much, Adam. I think you'll find there are a lot of South cars in the top 10, so it's looking good for the South Island. So Adam Jones doing a great job down there for Fast Files, doing all the running around Brendan while we sit in a nice air-conditioned office up here. And one race left to go in the day. The voice is still hanging in, which is the main thing. And the John Jones Steel super truck there, safety truck I should say. And no Bedfords. That's a bit of a bugger. So looking at the entry list, what have we got there? Rachel Little's going to be in truck number 1. Connor Etting is in truck number 7. Craig Mason in truck number 8. Cam Vernon's in the 24 truck, not Ash Hay. It's a bit of a shame for the fans that wanted to see the 24 truck going sideways. Peter Bartlett will be in the 44 truck, which is Bones Collins' truck. Ricky West's back in the old man's truck. Pricey Price, Gary Price, good to see him back. He'll be in the 63 truck. Tim Wheeler in the number 28. Alex Little, well, it looks like he's going to go out there in the number 25 truck. But number 8 obviously is one of the Craig Mason is one of the Bedfords, which is not going to be out there, so no Craig Mason. It's a bit of a shame. The old Beddies are putting on a good show in that last race. Obviously the attrition, the rubbing and racing in that last race obviously took its toll on one or two of them.
Well, we did see Ron Salter's truck come in, which is in the picture there. It had a sore foot, but the Development Series drivers racing in the Flying Farewell this afternoon, and they're racing for the Jimmy Thickett Memorial Trophy. As we mentioned earlier on, Jimmy was one of the volunteers, a driver for Hilton Haulage, many hours helping out the motor racing enthusiasts at Timber International Motor Raceway. So we're just waiting for them to form up beside the John Jones Steel safety man.
That's right. I'd hate to know how many hundreds of cars he's had on the back of his flat deck over the years. I think a few of them, they get the car on the back and they stop and take a picture before they drive off, and I think he ended up with quite a few hundred photos of all sorts of different machinery on the back of his Hilton Haulage truck. So coming up the front, Rachel Little.
So that's Alex's sister, is it?
Alex's sister, yeah. So we'll see what she's like as a bit of a peddler. She's got a brother and a father that...
they're quite handy behind the wheel, aren't they? So
yeah, be father in one ear and brother in the other, and mother probably trying to tell her not to do it. So be interesting to see how she goes, Rachel Little. Beside her is Connor Etting, of course, who would normally be in the other Easy Moves truck, which isn't here this year, but he's stepping in for the development drive.
Okay, so 6-lap race for the development drivers.
Just looking down at the 24 truck, Brendan, it's dropping a heap of water out from underneath it, whether it's got a hole in the radiator or something, but there's a heap of water coming out from underneath that. And remember, a few years ago, these trucks, they used to try and keep the brakes cool by
water spray,
spraying water on them, which I wouldn't have thought would be any good for the discs at all. But you don't see the steam coming off the front brakes like you used to down in the braking zones and things. You'd see steam flying out from those front wheels as they press the brake pedal. It would turn a pump on and would spray water on the discs just to try and keep them cool, because they were splitting discs left, right and centre. But I think as technology has sort of caught up, then a lot of these brake rotors can sort of handle a wee bit more now than what they used to quite a few years ago. But I'm guessing there's 10 or 15 litres of water sitting down under that number 24 truck, starting to get a wee bit hot.
We do see it when they come into the pits and they're sitting on the scales idling away. Some of them have a little bit come out the overflow.
Well, that one there will be a wee bit.
It's a little bit more than a little bit, that one.
It'll be a wee bit lighter on the scales, no doubt. And I'm hoping that's not coming from the radiator, although it looks like it's coming, it's dripping from underneath it. So you'll have to keep an eye on the temperature gauge, that's for sure. Cam Vernon, if there's crews down there listening, I'd give him a little bit of I'd ask him what the temperature's like in it, because she's still water flying out of it now. She'll probably stop soon.
Is that the pistons will stop going up and down, Paul? Or?
Yeah. Well, it will. It wouldn't take long to overheat one of these things with no water in it, that's for sure. But I don't know what the hold-up is.
Start delayed boards up there in front of the John Jones Steel safety truck.
Can't see any action going on out there in the track anywhere. Of course, everyone is off the track. But they might have to delay the start shortly to have a bit of a mop-up down there on the track. Certainly wouldn't want to come down across that. But don't see the teams down there being too concerned about it. But that number 24 truck, she's probably up to about 20 or 25 litres by now, I'd say, has come out the front of it. And she is still dripping lots of water. It's hoping it's water and not oil.
Because they'd have a whole lot of that in the sump.
Yeah, well, they probably can't see it from down there on the bank there, but from where we're positioned, we can see it. No doubt the stewards up on the top floor can see it.
When I was flatting in Rangiora, my flatmate worked for the Cough and Hammer, and he said one of the apprentices was changing oil on one of the trucks, and obviously drained it out the bottom. Forgot to put the bung in before he started pouring the new stuff in the top. So it said it was flowing out so fast, and there was that much of it in this tractor unit that they had to get the
the old bunding.
Got it out, and they made a little dam to hold it all
dam
back.
It all up, get the old go for the old special auto, special auto bin that's got all the bunding in it. Get it out and around. Ron Solder, he's just backed up out of the way and behind. He was tucked in behind the 24. He's obviously thought, shit, I'm not going to drive through that. I'd sooner sit him behind the 44 truck. Or the number 63, that's Pricey Price, or Gary Price in behind the wheel of that thing. Old Gazza.
So the safety truck is pulling off the circuit.
It's a warm-up, so they're going to give him a warm-up lap there. I don't think truck 24 needs a warm-up lap. It probably needs a cool-down lap. It's left a big puddle there on the track. And interesting to see if she'll last full distance. Malcolm Little there, or Malcolm Little's truck at the back there, number 25. It's got Alex Little driving it. A bit of a change driving the old man's truck. You'll see if the old man's been holding back a few horses on his. And so number 7, Connor Etting in behind the wheel of that. And the NZ1 truck, that's a Rachel Little. It's got a fair bit to live up to, isn't she? Try and keep it up the pointy end of the field.
What was it? Alex has got 4 championships. How many's Dad got?
Oh, he's probably got 6. I don't know. There's quite a few amongst them. We'll just have a look in the old book of lies and see what it says.
So there they go through John Jones Steele on their additional warm-up lap because they've been held on the line.
Malcolm's got 3 championships, 2008, 2009, 2010, and Alex has got 4, 21, 22, 23 and 24, and leading this year, so looking for 5 in a row. Alex Little. Go back a wee bit further down the list. Johnny Hepburn was the champion in 2013 and 2006. Andrew Porter had 3, Yankee Tulloch had a couple back in 2001, 2002. Robin Porter had a couple. And Ron Salter, the truck man that's been here, he's had 5, so he's got the most at present. First one was back in Ron Salter, where are we? So he's got 4 of them, sorry. 1993, 1994, 1995 and 96. Ron Salter, so he's been around the truck racing for a long time. His truck out there at the moment being driven by Gazza Price. Old Gary, he's been racing the trucks for a long time, but he hasn't had a title yet. Steve Zammit from Australia, he was a champion in 2011, 2012. Kane Scott, we'll remember Kane Scott from the Trans Am days, NZV8 days. He was the 2007 champion. And Andrew Porter's had 4 as well. We had 3, 4 and 5, and then he got 2014.
All right, so we've got the John Jones Steelman safety truck leading these super trucks round for the last race of the weekend. The Development Series drivers, Jim Thickett Memorial, flying farewell.
Yeah, let's see how they go. That just spacing them out a wee bit. Give them a bit of a handicap. Just 6 laps for them. And all of these guys, except Alex Little, haven't been out there much over the weekend. They might have had a bit of running through the week. There's Alex there. He'll have a big penalty, no doubt. A big handicap, I should say.
And Dad's rocket a run with the Freightliner with the Aero styled cab. There's a lower roof line and the front windscreen's raked back a little, and they do have to run standard cabs on these trucks, so it's obviously a production model, yep, that they can buy.
I was going to delve into that a wee bit, but then I thought I'd better keep my nose out of it. I know that there's been other trucks in the past that have come under the guise of scrutineers and things. So,
right, so there's the main pack going through John Jones Steel.
Well, we should see the lights go out on the John Jones Steel truck, which it just has. So it will pull off, and it will be that number 7, Connor Etting and Rachel Little will be the first 2 trucks to come down. Safety truck is off. So we are under the lights. We've got the lights up on the screen here, the red at the moment. They will change to green any second now as these 2 trucks come down onto the front straight. There they go, they've been given the green light. And down goes the hammer. Connor Etting in the Easy Moves number 7 is already cleared out from Rachel Little down into the Par and Co S's. Nice and tidy. Here's the rest of them. Price there, and also the 24 of Cam Vernon. And that truck has got all that water on there. He's got the West truck in behind him, Ricky West. And it's the 28 of Tim Wheeler driving the old man's Freightliner Century as they put the hammer down. He goes West, just about getting a wheelie out the grass. Ricky West as he goes around the outside of Cam Vernon. Tim Wheeler's going to try and have a look too, but they're all sitting at 100 mile an hour. There's no way through there. Can't go 3 wide down the back straight in these things. And round through John Jones Steel they go. And the truck at the back, number 63, Pricey Price. And looking to see where Alex Little is. He's already got through on Price. And race leader coming into the hairpin. Looks like he's going reasonably slow too there, Connor Eaton. You know, this truck did have a problem with that last race. Already, where's Rachel Little gone? She's disappeared somewhere.
There she is. And the 3 little trucks are now in a row.
3 big little trucks.
The 3 big little trucks.
So Connie Eating goes through. And we've got Westy up for second. Then to Cam Vernon. Sitting there in third place. Tim Wheeler. Then we go back to the 25 truck, which is Alex Little. So he's up to fourth already. So Rachel Little.
Yeah, she's putting the truck into the ASAP car transport.
No, that's Peter Bartlett. That's not Rachel Little.
It?
Yeah, so she's starting the number 1 truck. So Peter Bartlett and the 2 Bedford's not out there, so just the 7 trucks. Connor Eating though, through John Jones still he goes, leading the way from Ricky West. Then it's Cam Vernon, Tim Wheeler. Then back to Alex Little in the 25 truck. And then the Pricey Price in the 63 Scania. Rachel Little at the back. Circulating. Tim Wheeler having a wee look up the inside of the 24 truck, just gives him a bit of a nudge, and he gets sideways, does Cam Vernon, manages to hang on to it. A good slide going on, that's for sure. Connor Eating getting a wee bit out of shape coming down through the kink. Just gets a bit of a wobble on the truck. West still hanging on to second. Cam Vernon now coming under pressure from Tim Wheeler, has a wee dive up the inside, but no way through there. Down through Power and Co S's. Lots of smoke being produced by these big engines. A wee bit of a slide on there, the 24 truck. And he gets the power down onto the back straight, comes across the middle of the track. He goes Wheeler trying to have a wee look, goes up the inside, and gets the pass done before they get to the 100 mile an hour cut off. And they're just about going to head out on the grass there for a second. But Vernon left him enough room in the end. Ricky West just kicking up some dust up the top end of the track. But it's all kind of eating at the moment. Truck number 7 with a 3-second lead over Ricky West. Down the back straight. A bit of smoke starting to appear from the back of the number 1 truck. Alex Little's truck. So rear, keep an eye on that, bit of smoke coming. I don't think he would have hit anything or hit anyone. As things are starting to close up now, down the front straight. Troy Etting going to come under some pressure shortly from Ricky West. Tim Wheeler up to 3rd, Cam Vernon back down to 4th. Got Alex Little tucked in behind him. Down through Power and Co they go. Starting to close up now. 3 laps left to go. Connor Eating coming under all sorts of pressure. These 2 are behind, have done some truck racing before. Ricky West gets the Freightliner Argosy sideways, trying to get the power down. Look after 100 miles an hour, side by side with Connor Eating. And they probably find Ricky West will go up the inside there. Tim Wheeler might try and go with him. But no way through for Tim. He's had to back out of it. So Connor hangs on to 2nd. But Ricky West up to 1st place now from Connor Eating. Tim Wheeler in the 28 truck. Up round through the McKissick curve they go. Alex Little hanging on to that 5th place. And then it's a prize. Number 63. Looking good for Ricky West at the moment. Tim Wheeler, he wants to have a dive up the inside of Connor Eating coming out of the hairpin through the left-hander. Got his nose cut off though from Connor Eating. He might try and have a look around the outside, but Connor Eating holding the middle of the track. Oh, a bit of brake chatter going on down there from Tim Wheeler. He's got the inside line though through Parenco, puts two wheels out over the grass and goes up the inside there on Connor Redding. Connor won't be too happy about that. He had half of his truck out in the grass, did Tim Wheeler. But in the end, who really cares? They're putting on a good show. Ricky West out in front. By a long shot, a couple of laps left to go.
Alex Little's taken his foot out of it.
Well, you know, he looks like he's up in trouble. He's slowing down. He's just had Pricey Price go through in the Scania. Get towards the end of the weekend, these trucks will be getting a wee bit tired. I don't know how often they've got to rebuild an engine or do anything of these things. But, Rachel coming through. Off another one. That's at 138. Way off these other guys. It's take apart, that's what it's all about. So Ricky West back down through the kink. Got the truck hooked up quite nicely. The meatball flag out for the number 25 truck, which is a mechanical black flag, but we'll probably see him pulling this lap anyway. I know he's in trouble. And yet coming in is Alex Little in truck number 25. Must be dropping a bit of oil out there on the track because I can't see anything hanging off it. So obviously one of the marshals has noticed something. Oh, the door on the truck. It's the door on the truck. Thank you very much. The comms department down there in the van doing a good job, keeping an eye out. But the driver's door will not shut. That's probably reason behind that. So Alex Little out of the race. Down to these 6 trucks.
So Ricky West, race leader, truck 26, is on the last lap.
Yeah, looking like he's doing it pretty good at the moment. Being chased hard though by Tim Wheeler.
Coming out of the card evaluation here for the last time is Ricky West, Tim Wheeler, and it's back to the number 7 truck, Connor Eaton.
Down through the kink onto the front straight for Ricky West. He's going to come down and take the race win. Ticket flag is out. He probably missed it, but it just come out the last minute. Tim Wheeler takes second. Connor Redding will take third for the Easy Moves team, and then it'll be Gazza Price in the left-hand drive Scania. Go back to the 24 truck, wherever that is. Oh, it stopped up the top end of the track there, so there you go. She must have got too hot, Brendan. Couldn't quite make the last half a lap. The 24 dropped too much water on the start-finish straight, and he stopped up there. Cam Verdon, and then Rachel Biddle. Well, don't know where she is either. She's just going down through the back as well. So that's it for us here at Levels. It's been a good weekend. I hope you've all enjoyed yourself. Do take your time getting home. Probably still a wee bit of action in the pits. You can stop in the pit stop cafe down there and grab yourself a cold one. And we're going to head down there in a second, no doubt. But there are a couple of podium celebrations going on around the track. But thank you very much everyone for coming. It's a fantastic weekend. To my co-commentators Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney, doing a great job. The Fast Files team down there, Adam Jones, Tristan and all the crew down there. A lovely lady who's been cooped up inside the V-Dub van down there all weekend. That's Sarah down there. Thank you very much, Sarah. You've done a great job, and I hope you've enjoyed us doing the commentary up here, joining in with the Fast Files crew.
There we go. Rachel takes the checkered flag. That's Rachel Little in the New Zealand number 1 truck. Congratulations.
So that's it from us. You might hear from Adam perhaps with a couple of presentations, but up here in the commentary box we will catch you in a couple of weeks' time here at the Southern Classic. So looking forward to that. Don't forget the TKR will be here with the original V8 supercars that Jason Richards drove all those years ago at Bathurst back in 2000. It's been rebuilt. They'll be doing some hot laps on that, so we'll look forward to seeing that. See you all then.
W, who is the coordinator for SS Cup. So I'm going to hand over to her to do the presentation for the weekend.
Thank you. Hi there. So in third place today we have Richard Simpson. Richard, please stand. Come on.
Thank you.
And a sash.
Well done. I feel like a horse.
Sorry. And in second place we have Dave McLean. There we go. Thank you.
Stand up. Well done. That's a big step for an old man. Well, you're right about that.
And in first place we have Jason Kelly. Yeah, come on. You're going to depend on...
Well done. Good on you.
There we go. Here we go.
Okay, so a little bit unusual here. We don't have the class coordinator, so what I'm going to do is going to throw to Corbin Sprague, who won the round, to introduce the 2 and 3, and then he's going to jump up and take P1.
All right, so in third place for the weekend in the Mazda Pride New Zealand Championship is Sam Knight. Second place is Hamish Evans.
And of course in first place we've got Corbin Sprague. Woo! Okay, so what we'll do is... Okay, and I've got the winner, Ricky West. So once we get it sorted... Okay, I probably want to cut away. So we've got Ricky here from the development series who won the race. It was a good run through the pack there.
Yeah, no, it was good. Really hot up there, but it was good to get through and hold it.
So how often have you done this truck racing?
I've done what was the Flying Farewell and now the development series for about 5 or 6 years now, I think. So, yeah.
And how do you find overtaking through? You went through some tight stuff there to get through.
Yeah, it's good fun, as long as, everyone knows pretty good, so they kind of give you a good amount of room and not too much contact, so it's good.
Awesome, so well done. Last race of the day. And we've just got, I'll get you to hold this because we've got the announcement for next year right here. So if we lock in the date for the Aoraki, or Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under for next year, it is from the 29th to the 31st of January 2027. And lock it in now so you can get your tickets and come next year. Howard's just waving to me. I think we've got P2. We have the Jim Thickett Memorial Trophy to present. Okay. All right. Okay. We've got the memorial trophy to present. So come through here, and I'll get you to talk on the camera. There we go. Take the mic.
Awesome. So on behalf of Hilton Haulage, everyone here,
who knew Jim. He was a great guy, bloody good operator, hell of a guy for the car club. But we'd like to present you winner of the Flying Farewell.
Awesome. So that's a wrap. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream. We did 2 days. We did a whole lot of racing. We met a whole lot of people. We had a lot of fun. So hopefully we can come back next year in 2027 and do it all again. Thanks everyone.